I might have a problem, ladies and gentlemen. I got a lot of motorcycles. I got a lot of parts, but a real special motorcycle just showed up in the Keep On Wrenching garage. I am excited to get started on this 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. She's dirty, but it's complete. This bike is complete, last registered in April '81. And I'm telling you, this is a special bike. This is a special bike. I already took just a little bit of Colonel Brassy to this chrome here. Polished right up. Check out these gauges. 18,547 miles. Love that inlay of that Honda logo right there. There it is. This is the next project on the channel. 1967 CB77 Super Hawk, as they call it. They're a 305. And this thing just has a lot of nuances that I love. A headlight switch. It's got electric start. And this thing is pretty much complete. It came with an extra box of parts. We've got the chain guard. We actually have the original Honda toolkit. I've got the side covers. Both airbox covers are there. And a set of air filters as well. Seat's not bad. We might be able to patch this. Might need to recover it, we'll see. But it's all there. Let's flip it open. Let's take a look underneath. Somebody painted it. This is not an original color. This is kind of a burgundy color. I was thinking at first maybe it was just an oxidized scarlet red, but it's not. Because if you take a look and you just kind of pay close attention, look, I already like wiped some of this stuff down. This is what it looked like when it rolled in. And just a, 15-second wipey wipe, that's what's hiding underneath. But take a look here. See if I can find that spot where I saw that blue paint starting to peek through. Well, you can see it really well on the shocks here. Everything on these bikes was, painted together. The fenders were painted, the shocks were painted, the tank was painted, fenders, front forks, fork ears, covers, all of that would be the same color. Also the headlight bucket. This was a blue 1967 CB77. And just look at this styling here. That tank. Oh, I love that tank. That tank is amazing. You can take a real close look here. I just love these details. I love these first looks. Somebody at one point painted over the Honda emblems, and if you look real close, you can see that tip of that Honda wing kind of poking through there just a little bit. So we're gonna be cleaning that up. The engine, unfortunately, it is locked up right now, so it's gonna take a little bit of work. It's gonna take a little bit of work. Dive into some new territory, but both the carburetors are there. And check this out. This blew my mind. Wish I had a flashlight, but this tank is minty, minty. This tank is minty clean. See if I can get you a little look inside there. Can I focus in there? No. You're gonna have to take my word for it or subscribe to the channel as we work our way through this 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. Got myself a Super Hawk here in the shop. This is a project bike. This is, I don't know if I call it a client bike. I don't know, but I'm restoring this bike for a relative of mine. This bike has been in his family for many, many years. He told me a story of how his brother rode it into the side of a garage. Really enjoyable conversations, and I am so thrilled that he's trusting me and Keep On Wrenching to put this thing back together. Take a look. These wheels are not bad. We've dealt with worse on the channel. We've dealt with way worse on the channel. Might have to take this back to aluminum though, just because it'll look so nice. I'm not sure. I got to look at a lot of pictures. I've never worked on one of these before. I've never worked on a CB77. I've never worked on a 305 engine. It's all kind of new territory. Such a cool profile, thin profile. And I'm telling you, I mean, once we put this seat back on here, they just look cool. They just sit cool. That tank is so unique. Interesting little detail that I discovered is that these are actually a front kickstarter. All the 350s I've worked on have always been a rearward kickstart. These actually, you kick forward to get those going, so didn't know that. Already learning stuff. But man, I am dying to get my hands on some of these side covers. Look, they're just oxidated. They're just oxidated just a little bit. We're gonna make those things shine. Shine like a diamond, as they say. A little mishap in the transportation. This thing came from Minnesota in a little U-Haul trailer. Tipped over, kind of messed up our front brake lever, but that's no big deal. But what I'm most excited about with this bike is that this is a survivor. This is an original one, an original. Just somebody painted it purple or burgundy or whatever color that is. I don't know what it is, but it's pretty special. So one of the most important things you need to do when you first pick up one of these vintage motorcycles is to get some inspiration as to where these bikes came from. So I quickly have been looking at Google and seeing, okay, well, what does a blue 1967 CB77 look like? And they're a pretty special bike. It's going to be beautiful. I got to say, hey, Vince, this is going to be a fun adventure. I cannot wait to restore this bike for you. And thank you, Vince and Myrna, for making a 1,200-mile round trip to deliver this bike to the Keep On Wrenching garage. I always said on the channel that I wanted to kind of go backward, right? So I started with a 1970. I moved on to a 1972, then I picked up a 1974, and then I picked up a 1971, and then I picked up the 1968 CB350, and holding true to the promise, we're going back in time, 1967. I just love these vintage Hondas. Look, you can already see that side cover. The side cover's already shining through, look at that. Just 15 seconds worth of work. This is just looking for a little bit of love, but I am going to take this back to the original blue. So that means total paint. This thing's going down to the frame. Frame up restoration, we're gonna do everything right. We're gonna do bearings, we're gonna do all of it. Oh my God, look at this little cute little tail light. Look at that cute little tail light. They were just so much smaller then. And one thing I noticed almost right away is, man, in 1968, did they not have turn signals on these bikes? I don't see none. And I don't see where the hell you'd even mount them if you had them. All their normal mounting positions aren't there. There are no signals on this 1967 motorcycle. I am absolutely excited to restore this bike for, oh man. I'm excited to restore this motorcycle for this relative who has been in my life ever since I can remember. The first time I remember seeing him, he was riding an old Goldwing. He's a fellow motorcycle guy who's had this bike hanging out. And man, he drove it out here from Minnesota to have me bring it back to life. And there's a lot of life left in this bike. I don't think you're gonna find a much more unique tank. I don't think you're gonna find much more unique gauges. Just so much about this bike. I could just kind of sit here and go through it all. Biggest challenge on this bike is gonna be the motor for sure. Locked up. So we're gonna take our time. We're gonna be real patient. But you've seen what we've done before on the channel. This thing's gonna be minty. It's gonna be minty. It's gonna be awesome. It's complete. I gotta find a key for it too. There's no key for it. We'll figure all that out. I had to give everybody kind of a quick look at this. I can't keep this one to myself because this one's pretty darn special. I'm stoked, and I hope you come along for the ride. If you enjoy restoring these old vintage motorcycles, be sure to subscribe to Keep On Wrenching. And don't forget to visit keeponwrenching.com. Request that free sticker. And join the Facebook group if you so like hanging out with people who like restoring old motorcycles too. It's a great community. Go to Facebook, search the Keep On Wrenching community group. It's just a quick look. You're gonna see a lot of this bike, guys and gals. You're gonna see a lot of this bike. This one's moving up to the top of the queue, and we're gonna go get it. Hope you join me for the journey. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Day one of the teardown of the 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. Before we tear everything down, highly suggest you go get yourself a camera of some sorts and start taking a ton of pictures. And what you want to do is be taking photos of the most intricate of details. You never know what you're going to catch in your photos. They're going to help you a ton as you get back together. Here, I'm taking a look at this brake stay on this. Just taking a ton of pictures. On my first motorcycle build, I took over 1,500 photos of just how everything went together. So right off the bat, you're gonna get all the photos of everything. And then as we disassemble, we're gonna keep great track of everything happening there as well. These photos are going to be a great reference for you as you start putting things back together. Shoot in a grid pattern, up and down, side to side, all the way around. All right, once you've done kind of a grid format of taking all the photos, it's time to get the expensive stuff or the stuff you don't want to damage off. So right off the bat, we're going to take care of the seat. You can see on the seat, it's got a couple of puncture holes. Not sure if those are going to be patchable or if I'll end up just recovering this whole thing, but look at this seat pan, absolutely crazy. So I want to start being really organized with all the parts. Now, of course, one of the next most valuable things is this gas tank, so let's get this out of there as well. Just like so many Hondas, these gas tanks are going to get hung up if you don't go underneath and get rid of the crossover tube. Let me show you this right here. There's a crossover tube that balances your tank, plugs into one side. Make sure you go and pull one of those off. I've covered that extensively in other videos, but here's our tank. We're gonna pull that off. We're gonna set that aside, and before we lose them, we're gonna come up here to the front. I'm gonna pull off these two rubbers, okay? Don't wanna lose these. I've already been kind of looking at parts and sourcing parts. Some of this stuff can be very difficult to find. There's gonna be two of them. They're gonna go right into a bag and labeled right away. One of the things you don't wanna do is just tear these bikes apart, all right? Take your time in disassembly, marking and labeling, and it's gonna go so much easier when you put it all back together. So I'm just gonna mark this one, gas tank rubbers, just like that. Grab myself my Ziploc bag, drop these into the bag and drop them in with a label telling you, stay organized from the get-go. With the tank and seat out of the way, now would be a great time to go back and start taking a bunch of pictures, shooting down, so we have kind of a documentation of everything happening there. Next steps as far as removal goes, I would say make sure you get your rear brake light lens out of the way. Look at this little cutie right here. Not a crack in it. Don't want to break those. Saw one for, I think, 30 bucks online the other day. So that's 30 bucks. The other thing that we really want to take care of on this bike, because it's so beautiful, are these gauges and the headlight bucket, okay? This headlight bucket appears to be in great shape. I want to get that in a safe place so I don't nick it up, because you don't want to like drop a wrench accidentally or something terrible and break these gauges. These gauges aren't cheap. I've seen them anywhere from like $200 to $500. So be careful with that. So let's just start taking off the valuables. JIS screwdrivers, not Phillips screwdrivers. Use JIS. It's going to save you a ton of headaches. All right, next up, I really want to get this gauge out of here. So again, using JIS screwdriver. Looks like these two screws, there's one on each side. It's gonna hold this gauge in, and I'm gonna treat it with kid gloves for sure. Really two small, little screws. Don't wanna lose those. And this hopefully is gonna lift up. Yeah, let's get you a better view. All right, it seal's a little bit dried and cracked, to be expected, but this whole unit should start pulling right up. So that's gonna come out. Gotta get the headlight bucket out as well. So we're gonna come underneath here and take our two bolts out. Very similar to the 350s. JIS screwdriver is gonna mean you're not gonna strip out a ton of screws and stuff. And take those down there. Keep all of this hardware together. We'll bag all of this together. There's just these two here. Kind of keep your hand on the headlight bulb so it doesn't fall. Let's pull this off. And there we go. Wow, very simple wiring when you don't have signals on a bike. Look at this. This is about as clean as it goes, but we've got a couple connectors here to clean up. Here we're looking inside the headlight bucket. Oh my God, how simple things get when you don't have to have signals. There's our connectors for our gauges, our speedo, and our tack. I'm gonna go ahead and take those off, and we should be able to lift that gauge out. Looks like there may be a couple of light connectors there as well, so we'll go ahead and follow those through to the harness and clean that all up. It should all go lickety-split. And just to make sure I don't muck anything up, a little rag over a pair of pliers broke those cable connectors loose. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and put a label on each one of these because I'm sure length matters with this stuff. So I'm just made a tag for speedo and tack so I don't get it mixed up. At first look here too, the wiring all looks really good. Do you think I might get away with not replacing the wiring harness? I mean, look at how clean everything is. Everything's looking really good so far. Time to get this gauge out. Y'all know I love my details. Check this out. So you've got a wire here, green wire, I would assume is ground, and a green wire. Those actually are coming together. They're spliced together inside of this bucket. Let me show you this right here. And they actually come right down into one of our green pods right there. So pretty simple connection there. Couple other connectors. We've got the greens disconnected. That was all just a single right here. There also looks to be a high beam, some kind of an indicator. It might just be the backlight. It's a blue light off of the headlight. That's going straight into here. You can pull that out just like that. That's gonna again free up our gauge. We've got this blue wire here. And taking a look inside here, there is one more green that's coming through, and that is also tied into the headlight bucket. There's a grounding cable right here like that, okay? So that actually just goes into a male-female single lead, and that's gonna pull out right there. While we're at it, we might as well get rid of the headlight, and that's just our single red right here. Go ahead and put this in the box. And there you go, you disconnect that, and our gauge lifts right out. Not gonna lie, I am in like with these gauges. Obviously this weather seal is gonna have to go onto the list of things to buy because that is pretty dry cracked. I'm not sure that's salvageable, but how awesome are these gauges? All built into one unit, Honda motor logo there, and you know, tack on the left, speedo on the right. overall, look at it. I just can't, I'm blown away by how clean all this wiring looks. Amazing. Let's see if there's an inspection date. Hard to read. But yeah, it's good to go. This is money right here, this gauge. Just worth showing you. Looks really, really good. I can't wait to polish it up, the chrome. I think we're gonna be able to clean that up, make that look good, but that seal will have to get replaced for sure. All right, we're really close to getting the headlight bucket out of this thing. Just a couple of other things hanging us up. We have our high beam indicator, I believe. Yeah, that would probably be the high beam indicator. Could be a signal indicator as well. Again, I've never worked on one of these, and I'll find out as I dive into things. But here we've got a black coming out of this light, and that is going into a black with a white indicator. So these wires have blacks and whites, so they're a black wire with a white insulator. Looks like they're all coming out of the main harness into this multi-connector. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to pull these out. Be careful when you're trying to pull these out. The insulator on this one looks like it might be a little snug. There's one. And then we've got our green red, which typically wasn't green red, the neutral light. Pretty sure. Can pull this out. Try to be as gentle as possible. Easier said than done, because some of these connectors don't want to move. Sometimes you want to wiggle them back and forth just a little bit. And there we go. So there's our light indicator. This will actually just screw right out of here. There's a little rubber boot you want to be kind of careful of. You don't want to mangle that up. There's that little boot. This is in perfect shape. Looks good. And there's going to be a plastic nut on there, just like the 350s. It's impossible to see, but a 14 millimeter is going to get you a long way so far. There's that little plastic nut up here. It's a 14. Be very careful with these. It's really brittle right here. Plastic, okay? It will break. We got that out. And then up on top, we've got our little lens. So we're gonna go ahead and tie this all together just like that and put that together with that little light that we just took out. The remaining pieces is this on-off switch right here on the top. A bunch of wires coming out of here. We got pink, yellow, black, white, and a green, just for reference. So let's go ahead and see if we can pull these apart. These are, man, the wiring on this is so simple. It's absolutely crazy. There we go. Our bucket should be clean. So far on this build, I have only needed a 14 millimeter, if I grab the right one. Everything I've touched so far has been a 14 millimeter, so this is awesome. I've loosened these up. We can go ahead and pull this bucket out now. Pull these two bolts out. Previously, this thing has obviously been reassembled. Here on this one, we've got a locking washer, and here we've got just a washer. So want to refer to CMS&L probably, and go figure out what's the proper orientation and what is the equipment needed for that. But now we've got an intact bucket here that we can slide out of place. Let me get you a better view and we'll pull the wiring out. All right, being careful. I would love to be able to just save this harness. This looks like a little bit of a wiring finagle coming here from this red and yellow. Should be able to just pull this all right straight through. Let's get these cables out. The cables are going in from the bottom. That's a good thing to note. I want to keep all these wires clean and keep track of where the heck everything is kind of coming from. We'll take some more pictures for sure. There's one cable out of the bottom. Tough to give you a shot, but those cables are out now. And let's see. It should all just go straight back out. Just like that, we've got ourselves our bucket out. The bucket on this one is in fantastic shape. These are metal. Love the metal, man. How many of those plastic cracked ones do we have to deal with on other bikes? There's a couple of rubber kind of grommets or little kind of seals there. Want to refurb all of that stuff. But other than that, man, this wiring being so clean is just blowing my mind. Look at that. Oxidation. We're going to be painting this whole darn thing. We'll get the switch out and stuff once we get to that stage. But for now, we can go ahead and put that in the box. All right, one piece at a time. So making a little bit of progress there. We got the valuables off there. I was just kind of looking around. Like these little details right here are what are so important for real assembly. So here is a little bracket that goes in to your carb mount that actually holds your spark plug wire, okay? So remember that, and that's tailing in. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm really looking for at this point, are just these nuances. I love that word, and this bike is gonna be full of them. Looking at this, I'm kind of like, what the hell is going on here? Gonna be taking lots of pictures and really taking my time. Now that I've got kind of the valuable stuff off, it's time to get to the WD-40 or Deep Creep or whatever, but it's time to start hitting major connections because things are gonna start getting real quick. So again, just get around this whole bike, hit anything that you think is gonna need to move, and yeah, it's gonna save you. Give that little bit of time to kind of soak in, and then we can start diving into some other things. Take your time and hit all the connections, even if you don't think you'll touch it. Hit it with the WD anyway. All right, there you go. We've got the valuables off, the stuff that's expensive to replace if you muck it up. We can start moving on to some other things. This video is getting a little long at this point, so look for part 2. We'll get to it. We're going to keep on going. Next steps is really probably getting the exhaust off, start getting this thing lower to the ground. So hopefully we can start tackling this motor to get that motor out of there. So many more videos to come on the 1967 CB77. Made a little dent in it, didn't take too long. But man, the parts are going to start adding up, and our box is starting to get a little full. Hope you enjoyed the video. If so, don't forget to subscribe. Also find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. Would love to see you join. Also, don't forget to visit keeponwrenching.com and request that free sticker. I hope you'll join me for this build. This one's gonna be a fun one. See you in the next video or live stream. Hey guys, at BV Matson here. Kind of starting tear down on the CB77 from 1967. And I'm telling you, it is fascinating going back in time on these bikes because you can see all of the little nuances that are just so different. One that really jumped out right away, taking a look at this front hub, we've got cables coming from both sides. So on the left side, we've got our brake cable, and then flip back over onto the other side, that's our tack cable jammed right into there. So a little bit different kind of routing happening with our cables on the CB350s that I've really worked on before. All that stuff is coming out of the same side of the hub. Very interesting. You can start following all of this. It's good to document the routing of your different cables and things. Got quite a different setup here with our coils. Same principles, I'm sure, but a very, very different type of bracket and things like that. So just looking at all these different types of nuances, our starter motor down here looking pretty greasy at the moment. That's definitely very, very different. It's like you kind of see this evolution of these bikes. Interestingly, this is actually a front kick motorcycle. So those are all little details I'm gonna have to pay attention to. And when I was looking at, some of this cabling back in here, this started making me think of a CB100, but it's actually not. It's actually your rear brake cable. So there's actually a cable on the rear brake on these bikes, which is very different. I haven't seen that before. Little different setup coming back on the setup for the rear axle and the adjusters, just slight little variations. And probably the biggest one that I'm seeing is just kind of in the overall wiring harness up out of that bucket. So there's a lot of different stuff. Anybody know what this is? Some sort of a spring-loaded thing in the middle. I'm gonna have to do some research and figure out exactly what that is. But man, I'm telling you, documenting cable runs and how things are connected to each other, I would spend some serious time digging through this, and again, taking tons of photos. This bike is really fun so far. Everything is turning so far. Another little nuance here. Here's that tack cable. It's going across to the other side of the motorcycle. Another little interesting nuance on these bikes is how tilted those carburetors are. Look at how tilted that is. This camera is totally level with the ground. Those things are angled. This whole engine is really angled. Ooh, I bet that'll come in important one day. There's some sort of a grounding cable going to the top engine bolt there. Take your time, study. I definitely don't want to go fast on disassembly. I want to document as much as I possibly can. And honestly, the videos are great, but the best thing that you can do is, again, take a ton of photos, close-ups. Even the most mundane details may come and help you out later on, because there's a lot happening here. There's a lot happening here. And yeah, we're gonna take our time taking this thing apart. Like, here's another head scratcher moment. I'm sure in the future you can see the fender stay, or the bracket here, actually is bolted to the outside of this lip on this front axle. That's an important little detail when you're trying to put it all back together, you know? So again, just take your time going through everything and look at how stuff is actually hooking up. Again, this is on the outside of this. I try and put it on the inside and it's not gonna work, you know? Little stuff like that. So I'm just diving in today, giving this bike some attention, and we'll see how far I get. I'll be sure to post updates throughout the day or weeks or however long it takes me to get this thing going. I hope you enjoy this build as much as I am. 1967 CB77. Let's keep getting to work here. Thanks so much for watching the videos. If you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe. Find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And don't forget to visit keeponwrenching.com for that free sticker. All right, everybody. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Welcome back, everybody. At BV Matson here, keeponwrenching.com. And we're going to keep on going with the teardown of the 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. I think in this video, we're going to tackle the exhaust. We're going to get the exhaust off, pegs off, and just kind of go one piece at a time as we get this thing tore down to the frame and get it ready for a full-blown restoration. Let's get into that exhaust. And to get going on the exhaust, pretty straightforward. Little different, it is a 10 millimeter bolt on the two front collars, or collets. To get this all removed, sprayed this all down with WD-40 in a previous video. So these are all coming off nice and easy so far, knock on wood. I should go knock on wood right now. I don't want to jinx myself, but we've done this before. So let's go to time-lapse mode and get these headers loosened up. I was really surprised not to see washers and locking washers on this part. Gonna have to refer to some resources to double check that. There you go. Our little exhaust collets are a little bit different on these. These are just flat, round. The other ones typically have a lip, and also our collar is here as well. Pipe not in terrible shape on this side. Fell right off because I don't have the exhaust. I got to move over to the other side. I think we'll be able to clean these up. I don't feel too bad about it. That'll all get bagged together. But then we've got to come back over here and deal with our main connection under here. We're looking straight up from under the bike here. And to my surprise, there's not a band or a bolt holding this header in. It actually appears to be just a bit of a pressure fit that's going to pull right out. There we go. We can work on getting this muffler. Looks like 2 bolts and that muffler is going to be off. Let's tackle that next. All right, to get that exhaust off, looks like we've got 2 bolts here. And we're going to go back to our 14 millimeter to pull those 2 out. There's actually 3 bolts holding that muffler on. One's hiding underneath. We're going to go ahead and look upside down here as well. Again, there is one on the bottom as well. So holding this muffler in, there's actually 3 bolts. 2 towards the back, and 1 towards the front. We'll get it. I just got to get this 14 millimeter on the back side of it, because this one is just spinning just a little bit on me. Finally getting this long-winded bugger under here. Muffler should be free. Looks like there's a nut. And here's our bolt. Locking nut on the other side. Look at this long-winded bugger. Oh man. That one took a little bit of effort to go, but this is the lower one, and it's got a little bit of a collar on it. So gonna wanna note that for sure. This goes on the bottom rear. And here is that front, or the rear, the top rear bolt as well. This thing should kind of rock out of here. I'm still hung up on this bugger over here. All right, finally got this one. This one's even longer. This one actually just bolts straight into the frame, so that's gonna be important to remember. And I feel like I'm still kind of hung up here. There we go. Gonna just slide right off the back. There's a bracket on the back side. That's what that was. So there's kind of a pincher connection there. Here we go. So a connector here, and a connector down below. That'll do her. Before I go back, I'm gonna go ahead and slide these bolts right back where they came from. All right, here we can get a little look at these headers. I do think that these are gonna clean up pretty well. I don't think I'll be looking for a replacement set on these. One thing you do want to look at though, on these early model ones especially, is to look for any cracks on this main kind of contact point with the engine. I'm feeling pretty good about these. I'm not seeing anything crazy. Let's take a look at the other one. Early ones tend to crack there. It's kind of a weak spot in the exhaust. And if you got cracks, you're gonna need to address those. But first look, these are looking good. I've got my parts all bagged up that we just took off, and my headers are ready to go. So all this stuff can head in the box. All right, next thing we're gonna do is grab our 10mm wrench. So far we've only used 14 and 10. We're gonna get these carburetors off of here and in a safe spot. These are gonna get completely rebuilt. This is really unique. Here's kind of the choke mechanism on this, with this kind of weeble wobble that goes kind of back and forth. So I'm gonna take this off, and I think I'm gonna try to take it all off in one unit if I can. This bracket again is gonna be important. I don't wanna forget about it. That's what I don't wanna do. And a long handled 10mm is gonna help you get to where you wanna be, because these are really, really buried back in there. Let's get the carbs loose. Those inside nuts are definitely a challenge, but once you get them out, you'll be able to set these bad boys aside. Got our two nuts. I'm gonna go ahead and just put these right back on where they came from for now. Hopefully we don't have to buy these new intake manifold boots. Actually, they don't feel too bad. I'm gonna go ahead, now that you get one off, it's gonna make getting this other one off a heck of a lot easier, man. You just got to get one off. And we're over on the other side. I got that other nut off, so that should pull right off. Only thing holding us up is the throttle cable, and this unit is going to come out nice and easy. All right, now that we got both the carburetors loose, we really just got to deal with this throttle cable. So go ahead, open up the top. Just give it a little bit of a pull. You might have to give it a little bit of a pull. I'm gonna pull this slide out of here. And here you can see this bottom connector on this throttle cable. You wanna just kind of push it up, grab it, move that on up through the slide. There you go. Go ahead and grab this whole piece, try keeping it together. And we should be able to pull this cable straight out of here. I'm hung up on my spring. Should pull all the way through here. There we go, just like that. And we'll go ahead and we'll replace all these parts back in the carburetor. Same deal on the other side. All right, for the time being, I'm just gonna pull this one cable out that I've got, and then I'm gonna go ahead and pull the carbs out as a set, just like this, and go up to the handlebar, and let's get the throttle cable out of the way. All right, let's see if we can get lucky on this switch here. All right, first screw moves. Second one moves too. That's gonna loosen up your whole grip. Grab your 14, loosen up the bottom of this throttle cable. It's the one with the little jut out on it. Give that thing a few turns out. Watch your carbs, make sure the carbs don't fall on the floor. Nice and easy. These are aluminum, you can strip these out pretty easy. But then this whole unit is gonna climb right out. And grab our JIS. We'll put the whole handle back together here in just a second. We just wanna unhook this main throttle cable. One screw on the ground, another screw on. All right, those screws are different lengths. So this front forward one is longer. This one's shorter, pretty obvious looking at the part. That's gonna come apart, okay? Just like that. And if you look in here, we should be able to see our connector right there on that cable. Let's just slide that out and the whole piece should disassemble from there. And our carbs are now free. This is gonna go right back into here. And what do I do with that other part? This part can go right back into here. I'm just gonna leave it off for now because it's all gonna have to get cleaned up anyway. So we've got our longer bolt, goes right here. If I can get her threaded through. And looks like we've also got a front brake switch, but I showed you earlier, there's a little bit of funny business going on here. Some tape. Tape's never a good sign on this stuff. It means something's been mucked with at some point. Assuming it's the front brake cable. There we go. That is all isolated and off. And to get this handle off, you can just follow this through. You can see this is a red and yellow. There's a red and yellow right out of, looks to be the main harness. This one might be a little bit of a booger. This one looked pretty cooked, but we got it. There it is. Now our front switch is good to go. I think there's a little bit of wiring issues going on here. We'll have to figure out what the hell's going on there, but carbs are free, cable's free. Making progress. All right, before we go any further on this, make sure before you start throwing stuff around and nuts and bolts start falling, make sure you plug your intakes. A little piece of paper towel is gonna be fine. Okay, so we're gonna plug the intakes with some paper towel. We're gonna go ahead and do the same thing on the exhaust. And really the main reason for doing this is really so you don't drop anything inside of this motor. And also just to keep debris and dust, or if we start painting things, you just wanna make sure that you're keeping that engine isolated on the inside. This motor is locked up. It's gonna be a little bit of a challenge. But even with that said, we've got access to everything that we're gonna need there, but now it's not gonna get any worse or drop a nut. Oh God, my biggest nightmare would be to drop like a nut or something down inside one of the cylinders. Oh, can't even think about that. On to the next thing. It's already starting to look a little more bare. One of the things that's interesting about the CB77 is that a lot of the bolt-on pieces from, say, like a CB350 or something like that, these are all welded to the frame. There's a lot happening on this frame, a lot of direct welding happening on things. So I'm really curious to get this thing stripped down and take a good look at it. But like, you know, your ignition switch is welded straight to the frame. That's kind of an ugly weld somebody made there. But then you can kind of move over here too. I mean, your main bracket here for the coils, that's hardwired or hard welded to the frame. You know, we've got bracket, like all the stuff that would have been bolt on is actually welded on this thing. So we're making progress one piece at a time. I'm kind of just sitting here staring at it, wondering like, all right, well, what's next? I think that's actually a good place to stop for the day. All right, video is getting a little bit long and we got a long ways to go. So I'm gonna try and keep this in nice snackable bites, as they say. So I hope you're enjoying the series of the 1967 CB77. We're making progress slowly but surely. If you're enjoying what's going on, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Also, find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group. is where it's at, all right? And also, don't forget to go get that free sticker, keeponwrenching.com. We're starting to see that original blue color starting to leak through as we're working on this motorcycle. It's a dirty one, but we're gonna clean this thing up. Super excited to keep it going. I'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everyone, at BB Matson here with keeponwrenching.com. We're going to keep working our way through the 1967 CB77. Let's tackle the coils and the switches today. All right, we've got one switch off. Let's go ahead and get this other switch off. I can't wait to polish these. Again, JIS is going to help you out a lot on these. You don't want to strip them out. They'll fall apart real easy on you if you're trying to use a Phillips. There's just going to be two of them here. See if we can grab it. So far, so good. Everything is turning. Everything's turning on this bike. It's great to see. All right. That should just kind of pancake off of there. Just like that. Look at this. No wires have been run through these bars. It's kind of like just taped on there. Both of these are the same size screw on this part. So I'm just going to go ahead and put these back in. And I'm pretty sure that little piece of electrical tape, this little piece of electrical tape right there, I'm pretty sure that's not stock. So there's been a little bit of finagling going on here. A little creativity in wiring has been happening on this bike. But there we go, our switch is there. Let's pull this generations old tape off. And we've got just a few connectors to look at. So let me get you repositioned here. So coming out of the switch, blue and red. For some reason those weren't hooked up. God, look at this nasty gooey stuff. We've got a ground and a black to black. Not sure what's going on with this red. I don't see a red mate in this. All right, first puzzlements are starting to happen here. And let's see if we can get this ground one off. There we go. There's that. Yeah, this is... shall we say refurbished in some way? This is the left-hand switch. So there it is, that's off. Might as well keep going on the handlebars. All right, let's go in here and let's get this lever off of here. You're gonna need a 10 millimeter. You're gonna need a 10 millimeter to get these off. See if I can get lucky without a wrench on the bottom, just holding it with my fingers. And that bugger's coming out, but it's getting tougher as I go out. Another long-winded bugger. Try and get this lever off of here. There we go. Nut came off. And we're gonna pull these out. Don't lose these bolts for these levers. They are a unique bolt. I'll show you here in a second. They've got a little bit of a sleeve on them, so we don't wanna lose those. Those are kind of a prized possession. With that, your lever should come pop right out. And if we rotate our adjuster, pop this out, got enough room, and we can pull this thing out. There we go. Our cable is now free. Grip is gonna hold on this perch right now, but I'm not too darn worried about that. I'll deal with that later. Get rid of that gunky electrical tape. Got our lever off. All right, let's keep going. All right, our next step, I'm just gonna start clearing things out here. I think our coils is the first thing that can get out of the way. This is 10 millimeter. Again, 14 and a 10 millimeter are pretty much the price of admission on these bikes. And that one turned nice and easy. Hopefully we get as lucky on the next one. That should come out finger tight there. And let's grab this other one. Looks like this is the only piece holding this in, these two bolts. And hopefully we're gonna see our coils just kind of tumble out of here. There is a locking washer on this side, no washer. I'm gonna be willing to bet I'm starting to see a trend on these bikes. No washer on this side. We'll go ahead and we'll take this other one off. Oh, it's already moving. I just love that. Just love it when things start to move. All right, let's pull this 10 mil out. These are both, let's just double check the length, make sure they're the same. They appear to be identical. So those are those. Now we can look at pulling our coils. Oh, wow, okay, our coils actually come off individually. I was thinking they'd be joined for some reason. But here's where we want to start taking some pictures again, because here's our main connectors, and it's running all through the harness here, all over the place. Time to get the camera out. All right, I'm gonna actually just kind of spray some of this down a little bit with some Windex to see if we can get some dropping tools all over the place, just to see if we've got some colors happening here. Here we can right away see that we've got, is that a yellow or a yellow red? I think that's just yellow with burgundy paint on it. That's going to our condenser unit back there. Wonder if I can fish that through. Ooh, also big important detail. There is a grounding wire from the bottom of this coil on the condenser. So this is holding your condenser in, and that is going to a ground wire on the opposite side of the top engine bolt. That is importante to remember. All right, so here we've got a connector here off of this side of the coil. This stuff's all very, very different. Gonna take pictures, gonna take my time, but it does help to take a little bit of time to clean up this wiring so you can kind of see what's going on. All right, just trying to kind of memorize what's going on with these coils, and here's kind of the interesting one. Let's see, this round connector here is bridged from coil to coil like this, and then this wire is running all the way along the frame, all the way underneath, all the way through here, and it's actually joining up. It goes up under here, and this goes basically right to your positive lead on your battery. Okay, so that's the one connection that I'm really going to be paying attention to. I can go ahead and pull those off, and then it looks like this yellow with burgundy paint on it goes to the condenser. It shouldn't matter which yellow goes where, but yeah, that's the most important one to remember from this point. That's going to this, and this is going to power. This goes to your condenser, this goes to power. Man, my hands are filthy. I'm really trying to just take my time with this section of it, because this can be a heck of a puzzlement moving forward. So boom, boom, and then this one's gonna come apart here. That came apart great. And don't wanna throw away your old coil either. Like, don't just go and pitch this stuff, because remember, we've got that very, very important, little bracket on that ties to the carburetor. So there's one coil right there. This is our left side coil. I can go ahead and see. I'm gonna have to get a 10 millimeter here and pull that apart. But then this should just have the same deal right here. There we go, there's one. And can we get lucky on all four? Absolutely we do. We are good there. Fish this thing around. We'll go ahead and pull this little 10 millimeter out. And hopefully that thing wants to cooperate with us. Wait, is that not a 10 millimeter? It's smaller, it might be a 9. Honda has thrown our first loop. There's a 9 millimeter bolt holding the condenser on this thing. So 9, so we've used 14, 12, or 14, 10, and 9. This is our main ground. That's gonna be a really important one to remember moving forward when we get back to reassembly here on this bike. I'm gonna go ahead and just replace this, and then we can go back over to the points, it looks like, and undo all of that. Trying to chase this to see where it's coming from. It's coming out of the condenser, it looks like. So definitely a different little setup. Let's move over to the points. I absolutely cannot wait to polish this points cover. It's gonna look so fabulous. JIS on these. I haven't seen a bolt replacement kit on this one yet. So this is interesting right off the bat. It doesn't look like these points come off, but you can see our points wires are coming in and they directly wire right into the points. You can see here, there are no disconnect points on this at all. It's all, yeah, it is all hardwired unless these caps come off, which I'm not sold that that would actually be the case. So I think for the time being, I kind of feel like I should just pull that points plate, keep all this stuff as a unit, because it's all going to come apart. It's all got to get cleaned. So I might just pull that points plate. Trying to see, man, this is a discovery process. Actually, I think I'm just going to do this for now. I'm just going to pull the bracket out on that one and leave it just like that. We'll see. I've been kind of investigating this. I think just to keep stuff straight and keep things clean, I'm going to go ahead and just remove this points plate. There's 2 screws that go in here. Just like this. One's going to come out. Yeah, on the later ones, you could pull this all apart. There were bullet connectors there. On this one, not so much, but this points plate's going to pull straight off. Now we got our unit, and I did make sure to take a bunch of pictures of what that looked like. So that's going to go into the box, and for safekeeping, I'm going to go ahead and put these 2 plate retainers right back into the motor so I don't lose those. Things looking pretty clean as I'm pulling this stuff apart, which is encouraging. Got some good juice inside of the inside the motor right now, hoping that we can start to break this thing free. That'll be another day for sure. I think that's actually a good place to stop for the day. All right, video's getting a little bit long, and we got a long ways to go, so I'm going to try and keep this in nice snackable bites, as they say. So I hope you're enjoying the series of the 1967 CB77. We're making progress slowly but surely. If you're enjoying what's going on, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Also, find us on Facebook. The Keep On Wrenching community group is where it's at, all right? And also, don't forget to go get that free sticker, keeponwrenching.com. We're starting to see that original blue color starting to leak through as we're working on this motorcycle. It's a dirty one, but we're gonna clean this thing up. Super excited to keep it going. I'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here with keeponwrenching.com. Back with another nuances video, because as I start stripping things down on this CB77 from 1967, stuff just keeps popping up that's different and weird. Like, for example, check out our brake arm on this thing. It's inverted, it's pointed up in the air, and it's got the cable that I mentioned before. I didn't even bother to look at this hub, all right? Here's another thing. Somebody pointed this out on one of the comments of a previous video. The rear sprocket and the sprockets on this thing are on the right side of the bike. I can't believe I didn't even notice that. I think I've been just distracted by this whole bike. I didn't even notice that it's a right drive. How crazy is that? And then I gotta thank everybody in the comments too. This is an inspection port. It said turn it 90 degrees and this cover lifts off. I have not taken this off before. I have no idea what's underneath here, but somebody said it's like an inspection panel, I think is the term they used for the crankcase. Well, what is going on down in here? What is going on here? No idea. Goal tonight, I'd love to get this motor out, but I am kind of puzzling just a little bit on this cover and getting that bolt out. So I'm doing some frantic research to try and figure that out. There's all kinds of things going on here. Looks like we've got, that must be a starter cable running through here maybe. No, that's a breather hose. Breather hose for the engine is coming out, of course, the top of that valve cover, so that's different as well. And these must be some breather tubes too. Man, these feel like there's actually wire inside of those. Man, so many nuances with this bike. Kind of taking a look down inside of here. Looks like it actually plugs into the wiring harness. So this is going to be another area where pictures, 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 pictures. Got to take pictures of this breather tube. Got to take care of that. And also take a look at that split frame there. Look at that original blue color buried underneath the burgundy paint. It's super cool to be able to see that original blue clear as day where that coil bracket was. Another little nuance on this bike is this kind of tension bar on the steering column on this front forks here. So this is like you can tighten the handlebars, loosen the handlebars, you know, so they aren't so loosey-goosey. I've seen one of these before, and that was on the 68 CB350. Had no idea what it was at the time, but it kind of complicates things on that front fork a little bit, okay? So we're gonna have to learn about that. A little bit different horn configuration. Look at this thing. It's like a freaking old-time school bell that we're looking at there. Pretty nuts. We already covered some of the other nuances and nuances part 1. Just some other weird stuff. Pegs. Look at these gnarly things. They were not messing around with those pegs. Quite different for the flippy, floppy, messy things that we've got on the CB350s, man. I'm telling you, these were built like a brick poop house is what's going on there. These are rigid and good. I'm wondering if I can find replacement rubbers for these as well. So those are just a couple of the things that I've noticed, you know, since the last video. That right side drive, that one blew me away. And then somebody, how do you mess this up? Somebody put this thing on backwards at some point. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. What is this? We got some mouse droppings. No, just some garbage down in the thing. All right, gonna take my time, go step by step, slowly, and we're gonna make our way through some more of these nuances on the 1967 CB77. We're making progress. If you're enjoying the videos, don't forget to subscribe. Also join the Facebook community group, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And don't forget to hit up keeponwrenching.com and request that free sticker. It's getting real, ladies and gentlemen. The goal is to get it down to the frame and ready for blasting by the weekend. See you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BB Matson here with keeponwrenching.com. We're making progress on the 1967 CB77, and it's time to start clearing some things out, getting ourselves ready for engine removal. Got my 14 millimeter. This thing seems to be coming in handy on this thing. Let's get this toolbox out of there. All right, looks to be just 2 bolts holding this toolbox on, and again, it's a 14 mil. It's a little awkward to get a socket inside of here, so we're going old school with old school wrenches. Nothing wrong with that. I'm really enjoying working on this bike so far. I'm kind of just thinking about stuff and reading stuff and looking stuff up and trying to figure out all these different nuances on this bike. This part needs to come out because, well, everything needs to come out because we are taking this thing down to the frame and we're going to spray, sandblast everything and paint everything. No washers, nothing at all. Just a single nut holding this side of the toolbox on. Over on the other side, second verse, same as the first. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. All right, we got those 2 top bolts out. Now we see a little apparatus attached to the bottom of it. 10 millimeter, 2 10 mils, and that thing's gonna come right out. You're gonna need a long extension on these. All right, 2 10 mils out, and you know, this looks like our starter solenoid. The starter solenoid looks to be Yeah, because then here come our points out of here. The starter solenoid on the CB77s is mounted underneath the toolbox. Learning something new every day. Toolbox is out. Man, they did a nice job painting the toolbox burgundy all the way in and all the way out. I'm gonna go ahead and replace these 2 bolts that I just took out. And pray to God I remember that the starter solenoid goes underneath the toolbox. It's a dead giveaway that this is the starter solenoid because we've got this hot lead that goes to the battery right there. And then we can also see that we have another black ground wire coming out of here. Guarantee you this is going to the front of that starter motor on the front. The other thing you can see is that we've got some yellow wires here and they're bundled into this little loom up on top. Guess I gotta get you a little better shot here. I'll zoom in here in just a second, but this appears to be where most or pretty much all of the wiring is connecting to in this spot. I'm going to grab a camera, take a bunch of pictures of this, but yeah, one more piece coming out real quick. Let's go ahead and take this little old school wire clamp off. That'll reveal things. Look, these are metal. The older you get, the more metal you get. On the CB350s, that's all plastic stuff. Here we go. Here's our ground wire coming through here, pushing through, and then here's that big bundle of wires coming through all over the place, going right through here. So pretty clear. We've got our yellow and black. That's going to the points. I can just about feel that coming out, or not, yeah, the points. All the power's coming through here. Here's yellow, pink, green, white, or gray. That's, God, the colors are so hard to tell on some of this. Looks like a green and red stripe and a pink, brown. That's gonna be lights, probably that rear light. Red and yellow stripe. Man, the paint all over this thing makes it really difficult to see. Okay, we've got a blue, and there's one more there I can't really see. Looks like another black. So there's a blue, and it looks like a black. And that is tied right into the rear brake light switch. It's actually rolling right through here. You can see me moving that. So we can get that rear brake light switch out. That looks to be a blue to blue, just solid blue, and a black, just like that. And now the rest of this looks to be just color to color. Red, yellow, red, yellow. Ooh, hear that pop? That's nice to hear. Pop. Brown. Pop. Pink. And green, red. Bam. And then we've got one more here. Looks to be, let's see, starter solenoid power. It's on kind of a black red. I can't tell if it's like paint on this or not. Looks like a black and red. I don't see any red. Oh, yep, there's some red on this one if I clean it off just a little bit. Yep, there's a red stripe on that. So boom, boom, boom. We are disconnected from the main harness. And let's see. We can go ahead and pull this little boot up. This side is going to be our solenoid ground, or our starter ground, excuse me. So we can go ahead and take this off, and solenoid's gonna be free. All right, a few quick turns of a 10 millimeter, and that is now off of there. That grounding cover is gonna come off. I'm gonna go ahead and take my locking washer and my nut and put that back on here, just like that. And our starter solenoid is completely free of the bike. This is gonna go in the box. Just a few more wiring connections to make. Here's our horn. It should pull apart here. Boy, that was a tough one. Let's hope we have a little better luck with that. That one popped right off. Whole front end of the wiring harness is now clean. And just for reference, these don't have any kind of color determination. They're just two black wires Yeah, 2 black wires on that. That's kind of interesting. You'd think one of those would be a ground, but we can pivot our way over here a little bit. And let me get you up. Start taking these bad boys off, these little metal clamps, before they went all cheap on the plastic. So we can pull this one out right there. And we got one more down here. Man, these are a heck of a lot easier to remove than the plastic ones for sure. And everything should start to kind of fall apart as we work our way towards the back of the bike. So far, so good. Everything is looking pretty clean on the harness, except all of this burgundy overspray. Probably gonna recover this in black. Let's get this ignition switch out of here. Don't have the proper tools, so just a little rag. And a pair of pliers. Can usually turn this top little nut. Pull that out. Don't have a key for it. I'm trying to find the key. I'm hoping the guy emails me and says, Brian, we're in luck. I found the key. But here it is. Here's the ignition. If anybody has a what number is it? T1644. T1644 key. Please let me know. That'd be amazing. Just gonna kind of fish my way through here. We've got one more wire tie up on top. All right. Pull that out. And now we're working. We're going all the way to the back rear light. And we've got our regulator, our rectifier in here. And that looks to be about it. All right, to get the rectifier out, we're just simply gonna grab our 10mm wrench. Again, pretty much everything seems to be 14, 10, or we dealt with that one Rogue 9 for a little while. You don't have to take these all the way off, just need to loosen them just a little bit, just enough so that you can slide this thing out. And then we need to disconnect our rear light, and we're in business. One thing, I don't believe, I recall reading this somewhere, let me know in the comments if I'm wrong, but these earlier bikes did not have a regulator. A regulator was something that they added later on. So hopefully this is going to just lift straight out, just like that. I'll keep this all together for now. I'm gonna retighten these bolts just a little bit so they don't fall off. And we can feed this piece down below. Next little piece of business, right down here, we've got connections for our rear light. Looks like a lot of paint, but it looks like yellow. God, look at this. I'm just like scraping the paint off of this. A thick yellow, all that burgundy paint, and a blue. Let's see if we can get this apart. Pop. And that should do it right there. And I do see our main fuse down below here. Let me give you a good look at this. The gentleman that I picked this up from said was having electrical issues, or he thought maybe the electrical might be fried in it. This looks to be a main fuse box right here, clips right into there. Let's see if it was just had a blown fuse. Let's check. All right, let's see. Definitely a fuse in here. You know what? That fuse is still good. I don't see it broken. Fuse is still good. We'll reuse that. We'll put a new one in there. But wouldn't that have been something if it was just a blown fuse? The thing's kind of buried in there. Kind of tough to see. Kind of just jumped out and bit me there right at the end. Here we go. This harness should be completely free if I can snake this out. Dun 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 dun. Let's take a look. From front to back, here's that harness. I mean, it's greasy, but the wires don't look bad. It's covered in that burgundy paint, which, you know, I could easily probably just recover this. But yeah, there's a couple of little offshoots to be paying attention to. But that is that whole harness. There's our ignition, there's our fuse, there's our rectifier. And again, I'm pretty sure, let me know in the comments, but I don't believe that these had a regulator. All right, what's next? All right, we made a little dent in it, got that toolbox out, got the cover out, we got the wiring harness out, ignition, rectifier. Starting to look a little bare under here. It is definitely starting to look just a little bare down here. I think this is a good spot to stop this video. It's time for me to really start investigating pegs and prepping to drop that motor. I'm debating whether or not I should get it off the wheels and on the ground before I try and drop that motor, or do I put a little jack underneath it? I don't know how heavy it's gonna be, so I need to do a little bit of pondering, a little bit of thinking, but wiring is out, that's big, and that really does clean things up really, really well. All right, I hope you're enjoying the videos. I'm trying to keep them coming as fast as I can here. If you do, please don't forget to subscribe to Keep On Wrenching, and don't forget to find us on Facebook at the Keep On Wrenching community group. Lastly, don't forget to go get that free sticker, keeponwrenching.com. I'm going to be building out some resources on that website to hopefully help you with your restoration as well. Everything's going too smoothly right now. Not going to lie, I'm getting a little nervous. Hey everybody, we're down low now at BB Matson here with keeponwrenching.com. Time to get this side cover off, but in order to do that, we got a lot of stuff in the way, so that's what we're gonna tackle here. We're gonna get that peg, we're gonna work the rear brake, we're gonna get the probably Kickstarter. I don't know if I need, I'll probably leave now. Yeah, Kickstarter's gonna have to come out. But in order to get this engine out, I've been studying it. There's no way that we're getting this engine freed up unless we get this cover out. Weirdly, it feels pretty loose already. There's like just movement. This thing's just been loosely put together. Gives me a little bit of concern. That tells me people have been in here before. So yeah, but in order to get this cover, we got to loosen this all up and pull this cover out. All right, that's kind of the goal. So let's focus on this in this video. There are definitely a few nuances to this. Right off the bat, I can see that there is a spring here that's loaded up underneath the brake pedal and loops up over the top of this front peg. So that spring is going to be there. That orientation is really important. So again, get your camera out for pretty much everything I'm seeing. We need that 14 millimeter. 14, man, these bikes are all about the 14 mil. All right, let's just dive right into it. First things first, we're just gonna work from the outside and work our way in. A 14 mil is gonna hold that front brake, or the rear brake pedal in place. And you can already see this thing kind of teetering away. Again, this bike has a brake cable on it, and it actually looks like it's coming out in one piece. Man, this is incredible. The other thing I'm noticing on everything on this side, it seems like it's been mucked with. Somebody's been in here before and kind of doing stuff. You can just kind of tell looking at some of the bolts, looking at some of this stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of getting curious about what I'm going to see, but this whole piece comes right off when you take that bolt out. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave this as a unit now. One other nuance, let me show you this. This is going to be important for wiring. So there's that pedal, it falls right out. Just follow your wiring. That wiring for that rear switch, for that brake light switch on that rear brake pedal is going to feed underneath through this hole. Okay, that's just another little detail, another little nuance that I noticed on this. Next, I think I'm just going to, what would be the easiest? I kind of want to leave that for reference, so I might go back to the other side and pull the cable on this rear wheel. All right, looking back at the rear wheel, we've got one safety pin in here. That's gonna just pull out just like that. This is pretty familiar. This really reminds me of a front wheel brake on a CB350. What I'm hoping I can do is just get this thing to rock enough so that I can slide it out just like that. That is free. Now the tricky part is you gotta extend this elastic or this cover and pull that cable right through there, just like that. That cable's free. Let's take a look at the routing. All right, here's the route. We just detached it. It's free flying. It goes in between the main frame and the fender, and it loops through and down, down onto that pedal, all right? That's the orientation. We're gonna pull that cable through, and that's gonna be free. We're making progress one piece at a time. I'm just gonna carefully pull, let me get you a little elevation here, pull this cable through, and this whole brake assembly all comes out in one piece. This is all gonna have to get taken apart, sandblasted, cleaned, painted. This thing is gunky. This thing is a mess. You go ahead and just put that in the box. Let's kind of turn our attention here to this peg. Somebody put this peg on completely backwards and just hand tightened this bolt in place. It should go the other way, pretty obviously. I mean, it matches up to the little knurl marks here, but there we go, just like that. I'm gonna bag and tag that, like that term somebody used in one of the comments. So from here, we should be good to start exploring a little bit. Yeah, let me reposition the camera and get set up here. For a second, I was shocked. There's this super long bolt hanging out of here. Well, that's the muffler bolt. Somebody was kind enough to put that back in its space. So I do have my right side muffler bolt available on the frame. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that and get that with the muffler. All right, let's keep going. All right, right here, we're looking straight up at the bottom of the engine. Right here is our kickstart. There's a 14 millimeter bolt. It's really tough. It's kind of dark down here for me to show you, but there's a 14 mil bolt that we got to pull out so we can pull the Kickstarter. Not gonna lie, this came out ridiculously easy. I could basically take it out with just finger pressure, and the lever slid right off. I mean, usually you gotta fight these just a little bit. I mean, somebody, you know, it definitely wasn't recently, but somebody has been in here before. I'm gonna go ahead and replace my bolt in the bottom of this, put it in the box. It's gonna get cleaned up. Now we can turn our attention to the side cover, and that's where you typically are gonna need a handheld impact wrench. But check this out. This is insanity. I just turned that with my hand. Let's see how lucky we can get. Let's go around. That one broke free. Wonder if I just need to take these two off, actually. Let's do this. Take a look at this. So just by loosening these two bolts, look at this. This whole panel is coming loose, and that would allow me to get that bolt out. So I don't know if I necessarily have to go all the way taking this cover off. How ridiculous is that? When is the last time that one of these side cover bolts came out easy? Those are the same length. Will this just lift right out? Sure as hell did. That gives us access to that bolt that we need to get out to drop the motor. God, crazy beans. Here it is. One real small piece of aluminum to clean and polish. Just went ahead and put those bolts back in there. So I've got those. I'm gonna try and get a bolt kit for it. I saw one online last night, but look how crazy this is, man. Everything's loose. That's the timing right there. But yeah, it's all been kind of mucked with from what I can tell. I'm gonna take this cover off tonight, but like, watch this. That turns. This is no magic or sleight of hand here, guys. I mean, I'm literally just putting my torque or my impact in here, and these are all turning. So I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, to be quite honest. They shouldn't be that easy. You should fight them a little bit, unless somebody put, you know, anti-seize on this stuff. I really have no idea, but that's weird. Either way, I'm getting off easy because I'm going to be able to get those bolts out, and, you know, we might be able to drop this motor tonight. All right, next order of business. Might as well get this stuff off of here as well. Just clear as much of this out. Let's get the shifter out of the way. Let's get the peg out of the way. Let's clean up the left side. All right, first things first, a 19 millimeter enters the game to loosen up this bolt on this rear peg. Again, real easy. The other one came off finger tight. This one was just barely on there. Just kind of checking through to make sure everything is nice and clear. Looks like this is going to be a 14 millimeter down here. Yeah, man, lucky 14. This one's not quite as easy to get. Oh boy. Let's try that again. That was the first one that actually fought me on this whole bike. I'm going to quick grab my camera and take a picture of this before I move any further. All right, we got lucky on the back. Now we're going to have to grab our 10 millimeter and pull that bolt out so we can pull this whole housing out. All right, so we got to get this 10 mil out now. All right, we got that 10 mil. That is clear. I'm going to set that down here, and hopefully this is going to want us to come out of here as easy as that other side did. Might need to get a flat screwdriver to pop that out, but we do need to go back here and finish removing this bolt. Ooh, notice that orientation of that shifter. This is at a slight angle here. 350s, that is straight up and down. On these 305s, it looks like this is at a slight angle. I'll have to clean that up and see if there are some like indents on there, some alignment ping marks. We'll want to check that for sure. But yeah, we're getting close to getting this lever off. Like, this is incredible how easy this bike is coming apart. It's nuts. I'm like literally taking this off with just finger pressure on this. Looks to be a bunch of like little bushings and things inside of here that I want to be careful with. Just pulling this straight out, being really careful not to drop anything. It's all going to come out as one unit, and hopefully this will just pop right off, and it did. Oh my goodness. There we go. There it is. Holy buckets, we're getting close now. All right. Taking a really careful look at this engine. Now, when I try to take it out, this is a really vulnerable spot here. This could break really easy. I'm actually tempted to take this side cover off just so I don't break this. Because if it gets hung up here or it gets bent, this aluminum could break really easy. So I'm going to debate myself internally on that one. Here we have a bolt. All of the bolts for holding this engine in are pretty darn accessible at this point. Right now I'm just kind of looking for anything that would maybe hang me up. This is all coming through the motor. This is all separated. This is part of the frame. Where's this coming from? Where the heck is this wire coming from? Is that just ground? That might just be grounded. Yeah, it looks like that may just be grounded right here. And just making sure everything is clear. My tackle cable, that should actually come off. I can leave it attached to the motor for now, but it is crimped in there. So let me grab a pliers, just open up that bracket just a little bit. We can get that unattached so we're free there. Easy peasy. Again, we've got one mount here and one mount back here. Basically one on each side. Frame doesn't go down on these, so it's basically here and here. And then there's connector here and here and here and on the other side. And I believe those are our only connections holding that motor in at this point. Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath. I'm gonna pump the brake just a little bit. Our little box tonight is starting to fill up with a lot of stuff. I'm gonna take a little breather. Just think this through. Try to think of the safest way to drop that motor without doing any harm. That's kind of the goal when restoring these bikes, is do no harm. Hope you're enjoying this video series. I am having a blast making it. Thanks so much for the support. If you'd like to support the channel, one of the best things you can do is to share. Share the videos, get them out there, and hit that thumbs up button as well. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. That means a ton. We're on the road to 10,000. How crazy is that? Also, if you want to be involved in the group, head on over to Facebook. We've got the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And don't forget to hit up keeponwrenching.com and go and get that free sticker. There's a request form right there. That motor's coming out tonight. I can feel it. All right, thanks so much for the support. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here with keeponwrenching.com. And it's time to get ourselves a 305 engine out of a 1967 CB77 frame. We're getting down there. Once we get the engine out, just gotta get the front forks out, the rear wheel out, fenders, all that good stuff. And then we are turning a corner on this restoration project. Big day tonight. All right, let's get this motor out. Should be pretty straightforward. All right, to remove this 305 from this Super Hawk, looks like we've got one long bolt going all the way through the top end of the motor right there. And that's it on the top, other than these here on both sides as well. Boom, right there. And then we've got two down here that we need to get. Now there is one little trouble spot. I've been debating myself, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and just pull this cover for now, because there's this really awkward part here that's up on the swing arm, and I don't wanna break this cover. So let's go ahead and pull that cover off before we go any further. All right, and typically, you know, to get these side covers off, you're gonna want your impact. All right, you're usually gonna be hammering on these things with a hammer to get these things to turn. They're usually not very cooperative, but as you can see here, these are just turning out by hand. So I don't think getting this cover off is gonna be that big of a deal. All right, one thing to keep in mind when you're pulling these off is that each one of these screws or bolts, whatever you wanna call them, they're gonna be at different lengths. So for those of you who've been watching the channel for a while, you know that I like to stay a little organized. So I basically just draw the side panel and poke holes where we actually see the different screws. So when it comes to putting it back together or trying to compare a new bolt kit, you know, to what we've got, you're gonna have a really good reference. So I'm gonna go ahead and start pulling these out and insert these into the board. Just kind of a little shorty one out of the top. I'm just gonna grab my cardboard, stick that in, and work my way through. And there you go. You can clearly see that some of these are of different lengths. At least in my world, you can totally see that some of these bolts are of different lengths. So this is just a good way to keep things on track. Now, hopefully, we're gonna be able to get this cover out of here. I'm kind of curious. I haven't dug into the stator rotor yet, so I kind of want to take this off and just kind of see what we're dealing with under here. Everything's kind of a new deal for me on this 305. I'm pretty familiar with the 350s, but I've never dealt with one of these. It's incredible that I'm able to take these out by hand. I'm telling you, this is blowing my mind right off the bat. But there we go. There's our stator coil. It is familiar, yet different. We've got our, you know, all of our timing marks, left fire, left top, top fire, right. Everything looks pretty straightforward there. Looks like we've got our index mark here for our timing to line everything up. That bugger looks old, man. It is old, it's from 1967. Let's see if we can get this cover to bounce out. That comes off ridiculously easy. That came off ridiculously easy. It doesn't even look like there is a gasket on this. Is there? No, that's bare metal down there. So there's not even a gasket on this. Tells me somebody's been here before, but now you can see I've got clear access, easy access to this entire side. Take a look at this clutch mechanism over here. Actually been just a little bit delayed kind of looking at this. It's almost like clock gears. You can see right here, it's like a tension spring, 2 gears, and it looks like it's all tying into that clutch mechanism all the way through the bike. There are a couple of adjusters over here as well. Very interesting. So that would definitely be a nuance. I did not expect this part to be quite so different than what I'm familiar with, but hey, just kind of par for the course. All right, we're ready. Ready to get the engine out just for a little safety and make sure this thing doesn't come tumbling down. I had to get a little floor jack or a little jack underneath the engine. It actually slipped right in there perfectly. Gives me a little bit of stability. So here's how I'm going to approach it. I'm going to tackle these top 2 up front first. Okay, I'm going to get these 2 connections loose, so that weight of that engine should be going down on the jack. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come out and I'm going to take these top 2 out, and that should allow me to tip the engine down slowly with the jack, get it out, get it on the ground, and then slowly be able to rock this thing back when I pull those bottoms out. So I'm hoping I can just go bink, 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 tip, drop. That's the goal. We'll see how it goes. All right, we're gonna take this front one out. This side is a 14, and on the other side, it's actually kind of a 17 millimeter. It's a bit of a locker. I'll show it to you once I get her free. I'm just gonna start taking this big bolt out. This is one bolt going all the way through the entire motor. And I tell you what, this thing is coming apart way too easy. It's pretty incredible. And we want to remember as well on this bolt that we have this ground wire. Here's what that bolt or the nut looks like. Okay, just like that. And there is this grounding wire that goes onto this. And if we remember, this went to the bottom of our coil bracket. So we're gonna make sure that we put that all back in together. And then this top bolt's gonna pull right out. First one's out. I'm gonna go ahead and slide this ground cable right back on here. Tighten this down. That's number 1. All right, next up, we're just gonna move back to these mounts here. This is a 14 millimeter here. This is another single bolt, so I'm just gonna drop my 14 on here. Looks like my ratchet is actually gonna be a little bit more accessible from the other side. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop over here. And here we are. I'm just gonna kind of hold my wrench on this side. See if we can get this thing to turn. Oh yeah, hear that crack? That lovely crack of working on old bikes. All right, that jack should be taking most of that weight. I'm not gonna take the bolt all the way out on this yet. I'm gonna let it hang, but I'm gonna get the nut, and it looks like a nut and a washer, nut and a locking washer. You know what, in the 60s, they must not have cared about washers under locking washers, but this bolt is gonna just kind of hold there. That'll be my little safe as we move down below. All right, now we're over to the top rear. These are gonna be 17s. So let's go ahead and see if this breaks free. Man, this is insane. Everything's coming apart so easily. Go ahead and pull these off. Keep track of all the different parts. A lot of times these engine mount bolts are gonna be a little different. We've got ourselves a washer and a locking washer, okay? So I've got that identified. Let's move to the other side and get that one out. All right, next one's gonna be the same deal. This is gonna be 17s. There is a ground wire attached to this bolt on the left side. So that's just something we wanna note. See if we can get this to crack free. This one's a little tougher, but it's going, no big deal. I'm gonna track that grounding cable, take some pictures before I get rid of it completely so we can put that right back where it needs to be. Got, all right, pulling this apart. There's our bolt. We've got a locking washer and a nut. And then here is that grounding cable. Let's take a close look at that. This is gonna be an important detail when we put this thing back together. Don't just blow through this kind of stuff. So this grounding cable that was tied to the left rear top bolt actually is your direct ground to your battery. and it loops through this little hole right there. So I need to go grab my camera and take a quick picture of that. But this is that frame ground. If you've been on the channel for a while, we've been working on 350s. You've seen this before. This is just a variant on the CB77. All right, there we go. We're ready to pull those bolts. So just like I did with the other ones on the front, I'm gonna go ahead and label those and get those bagged and tagged. Okay, I got you a little fun view here of this bottom bolt. That is a 17. So all four of these back here look like they're gonna be 17s. Let's see if we can break this one free. That one too just came out just like butter. I don't wanna take this pin out. I just wanna get the nut and washer off of here. This is exciting. It might not be that exciting for you to watch maybe on the video because I can see my hand is definitely in the way of your viewing pleasure. But trust me, this is thrilling. All right, hopping over to the other side. Not that other side, the other side of the bike. And let's see if we can get this other one, this last bolt loosened up. At least what I think is the last bolt. Oh, it should be. Oh, that one's tight. Ooh, that one's tight. This one is on there, buddy. Let's see if we can get her. Got it. There's that crack, man. Ooh, that restoring vintage motorcycles crack. That one took some effort, not gonna lie. All right, we've got those all out, man. And to my surprise, both sides of these bolts, there's no pressure on them really at all. So I was hoping most of the weight would transfer to this base and I'd be able to kind of teeter it down. Let's see what happens. I'm trying to see if maybe the engine gets hung up somewhere when I start lowering it. Let's watch this connector. I still got the bolts in both sides. That motor is definitely coming down. Ooh, this is nervy. It's moving. That pin is still super loose. But we're just gonna keep moving it. It's a good angle. You can kind of see it tipping out right up here. I think it's gonna have to come down to brute strength in order to do it. But that engine is free. The only thing holding it up right now is my little jack right down here doing a ton of work. Then these rear pins. Just taking a look at kind of our other mounts and stuff too. We're moving quite a bit. That engine has moved quite a lot. There it is right there is where it should be. And there's where that one should be, just like that. We've got our back moving just like that. So you know what? I think I'm just gonna go as low as I can with the jack and then hopefully get it down to about the width of like maybe a 2x4. Slide some 2x4s under there, drop the front end, and then kind of wiggle these last two little bolts out of there. Let's keep going. All right, I'm just gonna keep lowering this as much as I can. It's coming down nice and quick right now. Keeping an eye on my jack. That all looks fine. That whole front end's kind of coming down. Just trying to, reduce as much of a fall as I can on it. This is actually going pretty smooth. I might run into the front fender here. That's okay. That's okay. It's coming out. It's coming out. All right. Let's see. I think it might be time just to get, get some stuff underneath here, and then we'll finagle that back end out. Pretty fascinating stuff. We've got this as low as it's gonna go. Got just a little fall. So I've got myself, I'm just gonna build up a little bit of wood underneath it to hold it at this low point. And then we'll go ahead and we'll tap those bolts out on the back. I think this should be pretty smooth. All right, I've lessened the fall as much as possible. 2x4s on both sides along the bottom of the engine. Then I've got one down here to kind of assist me as I move through here. So now it's simply time to tap these bolts out and get that rear end free. All right, I've got just kind of a long punch. I'm gonna reach inside. Give this bolt a little tappy tap. we go. Reach along this other side. Give this one a little bit of a tap. It's tough to give you an angle of this, guys. I'm kind of, sometimes filming takes a back seat to working. And there we go. Those are pushing out. Just a matter of pulling them out the rest of the way. All right, all connections are gone. And look at this, it just rested perfectly. You know, with just a few lengths of 2x4, that thing is just sitting there now. That's fantastic. See if I can grab my jack. Oh, my jack is pinched in there just a little bit. But yeah, I'm not gonna need that one anymore. I don't think I'm gonna need this anymore. I think it's time to lift it out. All right, for the final lift, I'm gonna throw some gloves on to make sure I've got a really, really good grip on this. I'm gonna grab it from the top, lift it, twist it, and put it on this blue mat. See how it goes, man. Let's just muscle through this. See if we can do it. Oh, beautiful. It's not bad at all. It's rocked out of there now. I can just grab this. Okay, grab it right there. Drop that on the thing. Motor's out. Boom. And there we go. The 1967 CB77 just got a whole lot lighter because we got that motor out. This is one top heavy engine. All right, right? It likes to lean that way and just tip over. It's at such an angle. It's really, really strange. I'm gonna have to find a way, you know, to get this thing oriented right. I might have to make up a makeshift little engine stand or strap it down. I have a feeling we're gonna be spending a lot of time with this thing, but it is out. And really the only things left to do on this, get that rear wheel off, get the shocks off, get the fenders off, try to get that center stand out, just strip the rest of it. Just that's it. And get the front forks out, wheels off, and we're good to go. That's a big milestone here on this restoration project. We got it out. It went really, really smooth. I'd love to hear maybe how you do it. But I felt like that little floor jack, this little floor jack over here was really helpful just to kind of kick things off and make sure we were stable. And then just a bunch of short lengths of 2x4, kind of stacking those up, you know, underneath. My idea was just to reduce the fall and kind of control the fall. And I was really able to do that with that method. So it worked out well, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you do that. Oh, how dirty is this thing? It's pretty dirty. I think that's good for this video. That's a major accomplishment. So yeah, I'm gonna reset and maybe do some more here, dive into this frame. I don't know, man. I'm just happy this part is over. If you're enjoying the series, enjoy the channel, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, join the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching community group. Find us on Facebook over there. That group is growing fast and full of a bunch of really awesome guys and gals. It's pretty cool to see all their projects too. And don't forget to go to keeponwrenching.com and request that free sticker. All right, everybody. There's a 305 Honda engine. And there's an empty, there's a frame. Getting pretty stripped down, man. We are flying through the disassembly. All right, see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. We're gonna keep working on the 1967 CB77. Got the motor out in the last video. Go back and watch that if you haven't already. Now it's time to focus on these wheels and fenders, all right? Easiest thing, start with the rear wheel. Don't do what I did on my first build and take the front wheel off first, because it's just gonna cause you all kinds of problems. Be up on your center stand and you should have free access to that rear wheel. Let's get to it. All right, first things first, let's see if we can get these adjusters loosened. 10 mil all the way. That popped out just fine. I'm gonna pull it out quite a ways right here. We just wanna have a little bit of flexibility. And we can do the same thing on the other side. It's been pretty crazy. Everything has been coming apart really easily on this bike. Really lucky, actually. So far every nut and bolt has turned, and it's all gone relatively smoothly. So, you know, we're just kind of getting to that point where it's all basic mechanic stuff now, basic motorcycle stuff, nothing too crazy to see here. But I'm gonna stick with this disassembly and take you all the way through it. All right, we've got our adjusters loosened up. Next, just grab yourself a screwdriver, go to your rear axle, slide that bad boy in. We're gonna hold on to that. Then you're gonna need a really big wrench. I don't have a socket or a wrench big enough, so I've got my trusty adjustable wrench here. I'm gonna be able to crank on this a little bit. Basically, hold the screwdriver on one end, make sure that don't spin. We're gonna try to break this one loose. See how it goes. All right, let's go for it. I'm gonna reach around on the back side here, grab this, and let's see if we can get this thing to loosen up just a little bit. And that turned, no problem at all on that. Taking it right off with your finger tighten. Man, how nice is that? Go ahead and pull this off. I think these are castle nut, I believe. Usually there is a little pin in that. But yeah, that's what that's gonna look like. That's greasy, grimy as all get out. With that off, honestly, this whole thing's gonna drive right out. All right, once you've got that loose, you can go ahead, see if it'll move. Hit it with your rubber hammer. That moved ridiculously easy. Sometimes you might have to wallop on these a little bit. Got a punch here to help me get started through the other side. You can already see this wheel starting to come off. This actually went so damn easy that I'm wondering if I could just pull it out by hand. Sure enough, there we go. Main axle is out. I'm gonna grab my castle, put that back on. There's a rear axle. Looks like it's in great shape too. Almost freshly greased. What in the hell? With that rear axle out, a couple things you want to pay attention to. There's gonna be one big spacer on the left side. Let's go see if we've got one over on this side. Looks like there's gonna be one spacer in here as well. So let's go ahead and pull that. This one actually is kind of shaped like a top hat. So we just wanna remember top hat to the outside on that one right there. Go ahead and grab my axle and put those back into position. Never a bad idea to just store parts as you took them off in the order they came and in the, you know, really the orientation everything was. So it's gonna make things easy. Try to stay as organized as possible. It's gonna save you a lot of headaches in the future. We can go ahead and grab our adjuster. Should pull straight off the back. So there's that one. And we can go over, we should be able to pull this one right off as well. Let's go ahead and put this on the axle. There we go, just in case you needed a reference. That's what it's gonna look like. That went quick. That wheel should be free as soon as we break loose the rear brake stay right here. That should be easy peasy to get out. It wants to come out. It's right here. Let's go get it. Looks like a 14. And boy, my eyes are getting real good because you know what? That is a 14. And it wants to come off of there. How nice and easy is this? Looks like there's gonna be a few parts on here that we're gonna wanna pay attention to. Take this stuff off in the order that it comes off. We've got our nut. We have a hard washer, and we've got a locking washer on the inside. That's a little unique. Now that's gonna pop right off, just like that. And the bolt is gonna pull, oops, sorry about that. Bolt's gonna pull out from the back. So I'm gonna go ahead and put all this hardware back together and store this for good keeping, safe keeping. All right, that wheel is completely free. What you wanna make sure is you don't push forward on the bike at all. So just gonna kind of pull back and up and drop that trigger out of there. And there we go. He's out. Let's take a closer look at this bad boy. Vintage 67 CB77 rear wheel. Careful, this brake plate's gonna come out real easy. Could fall on the floor. Just be careful. And here we go, here's that rear wheel. I'm not worried about the aluminum. That's gonna polish up great. And you know what? This rear wheel isn't in terrible shape either. Just a couple little rust spots coming out of it. Go check out some of the other videos on the channel. I think we're gonna be able to clean these up. Even the spokes don't look that bad. Just a little wipey wipe with my finger and that's starting to shine up. The pads look like. There's a little life on those. Yeah, we're gonna put new ones in, most likely. There's that bearing. Flip it over to the other side. I do think this bike's gonna need a new sprocket. That does look a little worn down in there. But we'll tap into all this. This all looks pretty familiar, a little bit different setup. None of the lockers that we see on the 350s. What number is that? Trying to see if there's a number here indicating how many teeth are on this thing. Usually it's stamped into the side. Might be on the other side. Who knows? Rear wheels out. We're getting down there now. All right, next order of business is getting down inside here. This is gonna be tough to give you a picture of. I'm probably just gonna take it off because there's no way to shoot that. But there is a little retaining pin, locking cotter pin in there with another castle nut, and that holds on this whole brake stay that we just took off of that hub. So let's get this off of here. Probably not gonna show this though. It's pretty straightforward. Looks like a 14 mil. I'm gonna guess that's another 14 there. Pull that off, get all the pieces put together, and keep charging forward. You know, easier said than done. It's always like the most simple stuff becomes the biggest headaches. Getting this bolt out has been a nightmare. One, getting that little pin out, that little cotter pin out, that was a chore and a half. And now we've got a 14 on this side and a 17 on the other side. So just save yourself some headaches. This is long-winded stuff. Can't really get anything in here to like expedite the process. I just gotta sit here and just do this slowly. And it's grimy and it's dirty. And yeah, it's just taking its sweet time. Always be prepared for those really simple delays. I think I finally got it though. Come on out of there. Come on. There we go, we got it. There's that, that can go together. And this should pull right out. Watch for any kind of spacers or anything. No spacers on this at all. So we're good to go. Next up, let's get these shocks out of here and then we can start working our way to the swing arm. This is 17 up on the top. I'm gonna go ahead and just do both sides as I'm kind of working through this. Again, everything is coming apart so easy on this thing. It's just shocking. This actually has just one of these roundies right here. There's a term for it, I don't remember. And a flat washer, that is it. And then down below, give you a little better angle here. This is also a 17. And see if I need anything on the other side. Nope. And wouldn't you know, it's a 17 on this other side. It must be threaded in some way. And that bugger is coming out. So these are threaded down here. Or it just might be, oh, it's threaded on the shock. Duh, Brian, duh. So we're just gonna pull this till we get out on this side. And that's gonna be the shocks coming out of here real quick. And with those two bolts out, pretty easy. Kick the shock back and pull the shock straight over. Again, just be really careful not to push the bike forward. There's our shocks. I think what I'm actually going to do is get this rear fender out. I was looking under here, and it's a little bit different fender mount. There's actually two bolts, one on each side here, that you're gonna pull out. And that's gonna release this fender. Looks like they're threaded right into these shock ports right here, this bar here, and that bar there. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that. Feels like it could be another 14. Let's see. Called it. Another 14. Now, what am I doing with this stupid wrench? Where is my ratchet? Ah, hello, Mr. Ratchet. Work smarter, not harder. Take these bad boys out. Get this fender to drop. I don't think it's gonna come falling out of here. We'll see though. That's a shorty little bugger. Look at that. Look at how short that is. Yeah, it's a little shorty one. It's got one little locking washer on it. So that's free on that side. Just trying to see. Ooh, there it went. Cool. Fender is out. And I don't see any wiring connected to any of that. So this fender is going to pull straight back, I believe. Nope, we got 2 more mounting points up on the front end of it. Again, another little variant. 2 of them right here. See those? 10 mil. Where are you at? 10 mil. Let's get those out. Look like 10 mil. And they are. There she be. There's the other one. That fender's going to come right out. Beauty. All right, this thing's looking pretty bare. I wanted to tackle the swing arm tonight, but I don't have the right tool or one that's going to fit down in here right. It's over a 20. My biggest one is a 21. I'm thinking it's like a 22 millimeter on that. But man, they're really sunken down in there. So I'm going to need to go dig around and see if I can find the right tool. But I'm going to call this good for tonight. This thing is sitting up. We got the front wheel, front forks left to go. And we got some more taken off of this thing. Let's just take a quick look. Rear fender's in really great shape. Not paint-wise, cosmetically, but structurally, it is all there. And take a look at this. It's not even that rusty underneath here. It is not bad at all. This will all get sandblasted, and this will all get undercoated as well for long-term protection. So this rear fender, absolutely beautiful. And again, we're gonna replace it. We're gonna turn that thing up blue back to its original color that we can start seeing on some of these parts on this bike. You can see the blue paint kind of peeking through here and there. Here's a really good example of it. There's that blue. Somebody just sprayed right over the coils when they did that. So, all right, one piece at a time. Gotta get the horn out, front fork out. And we're gonna be in business, guys. I did take time and go through and make sure that everything in its own bag, nice and labeled. So there'll be no confusion when I start putting this stuff back together. Hope you're enjoying this series as much as I am. I'm having a blast working on this 1967 CB77. If you are, be sure to subscribe to the channel. And if you'd love to hang out with a bunch of people who enjoy this stuff too, go to Facebook and hit up that Keep On Wrenching community group. And don't forget to hit up keeponwrenching.com and request that free sticker today. Get those in the mail just as soon as I can. All right, we're making progress. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, BB Matson here, and we are approaching the final stages of disassembly on the 1967 CB77. I'm gonna focus on the front forks and that front wheel in this video. First step, let's make sure that these forks are drained. There is a small little drain bolt right here. That's a 10 millimeter. Gonna go ahead and pull those out and get any fluid that's inside those fork tubes out and into the container. You don't want to spill this stuff all over. This stuff is nasty. If there's any in there, we'll see. So, little note to self, the drain plug is right here. It comes out at an angle, and wouldn't you know, it hits that fender bracket on the way out. You're not able to get that thing out. So you're gonna need to take this lower fender stay off first so you can get that bolt out. All right, so another little nuance. Save yourself a little bit of time during yours. Now that'll kind of get out of the way. Now I can get in here and get this bolt out. So you gotta take that fender stay off first. I'm gonna grab my collection bin, get this bolt out. And let's see if it starts to dribble at all. Yep. Looks like we've got red ATF inside of here. It's slowly dripping out. It's really slow right now because we got the top cap on, so let's get that off and see if we can get some airflow going. All right, let's crack these top ones. That was a little snug, not too bad, but like everything so far on this bike, everything is cooperating really, really nicely. I had to go to the adjustable wrench on this one. And yeah, as soon as I open this up, as soon as I open this up, you can see it's starting to pour out of there now. So there's the ticket. Loosen those up a little bit beforehand, and now it's pouring out of there. Do have to say that that is pretty damn clean. Looks like ATF to me. I'm gonna let that drain out and I'll tackle the other side. All right, that one's pretty much ready. And this one's draining. I made a hell of a mess on this one, but everything came out nice and smooth. It's always inevitable. I'm gonna drop some oil for sure. So while we're waiting for that to kind of finish out draining, might as well start working on the top here. Let's get the bars off and then we can start working our way all the way down. All right, time to get these bars off. And wouldn't you know, back to the old trusty 14 millimeter on this bad boy. Man, everything is coming out so easily on this bike. It's absolutely blowing my mind. These bars, little pitted. And looking at photos and stuff too, I don't think these are the original bars. These are CL style bars. And from the photos I'm seeing online, this is not what this bike had on it originally. So it's kind of one of those items that I'm looking for right now to see if I can find an original set of bars. It'd be really nice to put the proper bars back on this thing. And again, we're just gonna pull out these 4, just like this. Get my hand over this little bracket stay, pull that out, set that aside, and grab my bars, pull this, lift that out, and the bars should, well, if that damper wasn't on there, turn kitty wumpus, we'd be able to get this out of there. Let's see if that'll turn. Yeah, it turned, and those bars are now free of the bike. So some of these older Hondas had this steering damper on the front here, and it's like so you can tighten up or loosen up your steering, and kind of makes things a little convoluted. If you look down underneath here, let's see if I can give you a look at this. There's the rod right here, and there's just one little safety pin on there, but that's tough to shoot. But there's a little safety pin on that. We're gonna pull that, and then looks like there's a flat washer or something in there. We're gonna start pulling this apart, but just slowly by pulling that damper apart. It's going all the way through, you know, through the top, big long bar, all the way to the bottom. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull out that little safety pin and start cranking. Grab my little set of needle nose and give that a little pull out, just like that. Nothing else is holding that in. There's a little star connector down here. It's just a pressure plate, actually, that's flying up there. That's kind of interesting. We'll take a look at that once I get it out. But now I'm just gonna reach up on top up here, and we should start to see some movement on this damper. We start pulling it out. It's a loud little bugger. But let's see if I can see it turning. Oh yeah. Yep, turning that out. And then the whole damn thing, once you get it out to a certain point, this whole thing is gonna basically fall out the bottom. I remember this, the 68 CB had one of these. I'm gonna try before it kind of completely disengages. There we go. Here you can see that little star right here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, yeah, I can get it with my hands. Just barely. Try and crank this thing out. I'm gonna try to keep kind of order of operations going on this, that sharp little piece. Be careful. There we go, that's coming out of there. Just like this. There you go. So I'm talking about, kind of reminds me of what's inside of a gas cap, to be quite honest. But now we'll be able to pull straight up and get that damper out. And once it's loose, literally just pull that all the way out. And there's that full damper rod. We're gonna go ahead and reassemble that and move on to this big bugger right here. All right, next order of business, get the biggest darn thing you got and see if we can crack this main loose, this main one loose to start. This one can be a Bearcat, but there were some pulls. Oof, that's gonna be a tough one. That is gonna be a tough one. Gonna need all the leverage that I can possibly muster here. I think I'm a better pulling at this than trying to push on it. So I'm gonna get as much leverage as I can and get my wrench on there as tight as I can and get some leverage on this. Let's go. Oh. This is gonna take some work. This is not going to cooperate here. So there's the first stubborn bolt on this bad boy right here. That's a Bearcat, man. I think I'm gonna switch gears. It's too wobbly, topply right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this front wheel off and then I can get it on the ground and get some leverage on it. All right, let's just get our other fender stay off. I did go ahead and replace the drain plugs. After that got done dripping, it was just kind of dripping a little bit. So the majority of the oil's out. And I just went ahead and replaced that. So go ahead and pull this one off. I'll head over to the other side and pull that one off as well. And then we just got to get, it looks like 2 bolts in here and 2 bolts up in here to get the main brake stay and this main bracket off, and we're in business. Let me go grab that other bolt. And next steps, we've got those bolts out. Now it's like my least favorite thing on these bikes are these locks. Well, maybe not the least favorite, but these little lockers for your front brake stay. Those got to get tapped out. They aren't so bad to get out usually, but I tell you what, they're a bit of a booger to put back in during reassembly. So I'm gonna work on this. There's a bunch of little tabs on here that you gotta get off. Yeah, fun stuff. It's a 14 millimeter once you get that locker off. So once you get that, you just kind of spin the wheel, find the opening in the diamond, if you will, and get that 14 in here. See if we can crack this loose. Yeah, there's just no good way to really get at these things. I kind of feel like I should just get this front wheel off, but man, it just makes everything super topsy-turvy once you get that front wheel off. Let me see if I can get a 14 mil wrench inside of there. Maybe crack this loose from this side. Yeah, that's the ticket. 14 millimeter wrench just kind of reaches right in there. Ratchet, not so much, so keep on wrenching, everybody. Here it comes. Man, this is coming out beautifully. And here's that little locker plate that you had to replace or tap these in on this bolt so it doesn't spin, and then it locks in on the actual brake bar there. That should be loose. Yeah, it's just tied to the hub, so we're good. Let's get those other bolts out. It's gonna be tough to see, but on the other side, there's another 14 that we need to get off, and I'm in luck. That one is turning out as well. So, nice. Kind of awkward little stuff happening here, but I'd hate to have this fender on here if the bike did flop over. It's already got a little bit of damage on it, and I don't want to do any more. So I'm just going to pull this out. All right, we're on the home stretch. Got that 14 out, and this fender should be free. There's one locator pin on this. It's not a bolt, it's actually a locator pin. And that fender is going to be free. Nice. See if I can tip it back or not. Work its way out. It would definitely be easier to do with the wheel off, but again, Do it this way too, right from the back, just like that. One little detail to note is that there is a little cable stay on the left side, and that is actually for your front brake cable. So just need to pull that cable through. It goes through a little loop on the fender. So that's what I missed, and that's what's holding me up. So, but yeah, note to self, take a picture of that, and don't forget to put that back when you start putting it together. There we go, I got that off. Cable is free, front brake cable. There's a stay on each side, so you got your cable kind of retainers here on this fender for the speedometer and that front brake cable. There we have it. There's that fender. This thing is going to get sandblasted, undercoated, and painted Honda Cloud Silver. Here is that little retainer pin. I thought it was a bolt initially, but it's actually just a locator pin that locks right into there. So there we go. Fender's off. All right, next thing, I'm going to take this lower bolt out. That was not torqued to specification. That was barely on there. Man, this thing has a specific torque measurement that is supposed to be torqued to. I was anticipating having to crank on that, and nope, no big deal. Just remember this little bracket here, it's going to go on the left. All right, over on the other side, let's see if this one's torqued up at all. Not really. Not really. Didn't have to exert much force to get that one out. So quite the different setup on the front wheel mount. It actually looks like there's no under bracket. It's actually the main axle is going all the way through. It's held in this side with a castle and a locking pin. And then to get that front wheel off, we're going to loosen this to loosen up this clamp on this side and then pull the whole axle out, and that should free up the wheel. At least that's how I've diagnosed this at this point. So let's see how I do. All right, first challenge is finding the little pin, the little locking pin in here. Just need to bend these tabs down. This thing's really caked in there. See if I can grab it. Grab it and bend it. And I got a little leeway on it there. And it looks like it's bent over at a T. So there we go. Tough to show you this stuff, especially when it's so low on the ground. But it is what it is. Straighten it out as best as you can. Lift it up. Get your needle nose in there. Give that a pull. Almost had it first try. Almost had it second try. And we got it on the third try. There it is. There's that big old pin. And then we can go ahead and pull this off. I should have a socket that fits that. And I stand corrected. I do not. It's bigger than 21. Gonna be headed to the store to go buy some sockets to fit all this stuff. This is gonna make life a lot easier. These adjustable wrenches, you know, they are what they are, but that came off nice. That came off nice. I hope my arm wasn't in the way there. Sorry if it was. So there we go. We pull off the castle. And we should be able to grab the rubber hammer, give it a few bumps, put a screwdriver in on the other side, and pull this bad boy out. Don't forget to reach around here and undo. See, it's getting so topsy-turvy at this point. I'm just keeping backward pressure on it. Try to get it from this side, maybe. There we go. There's that crack that we love to hear. Go ahead and pull this out. It's crazy that I can pull these out, you know, after breaking them loose like this with my fingers like this. It's amazing. So there we go. That's what we're looking at. Next deal, go ahead, grab your screwdriver, drop that down in there, grab your rubber hammer from the other side, and this thing should move. Oh yeah, coming out like butter. All right, now prepare for the fall. So, just gonna brace it as best as I can, pull this front axle straight out, roll my wheel out, set this thing on the ground. Tires out. Now it's getting down there. I'm gonna be able to get some leverage on that. And here's that front wheel. When I pulled it out, the Speedo fell out, so I was kind of like, oh, how's this work? There's actually little tabs. See that tab right there to the left and right? Those actually line up with notches in the wheel. So kind of tough to mess that up when you put her back together. It's all gonna just pancake back together. So I've got that. And yeah, this wheel is not in terrible condition. It's got a couple of spots, but I think I'm gonna be able to do some work. This is the worst of it right here. That's unfortunate. Hub, brakes, these are worn. These look pretty worn. But there we go, front wheel is out. Let's get these forks out. Desperate times, desperate measures. I tried every trick in the book to get this top nut to move. Tried heat, laying the bike on the side so I could step on the wrench. Got the wrench out, started hitting it with rubber hammers. There was no hope. This thing was not moving. I needed the right tool. Well, everything was cruising right along until we're trying to get this front fork and triple tree off. Just trying to investigate, maybe I'm approaching it the wrong way. There's a small plate underneath here with a little locking pin. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that off. But I'm not seeing anything else, but maybe something will reveal itself under this plate. Again, I've never dealt with a assembly like this before. So yeah, just gonna keep going. Next thing I might try is see if I can get a wrench underneath here to loosen this from there. Because that top bolt, that top nut, that is not moving. All right, got that little pin off. Figured I'd just show you what's underneath here. There is a little plate, okay, right here. And then there's another piece underneath. And that actually locks in. Can you see it like wraps around this little post here? So it locks onto this post and drops on there. Just wanted to show you that just in case that's a little detail. That would throw me for a loop if I didn't know what the hell was going on, which I kind of don't right now, but just one piece at a time. Now we're down into here. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep dissecting. All right, got this thing flipped up a little bit, and there's one more piece. There's this plate here, and there looks to be a little bolt or a nut holding that in place. I'm gonna go ahead and remove that nut, hopefully pull that plate out, and maybe discover a little bit more about this thing. And in order to get this, you're gonna need a deep socket. You're gonna need a deep 10 in order to get it. There's no way to get a wrench in there to get that out. And it is. All right, it's a weird little double-sided one. That's different. There's a locking pin on one side of it. That side went down, just for reference. Now this plate should pull right off. And it ain't showing me a damn thing. All right, when in doubt and when you run into a brick wall, you know, go look at the manual. And there it is, I'm looking at the shop manual. That is a 35 millimeter spanner that we're gonna need. So, you know what? I'm just going to go and grab myself a 35 millimeter. I have another one I need to pick up as well, because if I'm going through the manual here, let's see, you can see my screen. Pull that 35 out, that thing slides right out. I'm right on track of where it needs to be. I just ain't got the right, tool for the job. I need a 35 millimeter spanner. 35. All right, off to the store. And the drama continues. Look at this, at the auto parts store. I need a 35, it goes from 32 to 36. What in the world? Go down, I'm looking at everything. 35, can't find a 35 anywhere. I'm losing my marbles. Fresh back from AutoZone. I actually saw an ad for one of these online not too long ago. It's a freaking vice grip locking adjustable wrench. I picked this up because they didn't have one in stock for 35, but I was able to rent one for $7. $7, I got myself a 35 millimeter socket. We'll check that out. And while I was there, I stocked up on everything that I didn't have that I should need. My 23, I didn't have a 20. I didn't, like, everything stopped at like 19 for me. So I stocked up on a bunch of sockets, but let's see if this beast, that's a big socket, man. All right, let's see if this thing actually is gonna fit. Yeah, that's gonna be on there, baby. 35 millimeter, $7. Thank you. Thank you, Auto Parts Store. Thank you so much. Let's get the breaker bar out. Let's not take any chances. All right, here we go. 35 millimeter on a breaker bar. Straddle this thing. Let's see if we can break it free. Got it. That was sheer determination on that bad boy. There it is. 35 millimeter, having the right tool for the right job makes all the difference. And this is coming out. Getting close to making it rain now. Look at this thing. Woof. That's a big one. Thanks, Honda, for that. There it is. That thing was torqued on there pretty tight, but breaker bar, 35 mil. We got that sucker. Whew. All right, next order of business. This should lift right off. Should, keyword should, yep, lift right off. This is gonna polish up so nice. We're gonna get this shiny aluminum. It's gonna be great. Now we can start getting some of these bits off of here. These fork ears, notice there are no rubbers, no bushings, nothing under here. The 350s, they added some of that. So this should lift right off. This one should lift right off. These are gonna get sandblasted and painted. That's awesome. And there is not a dent or a scratch in those things at all. All right, down here, taking a look. These little metal collars should pop off of here. Let me get you a better angle. All right, you can see these little chrome pieces. These seen better days. We'll try to clean them up, but that lifted right off. That was great. There's actually rubber integrated into this. So note to self, rubber side down onto this top collar. So rubber, the bushing or the rubber grommet, rubber, cushion, let's call it that, is actually built right into the ring, and that is gonna go down. So there's that one, that popped right off. Let's see if we can get this one off. Ugh. That one's not being quite as friendly, but let's see if we can, there we go, popped it right off, there we go. And the rubber actually stayed on here, so just something to watch for here. I'm gonna go ahead and put that back together just as it was. I may even put a zip tie around this one so I don't muck that up. And now with that complete, these forks should pull right out the bottom. All right, I'm just gonna walk over, I'm gonna grab it, pull it, and doggone it, it came right out. Set that down. Careful not to drop this cover. Let's take a close look at how that's integrated here. So this cover, these things can be tricky to put back together. Cover just slips right over that triple tree. I don't see any cushion. I don't feel any kind of cushion in there either. But yeah, they just kind of slide right on there, and then you can get that bolt in there, etc. So one down, one to go. All right, let's see if we can get lucky on this one too. This one's not being quite as friendly. It's definitely not something that you want to beat on too hard, because it can break that triple tree, and you don't want to, for that lower, you don't want to do that. There, we got some movement. I'm just literally just kind of dropping the hammer on here. There we go. Finally broke free. Kind of let the weight of the hammer do the work. There's the second one out. And again, same deal here. This is just should slide right off. All right, now is the time to get this off. A shock adjuster wrench will fit on this, but I gave this just a quick turn with my hand and this thing literally came out. So be careful pulling this out because we don't want it to be raining ball bearings on the ground. There's gonna be a bunch of ball bearings in here. We wanna count those and make sure we don't lose any. all right? Don't want to lose any of these ball bearings. We're going to pull that cap off. There's the cap, and there is the upper race. I'm going to go grab my magnet and just kind of use that. Wow, did that just literally happen? Yep, ball bearings all over the floor. This is worth taking another look at in slow motion as those ball bearings go rolling across the floor. Always something. All right, got my bag, putting all my pieces in. Let's slowly lift this up, and this whole piece should slide right out. There's one rogue bearing hanging out down there. Pivot that out of the way. Pick up this little lonely guy right here. Have him join his friends. There's one more just skirted across the floor right there. I got eagle eyes, so I don't think I'm missing any. But yeah, here we go. That is out, man. That took a lot longer than possible. I'm gonna actually run my finger down underneath here to make sure none of them are sticking in the grease. That feels like it's totally clean. So rocking and rolling on this, man. Woo, this turned into a little bit of an adventure. Well, there's some progress. I'm gonna have to call it on this video. This one's getting long. Man, lots and lots and lots came off of this bike. There it is, all laying there, ready to get cleaned up. And pretty much all that's left, we gotta pull that horn, we gotta pull some of the air box brackets, battery box brackets, and then we're gonna tackle the swing arm. I'm gonna get that out of there. That'll include, that next video is gonna include that center stand, you know, all that good stuff. So, man, we are making progress on the 1967 CB77. It is literally just a shell of what it once was. If you're enjoying the series, please subscribe. Also, don't forget to find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And don't forget to hit up keeponwrenching.com for that free sticker. There's a form on the bottom of the homepage where you can request a free Keep On Wrenching sticker. The winner of the day, rental of a 35mm socket. Game changer. Man, I burned a lot of time doing that. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, we're really down there now on the disassembly of the 1967 CB77. Wouldn't even know what kind of bike this actually was from a distance at this point. In this video, let's tackle the swing arm and maybe some of the odds and ends. We'll see how smoothly this goes. But yeah, this thing is getting tore down and getting ready to be sandblasted and painted. That beautiful royal blue PB5 paint code on these Super Hawks. All right, let's get to it. Let's get this swing arm out of here. All right, swing arm, pretty simple. It's one long bolt that goes all the way through. On your left side of your bike, you're gonna need a 23mm. All right, let's get that on there. Had to go to the store special just to pick this up. See if we can break this free. Kind of watching on the other side too to see if the whole thing is spinning or not. It looks like the whole thing is turning. So I'm gonna need to get on the other side and get a wrench on it. On the opposite side, you're gonna need a 21. So it's a 21 and a 23. And we should be able to work these wrenches to get this thing out. These things are really wedged in there. That is the one thing I will say. There's not a lot of room on the socket. There's that crack. There's not a lot of room on the exterior here to get these sockets inside of here. And it's virtually impossible to get a wrench in there. So out comes this. There we go, just like that. And what we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna drive this whole shaft all the way through to the other side. But you can't just go and hit this with a hammer. So you can't hit it with a hammer because there's a grease spot right here where you can inject grease into that swing arm, and that's just like a little brass nipple. It's kind of what that is, and we don't want to be hitting that with a hammer because we're going to damage that. So what you need is like a long 10 millimeter, kind of a deep 10 millimeter. I'll fit right over that, and we'll be able to safely drive that out. All right, so here you go. Little 10 millimeter, it's long, and it fits right over this, just perfect around that. Give it a few taps, and you can start to see that that thing is pulling out of there. Keep giving some taps, and that thing's moving. We've got ourselves a little washer on the outside, so make sure you keep all your hardware together on this, and yeah, making progress on that for sure. Let's spin the bike around and take a look at what's happening on this side right here. Here is our main bolt that we need to pull all the way through the bike. Now, to help us out a little bit, I think there was one more big bolt down below here on this whole assembly. So before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's tackle that. All right, here's the bolt I'm talking about. It actually keeps this plate in place. It's gonna be a 17, so Honda's starting to throw a lot of stuff at us at this point. So we've got, you know, for a while there, it was just a party of the 14, but now we're using pretty much everything. This thing's coming out. There's a locking washer underneath, just like that. And now you can see that this whole plate assembly is nice and loose. So let me get you up just a little bit so we can see if we can just muscle this right out of here. I'm just gonna step on the frame a little bit here and pull up. Might need a mechanical assist on that. I'm not gonna blow out my back trying to do that. Now might be a great time to test out this tool that I've been pretty curious about. It's like a hybrid. It's like a hybrid between a vice grip and an adjustable wrench. So I'm fascinated by this. So let's see if we can grab this with this. Give it a pull. So what you do is you just tighten her down, you know, just like you would a normal adjustable wrench, get it where it is, and then you pull the grip, and now it's like acting like a little vice grip. It's pretty darn cool. Let's go ahead and see if we can pull this out. Little twisty motion. There we go. Just like that. All right, main swing arm bolt is out of there. Looks like one of my bushings came out. There's a little cover here. Let me pull this off and get to open it. These are just slick. I'm a big fan of these already. These are gonna be super useful. But anyway, on the inside, there is a little clamp. And right here we have our little spindle. I guess that's not the bushing, that's just that normal spindle grease point. So there we go, we're good. That can come out of the way. And what we wanna start looking at now and being really careful about are some really sensitive rubber pieces down in this area. What we don't wanna do is rip these little rubber pieces here. Be really careful. They can be pretty dried up and in pretty bad shape, but just as you're pulling this apart, make sure you're not ripping and tearing on these. Swing arm will pull straight out just like that. My cap is on the other end right here. So that's all good to go. I will actually pull this out as well and put this right back onto the shaft. So I'll just put this back onto here. I will take my cover just like that. And I will get that other side plate put onto that here in just a moment. But here's what we're really looking at and we're really after. Trying to preserve these little rubber seals right here. Take your time getting these off. You don't want to wreck them, but they're just a little rubber boot. Well, we will be able, you know, to restore these, clean these up, rehydrate them, and reuse them, but you don't want to wreck them. And just like that on the other side, flip the bike over, and we can go and pull out this last one. Hopefully, hopefully this one doesn't fight us too bad. Oh, yeah, it's fighting us. It's fighting us just a little bit. Turn that frown upside down so we can get just a little bit of leverage on this. Going down. Frame is completely upside down. There we go. Sometimes all you need is just a little bit of leverage. And we can pull that right out. Curious to see if these are the same bolts. Those are the same. So both sides, the exact same bolt. I'll go ahead, grab my cover, put this all back together, grab my washer, and put the nut back on it, just like that. And there's our complete unit. Out and good, all the pieces preserved. This is gonna be a lot of fun to clean up. Look at that. And that kind of takes us to the last major piece that needs to get off of the bike, and that is our center stand that we've been depending on quite heavily for quite a while. And you know what? Honda throws us another wrench, or wrench. These are 19s under here, and look at them real close. These are really cakey. There's actually locking pins. Let me give you a quick look at that. So on these bolts, they've got pins in them. This one you can see really, really well, but if we come over to this side, oh my God, this one is nasty. Gonna need to clean that up just a little bit so we can get that pin out of there. But once we do that, 19 mil, 19 wrench, and you know, we're good. We'll pull that right out. I actually like this setup a lot better than that pin that goes on the center stand on 350s that you can like hardly ever get out. You can never really ever get out of the frame. So this should be pretty easy peasy. Honda really liked these little locking pins on these 305s. This one wasn't even bent, it was just kind of hanging out in there. This one is gonna be a little bit more of a booger. You can already kind of see it. Part of me just wants to take the nut and bolt off because this is gonna be a chore. Either way, we'll get back to that. Let's get in here with our 19s. Just constantly mixing it up. Get our 19 wrench up over on here. Pretty sure, yeah, it's 19. And we can go ahead and pull this one off. This one's not even tight. This is barely on there. I can take this one off with my fingers. So that's nice. Now, except for these last few threads. They're a little bonkers. But all it is a nut and a locking nut. And this bolt should slide right out of here. I'm looking for any kind of a cushion. It is a special bolt. Look, it's got a special collar on it. It reminds me of a rear fender bolt on a 350. But that's one. So that's a specialty bolt for sure. And then on this side, this one is so gunked up and messed up. I think I'm just gonna try and take it right off. I'll put new pins on all this stuff anyway. Let's see. Where's my 19s? Ooh, ouch. That's a knuckle buster and a half right there. This is a little bit different size actually. It feels like a 17. There we go. 17 and a 19, correction. The inside bolt is 19. These outside ones are a 17. That one was just so loose, I didn't even really notice it. We'll just pull this out. No harm, no foul on this deal. Yeah, it's dirty over here though, man. Really dirty over here. This stuff needs to be degreased real bad. I'm thinking about getting my pressure washer out and going with it that way. So there's my nut. There's my locking washer. And you should be able to finagle that right out. And sure enough, there's another one of those little specialty bolts. Only thing holding this on right now is the spring, which simply connects right there and connects to the frame right up here. I did take tons of pictures of this just to make sure I get my spring orientation correct, because that can be kind of a big deal with stuff. So that's pretty big. let's move on to the last final little bits. We are literally down to the final little bits. Let's get our handle off. This is just our main handle to, lift the bike, move the bike. What is the deal? I'm starting to get frustrated with Honda here a little bit. So we've got 14 up on top. And what's going on down there? Is that just a welded nut? Let's go see what's going on. Okay, it's welded to the frame. I was like, what in the world are you doing to me here? But no, it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. This handle should come off of there. Little washer, just a flat washer is the only thing on that. And I might need to grab an extension on this. Maybe, maybe not. Nope, we're good. Let's pull this handle off. And I'll go ahead and bag and tag this. This is all paintable bits, man. There are so many pieces that need to be painted on these bikes. Here's that little lift handle. Kind of like this. I kind of like this better than the chromey ones on all the 350s. But yeah, let's make sure we collect, bag, and keep all this together. And just a few other little bits. We've got these brackets, 2 on each side. These hold your air boxes, I believe is what's going on here. So we're gonna finish up the whole deal with some 10 millimeter work. And it looks like these are they're actually tapped right into the frame. So I don't have to worry too much about any nuts or needed any wrenches, but oh my God, that's tight. I'm gonna lay this thing down so I get a little bit of downward pressure on these. I took pictures of their orientation, so I know exactly, how they're gonna go back on, where they go back on. So, oh my God, this stupid bracket was like one of the hardest ones to do. Insane. I'm just gonna go take it out. It's literally 3 bolts, and this thing is gonna pop right off of here. It looks like I am missing, here, I'll show you here as soon as I get this off. It does look like I am missing a couple of these little rubber cushions. Probably be looking for some of those. But anyway, we'll set that one aside, and we'll go back over here. Like, look at this burgundy paint overspray all over everything. Oh, somebody did a real quick paint job on this back in the day. Home stretch, everybody. I can feel it. All the tough stuff, I think, is over. Here, you can see that blue. Ooh, let's take a close look at that. Well, when it was painted initially, you can see it wasn't disassembled and painted. It was just painted right over. And there you can get a glimpse of that navy blue, royal blue PB5 under there, hiding under that little bracket. It's weird. It's like painted under here. Wasn't painted under there. And overspray all over everything over there. So, whatever. I'm going to flip this over and get the other side off. And we'll keep going. There's just a couple other things to do. Home stretch. 10 millimeters taking us pretty much the rest of the way. Right here we've got some of the battery box components. There's a little rubber seal. You can see this fell out, but it goes right in here. It plugs in. You see these little pokey pokes on this? That's gonna go in there. This is a miracle that this is still in one piece and that these tabs are still good to go. Battery retainer bolt or little plate, that is just a single 10 millimeter up in the top. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that. That's what that looks like. All right, put that together with that. I'll bag all of this stuff kind of separately. And we've got down in the bottom here, we do actually have our mat. So our mat is intact, and here, I mean, it's got some gunk on it, but I mean, it is what it is. It's there. Incredibly, this battery box area is not completely rotted through. Actually feels like it's in pretty good shape. This is a miracle. Let's look at this. So many times on these old motorcycles, the batteries get left in them, and then the acid leaks out, and it completely corrodes the entire battery box out. On a 350, it's not that big of a deal because you can, You can just put a new battery box in, but as you can see on these 305s or the Super Hawks, battery box is welded in right into the frame. So I'm really, really happy to see that this battery box is in really, really good shape. I think somebody pulled the battery before it went into storage. There's one last piece to do. Man, we have come a long way in this series so far, man. This has been a lot of fun to do. I'm getting a little emotional. Nah, just kidding. This is fun. The work has only just begun on this thing, but there's one more piece hiding out down there. And there it is. Our last piece. 2 10mm bolts. Looks like to pull out the horn. The horn stayed with the journey this whole way. Oh boy. And it's gonna fight us. No, it's not. It's gonna come. All right, nice. So 1 10mm loosened up. Let's see if we can get this last one. Last one. This is like the last bolt on the frame. And it gave us one of those happy little cracks that we like to hear. That little crack when you break stuff free for the first time in a long time. So the horn's coming out. Be kind of fun to test this horn real quick and see if it still works. Well, let's see if the horn works. Got it plugged in. More of a whistle. All right, so don't think the horn works. Might be the first little bit of electricity that flowed through this thing in a long time. What was it? 1981 was on the plate. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I don't recall. And here we go. Horn mount. There's a few little components in here. I can see a few pieces moving around. So I'm gonna be careful when I pull this off and get you positioned real good here, because some of you might have questions about this if you're reassembling. So looking at it, it's coming out. Long 10 mils out of the frame. They are going directly into the frame. Put my wrench down. I'm gonna try to pull all this apart individually. Yeah, there's quite a sandwich going on here of a bunch of different parts. So let's take a look at this. So here it is. There's a little sandwich right in here. And we've got our 2 bolts hanging out here. And this all looks to be integrated into that. Look at how it's just all painted over with burgundy, all that overspray. Look at that. Hate seeing that. We'll clean this up. We'll make this thing look amazing. But yeah, this little plate, that's kind of the one that was like, what the heck's going on there? It's just a little retainer. All right. I think we've done it. There it is. We have successfully taken the CB77 Super Hawk all the way down to the frame. It is filthy. It needs a bath. It needs a bath. Really, really bad, but there ain't nothing else coming off of this frame. Everything else is welded right in. Look at that. What a beautiful thing. They really simplified the frames and made them more bolt-on as things kind of went along. One of these are rubber pieces. No, these are metal tabs. So I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, there is nothing else on this frame, man. We've got it. We did it. That wasn't too bad. I mean, the only thing that really fought me was that center nut on the getting those forks apart. That was really about it. And that number stamped in the frame. There it is, man. We made some progress. We made some serious progress today. Busted through stuff. Everything is bagged and tagged. And you know what? It's all about going one piece at a time from this point forward and cleaning up all of these bits. How cool is that, man? That's it. I really hope that you've enjoyed this disassembly portion of the 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. Feels good to get to this point. Feels really good because this is turning a corner time. Now we get into restoration mode And that's really what I really love to do. If you've enjoyed the series, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you'd like to hang out with other people who like restoring old vintage motorcycles, polishing chrome and sanding aluminum, go hit up the Facebook community group on Facebook. That is the Keep On Wrenching community group. Gotta bag those parts. Haven't bagged those parts yet. Gotta get those tagged and bagged. And also don't forget to visit keeponwrenching.com. Go request that free sticker. Woo! This has been a journey. This has been a lot of fun. Motorcycles are taking over the world. And we've got a Super Hawk frame ready for sandblasting. All right, guys. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey, everybody. At BB Batson here. It is sandblasting day. Got the whole rig all set up and should be ready to go here. Here's the 1967 CB77 Super Hawk frame. And we're gonna sandblast the hell out of it today. Getting all my safety gear ready to go. You're gonna want long sleeve shirts. You're gonna want big rubber gloves that go up half your arm. Some sort of a shroud works. Got a shroud. This is mainly to keep stuff falling down into my shirt while I'm doing this, because this gets nasty. Of course, got myself a little respirator here, and I got my face shield ready to rock and roll. Let's take a look at the setup here, courtesy of the beast, the Campbell Hausfeld Professional. This was a great pickup, a 6-horse, 60-gallon air compressor. It's gonna keep me going and working pretty much all day. I did my first 2 bikes with a 1-horse air compressor, and that was not easy. And then some of you might remember the, I don't know, the little fold-out frame sandblast paint booth that I made. This is gonna work just perfect for working on these motorcycles. I love this because it does just kind of fold out of the way, and I don't have to worry about it. It's a beautiful day, about 55 degrees, so I should be able to work effectively. I also do have down here just a little box fan blowing air out just to keep air moving inside the box. And then I just move a little tote in front of that to catch and kind of reduce as much dirt and debris that's going to be flying around. So there it is. We're getting ready for sandblasting. I'll try to give you some updates throughout the day. But yeah, it's go time. All right, let's charge her up. Go, girl, 6-horse. Go. There's something incredibly zen about sandblasting. I absolutely love it. It's one of the most favorite things I get to do. It's just really messy, and you got to devote some time to clean up. But man, you can see as I'm working through this, working through that god-awful burgundy paint, and you see that blue peek through just a little bit for a little while. And yeah, we're working our way through it, going back to bare metal, focusing really on weld points and any rust that I'm seeing on the frame. Slow and steady, be real thorough. And here we go, cleaning off the VIN number plate. This is stamped into the frame. It's not some riveted piece of metal. Look at that. That was a big moment, man. This thing's gonna be beautiful. All right, about an hour later, here's that frame, pretty much down to it. I've got a couple missed spots I'll go back in and get. I was able to preserve the original lettering and everything on the neck. Looks pretty good. I did forget major first step and degrease. I didn't degrease this bottom side, so instead of fighting it in the sandblasting booth, I'm gonna go ahead and degrease this and then give this a final pass. But there we go. One key piece of safety equipment when you're doing this. Get yourself some earplugs. Not so much because it's so loud, but because you don't want your ears filling up with all of the abrasives. So there it is, 1967 CB77 frame. I mean, it's getting close. It's like 90% there. Some of you might be wondering what product I used, as my abrasive. I used Black Diamond. It's coal slag, but highly, highly recommend getting the fine grit on this. The medium for my setup, with the 6 horse, and that nozzle there, man, the medium just doesn't work. It doesn't work, and the fine does such a much, much, much better job. I think I picked this up at Tractor Supply. I forget the price. I think it was like 15, 20 bucks a bag, something like that, nothing crazy. But you gotta keep it dry, all right? I had some of this laying around in an open bag, and it got a little bit humidified. I think it got a little damp. And man, that really did slow down my progress through this. So yeah, Black Diamond abrasive. I just use coal slag on this. But man, get the fine product. The fine is gonna get in all those nooks and crannies and do a really nice, smooth job with that final result. And there we have it. About 4 hours on the clock, I think, sandblasting all the blue bits on the CB77. The only thing left to do is clean up and degrease the center stand. But everything cleaned up really, really nice. No big dings in anything. I just got a lot of cleanup to do. The booth did well in kind of containing the mess, man. Otherwise, this would have been blowing all over the place. You can see, really, not too shabby. Just got to clean up this section of the makeshift sandblasting booth. Whew, that was a day, man. I'm glad it was nice and cool today. But yeah, everything is done. Toolbox is done. Headlight bucket done. We got fork gear 1, fork gear 2. Upper, I don't know what the hell we want to call it. I'm exhausted, guys. Here we go. There's that. We got the lifter. I remembered this one, the lift, and then got the lower fork. Got the hell is that, chain guard. Swing arm is ready to go, and big deal, we got the frame. So I think tomorrow is going to be kind of prime and paint day to get all of this stuff done. Focusing on the blue bits. Ran out of compound or blasting material, so I'm not going to get to the silver bits yet, those side covers and fenders. But some major, major progress was made today. And there you go. I got a tote bin full of freshly sandblasted 1967 CB77 parts, ready for paint, man. Blue is going on. That navy blue is going on. These really, really soon. I don't want these to sit out too long because I don't want rust to start happening. That's going to just create problems. So probably going to paint tomorrow. Honestly, I'm fired up. I'm just fired up, man. Everything cleaned up so nice. And didn't find any major issues. There was one ding in the chain guard that I'm going to need to kind of tap out and massage a little bit. But other than that, we're good to go. Hope you enjoyed the video. Just want to keep you posted on what I'm doing with this restoration of this Super Hawk. So I wanted to throw a quick video out. All right, if you enjoy the videos, please be sure to subscribe. Okay, that's the first thing. I'm exhausted. And also, if you love this stuff, if you're into restoring old vintage motorcycles and working on stuff, well, hit up the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook, and most importantly, go request your free sticker at keeponwrenching.com. There's a form at the bottom of the homepage, and I'll get that in the mail to you just as soon as possible. For now, I'm gonna actually relax. This was a day. So I'll see you in the next video or live stream. All these bits are looking real good. Hey everybody, at BV Manson here. Quick update on the progress of the 1967 CB77. The other day we sandblasted all the blue bits for this beautiful motorcycle, including the frame. Frame is ready to be painted. I got the swing arm hanging out over here, got parts hanging out all over the place. I went ahead, lightly sanded everything with 180, and then used acetone to make sure I got all my little fingerprints off of everything. We're ready to rock and roll. We're going with the good stuff today. We're gonna do epoxy primer gray on the majority of the parts, or the heavy usage parts. So frame, swing arm, center stand, I'm gonna hit it with the epoxy gray primer. The other parts, the lighter bits, I'm gonna go with another 2-part rapid primer filler. So these are all 2K products, 2-part. You're gonna wanna make sure you got a respirator, really good airflow when you're working with this stuff. This stuff is some potent stuff. This stuff is gonna make this stuff bomb-proof. So yeah, that's it. 3 coats, according to the directions. 3 coats of the primer and let it sit for 24 hours. That's the epoxy side of things. The filler primer, really regular paint as far as that goes. So might be able to get some color on later today on some of these other bits. So we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna take it nice and slow, but let's go. A little throwback here for everybody who's been watching the channel for a while. Shake your paint. How many times did I say that in the original series? I'm getting real close to laying some paint, but 2 minutes, a vigorous shaking is what it says, to make sure you get both parts mixed up well. Paint is ready, and I did tape off that original sticker with the frame information and all of that, so it is officially go time on the frame. I'll give you some updates as I move through this. Of course, you can always watch the previous video where I walk through painting a frame. Pretty straightforward. Only difference, using the epoxy today. All right, progress is being made. Epoxy primer is in. It did take 2 full cans of the epoxy primer to do all of these bits on the 67 CB77, okay? There's a lot of nooks and crannies on the frame that you gotta deal with. So it did take 2 full cans of that, and I have worked my way through on primer on all of the other bits as well with the filler primer. Now, the filler primer is a little bit darker. I can show you here. It's a little bit darker than the epoxy primer. So I'm gonna do a couple little tests with color, just to make sure that I'm not gonna have a bunch of different shades. I experimented with some darker base coats and things like that. So I think I'm gonna be okay, but I'm gonna do some testing to make sure. The filler primer, I am absolutely in like with this stuff. This stuff goes on smooth, and it goes a long ways. I'm on 1 1/4 cans on this, so this goes a heck of a lot further. The epoxy just empties out really quickly. So yeah, rocking and rolling. I got 1 drip I gotta take care of, let that dry, sand it out, and then re-hit it. But not too bad with all of these little bits going on to only have 1 drip. But yeah, there we go. Exciting. This frame, swing arm, and the center stand look amazing. It's gonna look great. Look at that mess. I changed my car oil on both our vehicles today. Let's just say I should stick to motorcycles. All right, we'll keep on going. I'm gonna let this dry up, and we should be able to see some color today, and at least see if we're on the right track there. Should be. All right, see you in the next piece. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about a really good tip, all right, for when you're working on these. So number 1, Skull Vikes, all right? But make sure you cover up your coffee, all right, with something while you're painting or sandblasting or anything. I ruined like 3 cups of coffee yesterday when I was sandblasting, so I always put a cover on that coffee. Skull Vikes. All right, we have started laying color down, and it's going really nice and smooth, and the good thing is is I'm not seeing any difference in the epoxy primer versus the filler primer at all. Same color blue, so I don't think I need to go and darken this primer. I just took the smallest piece that I used epoxy primer on to you know, just see if I could see a difference, and I'm not seeing a difference at all. Everything's going on really, really smooth, one coat at a time, waiting 10 minutes in between coats. And we're gonna build that up. I'm gonna do probably 3 full. This is kind of my second kind of light pass that I've kind of done on this. So yeah, just waiting on the epoxy to fully dry on the main bits of the frame. And then we'll go ahead and we'll add color to that. It's really fun to paint a color on the frame, but there we're getting a first glimpse at that blue for the CB77 Super Hawk. It's gonna look beautiful when we're all done. I'm using HUD spray. It's a PB5, which is the paint code. Where is it? PB5. And I believe this was a Chrysler paint that matched the paint code, but it's called Electric Blue. So that's what I'm using on this, and it's a really, really close match for that original paint color. Well, I'm just gonna keep going, guys. I'm doing like my favorite stuff on these builds right now, and you can really see it's gonna be pretty. All right, we're gonna keep going. And now we wait, ladies and gentlemen. Got the 2K Glamour ready to rock and roll on all the parts. All the blue bits are painted. Wait for it. Even got to the frame. There she be. And let this gas out for a while. And then we're gonna be able to hit this thing with clear. I'm gonna give it a hot minute for sure. Don't know if I'll do it yet tonight. I could wait a few hours and probably tackle it. But man, this thing is clean. And I'm telling you, it's really fun to paint a frame something other than black. Super, super fun with this Super Hawk to be going all blue like this. Everything came out just perfect. I don't think you're gonna find a drip anywhere on it. And I tell you what, it is a really close match to that original blue, that navy blue PB5. I'm excited, so excited. This has been a weekend, man. It's almost like the rebirth of a bike, you know, when you get to this stage. You know, it's like now the vision is starting to come together. Last bits of painting to do is the silver fenders, silver side covers. And then we got to tackle the tank. So it took all of my blue. I had 6 cans to get through all of this. All right. So 6 cans to do it. And there we be. It is incredible. Once you start adding clear to your projects, man, this 2K Clear Glamour just puts the oomph in the paint job. All the parts are looking absolutely fantastic. Waiting for this a little bit, giving this a little bit more time to chill before I hit the frame. I'm gonna clear the frame on this too. I just think it's gonna look so freaking classy. I am loving this paint job. This 2K Clear, man. For the win, using all the right paint. No doubt about it. Loving these results. And there we go. Clear coat on the frame. This thing is gonna look freaking stunning. It actually darkened the color up just a little bit. One more coat, one more wet coat of the clear on the frame. All the other bits are done. Look at that headlight bucket. Look at that headlight bucket. That thing's looking incredible. What a day. What a transformation. Man, it's all in now. It's all in now. Look at that. This is gonna look yummy. This is going to look yummy when it's done. It's gonna go through a resting period. Then we'll see what we got. But all indications are saying, holy buckets. Oh man, I love sandblasting. I love painting. This is the stuff that I love doing. I got the products right. All right, this is gonna be a wrap, guys. Last can, getting down there. Look at this though. Try to pay attention while I'm recording here, but this is gonna be our wrap. We got our 3-4 coats on this. I think this is actually 4. I just couldn't really stop myself. This 2K Clear is an amazing product, and there we go. Can is sputtering on me. So, you know, that's time. Almost time. Almost time. Yeah. Time to, look at that. Time to call it, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. 1967 CB77. This thing looks incredible. Super excited. I'm going to let this place air out and give this video a proper closing. This is a full day job. The key is getting started early so you can get it done in a day. Sandblasting took a day and painting took a full day. Roll out of bed early, get it done. You can get it done. Look at this. Incredible. All the blue bits on the 1967 CB77 Super Hawk are complete, and they're going to lay there and they're going to cure for the next 24 hours at least. This is a huge step in this. This looks absolutely beautiful. I think I actually have a really good color match here too. The clear just makes it pop just a little bit. I know they weren't cleared, but how could I not? How could I not clear this? It's beautiful. It looks so incredible. I'm so excited. You know, one of the things is some people may criticize saying, hey, you know, you really should have used, you know, a air paint gun, blah, 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 blah. I get that, but on a budget build and, you know, DIY, guys, you can do this. You can do this stuff yourself if you buy the right products. Look at that. This has been a whirlwind of a weekend. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you enjoyed the video, please don't forget to subscribe. It's one of the best things you can do to help support the channel. Look at that headlight bucket. It looks so perfect. This is some of my best rattle can painting I've ever done in my life, and I used all the right products, high quality stuff. Also, don't forget, if you love this stuff, if you're into restoring old motorcycles, go to Facebook and join the Keep On Wrenching community group. And you know what? Everybody loves a sticker. So go to keeponwrenching.com and request your free sticker. This has been way too much fun. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. And I'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Have you ever tried to get rockers out of a CB77 305 twin engine? Well, it turns out you might need to buy a special tool to get those out. Or do you? Not so sure. Got a little hack here for you. These are tough. People were saying use a slide hammer, but of course the slide hammer I have has nothing on it that's going to be able to help me out here. What is going on here is that there's actually a little thread inside of here. It's an M6 bolt, okay? And what you want to do is pull it out, okay? And slide hammer would be perfect for this application, no doubt about it, okay? But I was kind of looking around, and I was like, okay, how could I do this? And I think the first thing you need is a socket wide enough to not get in the way of pulling it out. So what is this? This is a 13/16. Goes right over the hole here just like this, okay? And it's going to be wide enough to not intrude with what's happening there, okay? Next, you're going to need something to be able to kind of push against based on the length of your bolt. Now, you're only going to need about that much. So I just went into my tool set, found a socket that was going to work, and then the head was just a little bit too big, so I grabbed a couple of washers. Oops, trying to do all this stuff one-handed, but found a couple washers just to block that off a little bit. And what you end up doing here is you build yourself a little puller. Let me show you. All right, and there is the final setup. I'm just trying to get enough space on that so I can get this in to that hole, 10mm installed position. We're just gonna start turning this. Hopefully this one comes out nice and easy. It's a little bit long-winded here, for sure, but it is pulling it. I don't know if you can see, but it is pulling that out. It's moving over on this side. Tough to see, but trust me, it is pulling it out. And it's just acting like a, I don't know, little vise, kind of pulling that thing out of there. Just keep going. There we go. I think we should be able to pull this out here pretty quick. Feels like I should be getting close. Yeah, it's getting real loose up there. So let me put this phone down, give this thing a tug. Just a little bit, give this a tug out. And just like that, we've got that, and we can grab our rocker arm right out of there as well. Make sure you keep these mated up. Okay, keep parts together on this stuff and plot where they go. All right, the only thing left to do here is to get your bolt out of this. Might be a little snug, okay? Because you are putting quite a bit of pressure on it, but you just want to spin that M6 out. That's going to free up your rocker arm eventually. This works really, really well. Sure beats buying a whole other tool. There you go. There she be. So there you go. We got the rocker out. Just make sure that you are staying super organized. This rocker came out of my intake side. So I do have my cardboard drawn with where it's going to go. This is my intake side. It's a little reverse. It's just flipped over. But anyway, I'm just going to go ahead, plot this in to my cardboard, if I can do that one-handed. And those rockers are going to end up going back in the same exact spot that they came out of. Just a quick little hack, man. It'll save you like 40, 50 bucks for one of those tools. Easy. 2 sockets, couple washers, and a long M6 bolt. And there we have it. Another head scratcher has been remedied. Telling you, keep a few of these laying around. These little M6 bolts, 10 mil. They come in super, super, super handy. And sometimes you just got to get crafty to make things actually work out. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope this helped you out, man. I really puzzled over this for a long time, being like, what in the hell? How am I supposed to get that out of there? Well, there you go. If you enjoyed the video, please subscribe. Also, don't forget to find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And don't forget to get your free sticker at keeponwrenching.com. Lord save all the M6 bolts. Hey, everybody. Some major progress made on the 305 tonight. Look at this. We got the pistons out, freed from that rusted cylinder head. Got one piston here that was real troublesome. 2 of the top rings completely rusted in to the cylinder. The other one wasn't too bad. That one broke free pretty easy. So here's a look at, what those pistons look like when I pulled them out. Little close up here. That's the one that was seized up, man. That was locked up. It took over 3 weeks to work this thing loose. It looks like that bottom oiler ring is still good. There's the inside of that. That's the locked up one. You can see that groove, but here's the real bad part. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hone that out. The other one, though, the one that freed up, not too bad. That could easily be honed. But there that is. Also got that camshaft out. Man, getting this camshaft out on the 305, that's a whole different deal. I've got the cylinder head in Evaporust for the night. I want to make sure I clean up as much of the rust on the inside of it. I'm going to try a hone to see if I can hone it down smooth. If not, it'll be a rebore, new pistons, go up, you know, 0.5 millimeter up. This was an adventure as well, getting these stupid things out, the rockers. Took a special tool. You probably saw the video earlier. Camshaft looks in really, really great shape. Not a ding in it. Really, really nice. I'm just de-rusting it because getting it apart, man, oh man, that was a bear cat. And take a look at one of these rockers. This all looks really nice and clean too. Way better than what I put in the 72. So optimistic on a lot of fronts, but man, that was a challenge and a half, let me tell you. Woo, that feels really good to get this taken care of though, and get that cam box there too. So all in all, very, very good. But in other news, the frame is now resting comfortably inside. And I could not be happier with how this all turned out, man. Look at this. Woo! Feeling really good about this. This blue, I think I nailed the color. This thing's going to be bomb-proof moving forward. This thing looks incredible. It darkened up just a little bit overnight. I left it in the garage, turned the heat on, and I came out that next morning, and it had darkened up just a little bit, and I think it darkened up just the perfect amount. So these are going to be sitting for a little while I tackle all of the other bits, but damn. And when I'm talking about other bits, here are all the other bits. It's all sitting there. 2 big boxes full of parts and a whole ton of work ahead of me here. Got my shelf dedicated up here to all the engine stuff. Just going to take care of everything there. And yeah, got to deal with that tank yet too. But there it is. There's all the bits, and there's our progress for tonight. A victory. Big, big, big victory. Very cool. All right, hope you enjoyed the video. I'll see you in the next video or live stream. Be sure to subscribe. Join the Facebook community group if you haven't yet. The Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And also, don't forget to hit up keeponwrenching.com for your free sticker. I'll put some pictures in the group. Let everybody kind of see what was going on here. It ain't pretty, but we'll see if we can fix it. Or there's a will, there's a way. All right, I'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Have you ever had to tackle getting off these chrome collars? These can be a real booger. This is off of a 67 CB77. This is the front fork sanction, and it has this chrome collar on it, okay? These are a lot different than the 350s. These early models, my mind was just blowing, but these early models, they don't tap off. I had been working on this very gently with a brass punch and a rubber hammer, trying to knock this thing out, and it just wasn't coming. I was using heat, I was using deep creep, all the products, trying to get that thing to move, and it just wasn't moving. And sure enough, did a bunch of research, and I found out that this thing is actually threaded. One of the things that kind of indicate that this is a threaded one is that there's going to be 4 holes going all the way around this chrome collar, okay? If you see these 4 holes, you're probably going to have to unthread this. So let me show you how I got this apart. All right, real quick, here's that collar. So these are chrome. We don't want to mess these up, right? So I cut a piece of inner tube, a length of it. It's a little bit bigger than this width here, okay? Now, what I liked about this is that you could pull this really tight, and you can pull this to have kind of a double layer here. It's kind of a bit of a cushion. And what I ended up using was a small oil filter wrench, basically, or a real cheapy plastic one. And what I did is I positioned that on here, and I didn't want to make a dent, right? So the rocker goes right here. So I put the rocker right on my double length, put the fork sanction in the vise, and if you just pull on the cord and push it, this collar is going to come off. All right, that is pretty loose right now. This isn't going to damage that chrome part. Nicely protected. And now I haven't taken this one off yet. I jumped and got my camera going as soon as I got this. All right, there's another little piece that you got to do before this, guys, but I was just so excited that I figured this out because it was really puzzling me. But this actually screws in to the sanction, and sure enough, it's threaded on there just like that. Incredible. Let's take a closer look at this. Learning something new every day. These old Hondas are always full of surprises, but there you go. There is our collar, that chrome collar, which is in great shape. We'll be able to clean that up. This should, so we'll be able to pull it apart from there. Okay, I think that's how it's going to go. Either way, I'm happy it's free. I'll figure it out in the next step. Now, there was one locking pin down inside of here that you're going to need to remove. Let me show you what that looked like. There's no way I can show you what it looked like installed, but I can show you what the part is, and then you can flash a light down and see what you need to remove there. All right, I went into my little Ziploc bag, and there it is. There's that clip, and the clip is down in there, and it gets actually sealed in. It must lock in someplace. I'm not really sure. I've never really seen one. But you're going to probably need to take that out, all right? That was just a little discovery that led me down the path just a little ways to be like, this is different. Something else is going on. One thing led to another. And there you go. There it is. Crazy, 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 crazy. All right, so clips out. This is free. This will pull. And what I just discovered is that this actually holds the whole darn thing together. Look at this. That whole fork comes right apart, just like that. That pulled all apart. That is really, really surprising to me that it came apart like that. There is our internal spring. Wow. Incredible. All right, with that secret kind of revealed, again, this thing's going to come apart, just like that, okay? And this whole piece should pull straight out of here. Sure does. And there we go. There is the main fork tube. From what I can tell here, the sanction is a done deal. There's no seals or anything. Trying to look at this. There's not a seal in there that I can see. Clean this really good. This is ready to get cleaned, ready for paint, which is awesome. But I still got to get this darn chrome piece off of here, right? So this bar, it's tough to see in the camera, but it actually gets thicker right here just a little bit. So there's no way that that's going to roll over the top. But we do have a bunch of expanding retainers right here. There's one here. Looks like there's one more here. And it looks like there's one more right here. So there's 3 retaining pins that I believe, if I can pull those off, pop those out, we should be able to slide this thing all apart. All right, kind of taking a close look here. It looks like I might be able to just do this with my fingers, just expand it a little bit. Here we go, slide that off real careful. Make sure that I don't like nick anything up. There's another one over here. I do have a little set of snap ring pliers that might be useful. And I'm probably gonna need snap rings. This one is pretty easy, but again, just be really careful not to scratch anything. Let me investigate some of my tools here. See what we got. Yeah, a small set of snap ring pliers are going to be able to get these rings out. You can see right down here, there's one on the end. So pull that off. Careful not to break them. One thing I've really noticed on these CB77 is, parts are hard to come by on some of this stuff. All right, then this is gonna slide right off. On my other one, I did have to tap this just a little bit to get this chrome, or the copper piece off. I think that's copper, looks like copper. Again, just try to stay super organized, lay your parts out right. There's another little ring, and there is a small taper on one edge of this. It's flat on the other, so the taper goes out towards the end. That's another little detail to pay attention to. There's one more little snap ring right here. Oh, almost had it first try. How cool would have that been? Oh, it's a slippery one. Patience, don't rush. You know, if I would have rushed through this without really doing my due diligence here, I probably would have broke something. So when it's not right, it's not right. Stop, slow down, go refer. There's the other clip here. And one more back here. This one's pretty easy to get. You can get this one usually with your fingers. Let's use the tool. So you can get the tool in there. Pull these out. Once you get these out, we'll be able to slide this out. Very cool. Exciting. Like that. All right, let's pull the chrome cover. We're gonna get it off. Yep. There we go. So let's see if that needs to be finessed a little bit. All right, and just to get this off, it is just a little pressure fit. I got the rubber hammer, little 2x4. Give that a little bounce. Nice and gentle, be gentle, man. The whole point is to, you know, get this cover off, and sure enough, down inside of there, that is our main fork seal. That's where it goes. Wow. Mystery freaking solved. I am going to stay super organized here, get these parts squared away. I got new seals, so we can do seals. And most importantly, I can polish this and get these painted back to that original cloud gray, cloud silver, I think it was called. That's what the Super Hawks had. That is a win. Time to do the other one, but mystery solved. So there you have it. That is how you remove the chrome covers on CB77 version 1 front forks and sanctions. It's threaded on. It's not a pressure fit like the 350s. It's more elaborate. And then that fork seal is actually jammed up inside of this collar. So you definitely do not want to break this. I have not seen one of these for sale anywhere. So be very, very careful. All right, and one last quick detail before I go. Inside this collar, as I took the second one apart, there is this piece, okay? So this is on the tapered end, and it goes into that side. So this is in there. It's stuck in the other one, sitting over there. So, but just wanted to show you that real quick. There is another piece inside. I hope that this video helps a bunch of people out. I puzzled and puzzled and puzzled and forum searched and looked for other videos. And I never quite found what I was looking for. Till tonight, we figured it out. Learning something new every single day. Love these old Hondas. If you enjoyed the video, if you found it useful, please be sure to subscribe. Also, find us on Facebook, the Facebook community group. Keep on Wrenching community group on Facebook. And if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. All right, look at that. Gonna get a seal out. I want to get to some painting and polishing. All right, see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, BB Matson here real quick. Luck it out here on the CB77 rims. Not gonna have to delace these, which I'm excited about. I think I'm gonna be able to just clean and polish these by hand. This one is really, really, really clean. And I'm telling you what, I just pulled this out of my red Gorilla tub full of evaporust. I just put the rear wheel in here, but this was my process for doing this. Red Gorilla tub, check this out. Red Gorilla tub for the win. I'm telling you, these things are so useful. The 9.2 gallon version will allow you to put your 18, 19-inch rims, fill it with Evaporust, and do cleaning. I find myself grabbing this thing all of the time, whether or not I'm cleaning parts, degreasing parts, or just need to contain a mess. These things rock. Pick one up via the link in the description. All right, the tub fits these wheels perfect. 18, 19-inch, doesn't matter what you're doing. But then the next thing you want to do is get yourself some Evaporust. Here's the magic stuff, Evaporust. Telling you, you're going to be a believer after the first time you use this. You can use it on anything, nuts and bolts and chrome and aluminum. Well, aluminum doesn't rust, but you know what I mean. You can use it on everything for all of these parts for our motorcycles. Ooh, couple that with a Red Gorilla, you're in business. Say it with me. Evaporust for the win. I'm telling you, give this stuff a try. It has never failed me. I can honestly say it has never failed me, and it has saved me so much money in parts. I'm telling you, give it a try. It's a miracle liquid. It works great. If you'd like to support the channel, be sure to pick some up via the link in the description. Evaporust for the win. These wheels, you know, they're going to have rust spots on it, but I'm telling you, if you just submerge your wheel in some Evaporust, come back, kind of agitate it, wipe it down every few days, in a week, it's going to be looking about like this. Take a look. Not an ounce of rust really left on this thing. All I got to do is painstakingly go through and polish this. So Red Gorilla tub, Evaporust. You're going to need about 3 gallons, I think, to do an entire wheel. So Evaporust, not the cheapest stuff in the world, about 20 bucks a gallon. So you've got 20 bucks for a Red Gorilla. You got about 60 bucks in Evaporust, which you can reuse, by the way. And then what I'm having some great luck with today is this Mother's Mag and aluminum polish. I've been really impressed with how this stuff is cleaning up these old oxidized spokes. It's a labor of love. It's manual time, all right? You're just going to have to get in there and do it, but it's not too coarse, not too abrasive, and it's leaving a really nice polish. If you'd like to support the channel, be sure to pick some up via the link in the description. This stuff is doing a number. Here you can see one of the spokes that I just hand polished. They're all really dull. You can see they're just really dull and, you know, they're oxidized and dirty. But I'm telling you, spend a minute or two on each one of these and they're shining up. I'm really lucky because these spokes are in great shape. They're not pitted, no bends, everything's nice and true. The only thing I'll have to go back and spend time on is I'll probably take a 400 sandpaper to the main hub and then hand polish this, okay? And that's gonna come out looking just like a mirror, just like we've done before. It doesn't look like there's clear coat on this, so that's a win. If you do have clear coat on your hubs, you're gonna need to strip that off with something first, some aircraft stripper, maybe some citrus strip, something like that might be able to do it. But having great luck with mag and aluminum polish here to clean up the individual rims. This is a labor of love, all right? There's no way around it. It's gonna take time to get in here and clean this up, but big win and actually big money saving opportunity here because, you know, relacing isn't really a cheap endeavor unless you do it yourself. Then you've got truing, then you've got all these other things going on. But this wheel is in great shape, and by the time I'm done with it, with polishing, it's gonna look pretty damn good. All right, it's gonna be pretty minty. It's gonna be nice. So I just wanted to show you that, man. Red Gorilla Evaporust, about a week. Come in, agitate it, swing it around, pull it out, wipe it down, and just keep letting the Evaporust do its work. Took about a week, and I haven't really touched this other than this handful of spokes right here. So it can be done. Just gonna take a lot of time, one spoke at a time, and then really doing a solid job on getting this as beautiful as possible. That's it, all right? Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If so, be sure to subscribe. Also, don't forget about the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching community group. And also, if you'd like a free sticker, hit up keeponwrenching.com. This stuff's winning right now. This stuff's winning. Doing really, really good. All right, see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Tell you what, one of the most painful jobs in restoring old motorcycle wheels are cleaning these spokes and getting into all the nitty gritty here, because you know what, dirty spokes make for a kind of a messy end product. Okay, so here's a quick tip on how to quickly and really efficiently clean spokes. This is a pretty easy one. Go and get yourself a shoelace, all right, and your choice of polish. I found the mag and aluminum polish from Mother's has done a really fantastic job, but also if you've got chrome rim or chrome spokes, go ahead and just use a chrome polish, all right? Either one of these two is going to be pretty darn good for what we're going for, but the key is in the shoelace. All right, first things first, I'm going to use the Mother's on this one. Grab a section of your shoelace, something 4, 5, 6 inches long, and what we're going to do is we're going to run this through your Mother's, all right? Get this thing nice and saturated with some of the polish, just in a little bit of a gap, something like that, all right? Now we head over to the wheel. And now that we're looking at our wheel, what we want to do is go and find ourselves one of them dirty spokes. Here's a dirty spoke right here. I'm just going to grab this, pull it up to where I've put the compound on, and give it a couple of loops. Just kind of pull this around this spoke a couple times. Doesn't really matter. Find the flat lace works a little better. I had a round one for a little while. And what you're going to do is you want to get kind of a little system here that you can kind of pull on, pulling both ends, that you can then work this spoke. And the cool thing is that you can get past your other spokes as well by doing this. And it goes pretty fast. You can just pull one side up, the other side over, get past here. You can even get down into these little nubbins. Let me give you another look here. This has been by far the easiest way to go about this. If you need to reapply some compound, just go ahead and grab a piece of your shoelace. Grab that and then just pull that right through and just keep working that spoke. I found like 3, 4 pulls across. Usually all that it takes, but you can see it's pulling off all the dirt. Can actually get down under here too and work that nipple, clean off that piece of that nipple there too. So we can pull that all the way through. Just pull it all the way through using a little shoelace. Works brilliant. All right, just gonna wipe off any excess, get any more out of there, and then you guys know how much I love my Wizards metal polish. I'm gonna go ahead and dive into this, grab a little bit of cotton candy goodness out of the can, and go one spoke at a time. And let's just get this bad boy protected forever. This stuff is magical, a great final little polish on this. I'm amazed by how good shape this whole wheel is, actually. And we'll quick buff that out. It's got some protector. Bam. Woo! Looking great. All right, just a quick video for today. I've got a lot of spokes to go through. But I'm telling you, it's going to save your fingertips from being down in here. I hope you enjoyed the tip, and I hope it works for you. If so, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel, all right? Also, if you'd like to get in on the conversation, hit up the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching Community Group. Oh, man, look how nice that came out. And also, if you'd like a free sticker, don't forget to hit up keeponwrenching.com. Night and day difference there, guys. Darn shoestring. Freaking shoestring for the win. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey, everybody, at BV Matson here. It's your old gauge looking a little worn out. Well, you can refurb that. It's a little bit of a process, but they do make stickers online. And they do make all fresh seals for these gauges too, so they can be a little bit of a challenge, but we're gonna take a stab at it today. All right, in order to get at that back panel of that gauge, you're gonna need to get inside the gauge. You're gonna have to remove this front cover, and in order to do that cleanly, check out this tip from RJ Cycle, super brilliant, a large hose clamp that fits around the face of that gauge is gonna help you not destroy this bezel as you're starting to take it off. All right, so first things first, on this old gauge, on the CB77, there is a small gasket, metal gasket, that you're gonna need to take off, all right? It's gonna be kind of sticky in there, all right? But it will pull off just gently. I actually have a new one. I was able to source one, but if you can save yours, by all means do it. I believe that was $40. Once you get that little cover off, this can go aside or you can retreat it. So it's pretty straightforward here. All right, with this main seal out, just want to make sure that you clean out any kind of debris, or there is like a silicone or some sort of an adhesive here. Make sure that you clean out this channel real good, because what we're getting at here is there's a little lip. There's a little lip right here that we're gonna need to bend out in order to get this face cover off. All right, time to protect this edge of this gauge bezel. You can see under here that we have a little lip right there, okay? And we need to fold that lip over. And while doing that, we don't want to destroy this edge of the bezel, okay? Otherwise, it'll create all these little ripples, and it's going to look really messy. So what you can do is take a long hose clamp, fit that over. It's got to be a pretty big one for this particular gauge, but get that hose clamp over on this and get it to fit just on the gauge all the way around. But now I can slide this over, and what we want to do is position this right on the bottom edge all the way around. Once you have it in position, you can go ahead and tighten up the hose clamp, and that is going to give you a nice little foldable space. All right, so this thing doesn't go crawling up and start spider webbing out. Before I get too tight, I'm just going to go all the way around. Make sure it's right on the bottom. I don't want any exposed side. I don't want to see any of the curve even. Just want to keep it right on there. From the bottom of the gauge, what we're going to do, I'm going to find our lip, and we're going to just give it a gentle little bend. I'm going to rock my screwdriver back and forth just a little bit, and that is pried up. All right, I'm going to go down just a little bit more, just work my way edge to edge, and just start uncrimping this. Make sure my hands aren't in the way. Just kind of rock it and pivot your screwdriver and pull it out. Don't push super hard on this thing, because you know, potentially crack the glass, and that's a whole other part that you've got to buy. So here's kind of what it's looking like, and you just got to go slow and easy. All right, so here's what we're kind of looking at. We're starting to peel this part back. This is a really tedious process. You got to just take your time, and you got to be thorough. You need that lip to, you know, start working its way close to 90 degrees up. Take your time. All right, I've got all the way around here. I've broken the gauge mostly free. You can see slightly it's moving around in there just a little bit. Now that you've got a little bit of a lip here, all right, you got a little bit of a lip, go grab yourself a little pair of needle nose, and just, again, against the pipe or the hose clamp, okay? Use that hose clamp to your advantage. Grab the inside of the metal and give it a little pull out, and get that thing kind of going 90 degrees. All right, just working my way around, and I'm just slowly crimping the rest of this cover against the hose clamp, and again, just crimping that to 90 degrees. It's a tedious process. It takes a while. Just be patient. You don't want to rush this, man. You don't want to break the glass. You don't want to cause a bunch of scuffs or marks on anything. But yeah, this is the ticket. It's going pretty smooth. And there you go. I got the hose clamp adjusted. Now I can go ahead and crimp the rest of this up 90 degrees. We'll check all the way around. Got a couple little spots that'll hang me up. Here's a little crimp mark right there I gotta get. Another one right here, another one right here. Just kind of bending that back. I think we might be free and clear. All right, with all that work done, we're gonna go ahead and remove our hose clamp from around the gauge, set that to the side, and slowly start to work the face out. You might have a couple little hang up spots, but I can already see this gauge starting to move. Just looking for any kind of little hang up. I see one little hang up here. I'm just slowly trying to free this top. Man, 2. There we go. Trying to stay in camera here. Got it. And there we go, everybody. Got that face exposed and the glass out. Fantastic. And there you go. No harm done. We can get the sticker, installed on the gauge. There's a whole other process for that. When I get to that, I'll make some other videos. But I thought this was the big part, is getting the crimp all figured out. And I do have to say that the hose clamp makes a huge difference because it didn't mar up that outside edge of that crimp at all. It's in perfect condition. So, really, it's that hose clamp, I think, and a ton of patience is going to get you through this project. Great tip on the hose clamp, 100%. Really, I do have to thank, let's see, what's his name? Ronnie Jennings. Ronnie Jennings, you have an awesome product. You're selling these stickers at JR Cycles. I'll get the right one later on. We'll do more gauge videos here in a little while, but hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you'd like to join in the conversation, be sure to join the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And you know what? If you'd like a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com, and I'll get you one in the mail just as soon as I possibly can. All right, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BB Matson here, and today we're changing fork seals on a Super Hawk, so a CB77. We did some videos on the forks previously, and these are quite different from 350s, okay? A lot different, much different configuration. Up inside of here, this is your main chrome collar. Your fork seal is actually jammed up inside of there, and we got to get that out. So here's how I did it. All right, first thing you need to do is really just go to town. You got to get the seal out. Seal will only come out one way. It'll only come out the bottom of this, okay? There's actually a metal shield down inside of here. You can't get at it from there. So we're actually going to be driving this piece down, okay? So we're going to get in here and we're going to start driving this seal out. That's going to be the main thing. So you can just grab your screwdriver, or you could use a punch probably, and wedge that down inside as much as you can. And what I found is an angle in and pressure down is going to get you there a lot faster, because there's a little rib that you got to get around. So here's the original seal. I already did the other side. You got to kind of get into here. You got to lift up and in to get at that seal. So you can't just drive straight down. You'll just bust out the seal. So you get in, give it a lot of downward pressure like this. Give it a couple of whacks and start giving it some hits. You could also put a little bit of like degrease or a deep creep or something like that. Get down in there. Knocking tools all off. And I can see I just moved one little edge of it here. So again, I'm just going to get in here up against this metal piece as much as I can, work my pressure down, and start driving the seal out. And there we go. That thing popped right out. And there it is. There is our seal. I actually didn't really do any damage to this old seal, so I'm going to hold on to it just in case in a pinch. All right. And next step is to clean this really thoroughly, get the inside really nice and clean, get any kind of rust out of there, and then we can get this thing prepped to install the new seal. All right. Once you've got this all nice and clean, there you go. See, it's nice and clean right in there. We can go ahead and start prepping for our new seal. And the seals are readily available. Seals were not hard to find at all. They were just a few dollars each, so no big deal. I do recommend kind of, you know, using a little bit of lubricant when you go ahead and put these in. So just looking here, tapered end is down on the table. And I'm going to use a little bit of Marvel Mystery Oil around the outside edge of the seal. Just like that. And on this one, there is a flat, and then there is a side on this thing that has a groove. Your groove is going to go down, okay? So down, flat side is going to go up in this configuration. So groove down, okay? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna just drop this in, get this thing lined up as good as you can, and get ready to go to town. What I found to be super useful in installing these seals is going and grabbing or renting or whatever, a bearing, race, and seal kit, all right? This thing is fabulous for putting these seals in. Check this out. All right, so the bearing, race, and tool kit is something like this. It has a whole bunch of different sized adapters. And for this particular one, it is a 1.75 inch or 44.5 millimeter head. And we're basically just going to use that. And then you've got your hammer top right there. So we're going to use that to drive this seal down in to this fork cover. All right, this is going to be tough to show you, but we've got our seal even down in the bottom here. Again, groove down. I'm going to go ahead and grab that 44.5 millimeter and drop that down inside of here, all right? This actually fits that width of that seal absolutely perfectly. And all you're gonna do is give it a couple of nice solid hits. And we can look, this thing has actually moved into position pretty well. Gotta go a little bit more down. We're gonna go. You gotta just go for it on this thing. And with that thing in there, I'm gonna give that a few taps, and you're gonna feel it. When you get to the bottom, you're gonna feel it. It's not gonna move. It's gonna be in perfect position. You can work it around a little bit, like rotate it just a little bit. Get that thing seated in there perfectly. And then what you wanna do is you wanna look down inside of the edge and just make sure that it is even all the way around and on both sides, just like that. And that's all there is to it. I mean, honestly, there you go. There's your fork seal installation on a CB77 Super Hawk. And there you have it. There's the old seals, and there's a new seal down here on these fork covers for a CB77 Super Hawk. Hope you found the video useful. If so, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Also, if you would like to join in on the conversation, be sure to join the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And also, if you'd like a free sticker or learn a little bit more about these old vintage motorcycles, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. All right, one piece at a time. Fork seals are in. And now we got to start diving into the rest of everything else with these forks. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. I'm liking it. I want to take a look at the wiring here underneath here real quick. So I'm just just gonna pull this tank off. I'm gonna go put this tank in a really safe spot. This is amazing. PB5 electric blue Chrysler paint is almost a perfect match on this. So I'm gonna go put this in a really safe spot so I don't break it. And oh God, I'm wondering where the hell can I put it? Oh. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh. Oh God. No fucking way. Oh man. Psych. Tank's fine. Tank's fine. Just messing with y'all. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Today we are assembling a front fork on a 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. There are definitely some nuances and orders of operation to follow when putting one of these back together. You can see we've got our main fork tube, we've got our main color or our cover, and we do have our front sanction there. Then we got all these other little bits that we need to figure out, okay? We're going to go through each one of these step by step, and should be a piece of cake. All right, step one, grab the chrome cover and grab this little funky piece right here. If you look down inside, there is a little ridge that this is going to get placed into. So we're going to slide this all the way down, little flathead screwdriver down into this area here, and just kind of bottom it out, and it should kind of go home. There's a little groove down there. You just want to grab the edges and get that thing securely in place. You know you got it when it looks like it's going to be tough to get out. All right, with that, clip in there, we're going to lubricate up the seal. Remember, we installed the seals in another video. Try and put that in the description for you. But we need to get our seal installed on this deal. So you can see on this, there's a little bit of a tapered end. Your tapered end has all of your threads on it. So you're basically just going to slide this on. A little bit of lubrication on that seal will ensure you don't muck anything up. All right. The next piece that goes in is the brass collar, not the one with the grooves. This is the smooth one, okay? I'm going to do just a little bit of Marvel Mystery Assembly oil here. And we're going to take this, we're going to do flat side, flat edge. See the flat edge? Flat edge is going to run all the way down into the top of the chrome cover that we just put on. Now we're getting to the fun stuff, and there are differences in these parts that we need to install here. The first one that you want to install is the round ring, okay? There's a round snap ring on this, completely round. What you want to do is you want to bring that one back all the way to this point. This one's usually not too bad to deal with, but, worst case, go grab yourself some snap ring pliers and pull that thing on. Be careful, try not to scratch anything up as you're going. I want to pull that first ring into position right there. Now, you're going to have two other snap rings. One is narrow, one is thick. Your thick one goes on last, okay? So here is our other snap ring. We're going to pull this. This one, you're probably going to need a little pair of snap ring pliers that give you a little bit of an assist. So let me see if I can get this in here and not cover up the action too bad. See if you can just open it up just a little bit. I almost had it. And we're going to try and pull that on. I don't quite have the right tool for the job here, but we'll make it work. All right, just carefully start to pull that across. And we're going to drop that into place right there. Let me do a little bit of a camera adjust as we move to this next piece. The next piece, you're gonna look real careful. It's like a little spacer, but there's a little bit of a groove, an angled groove on the edge of one. That angled groove is gonna go up. So I'm gonna take just a little bit of mystery oil, throw that in, and we're gonna put that groove in. Just make sure that groove is angling up in that direction. And the last piece is this grooved article here. Let's see, there's really only one way to put it. There's a little bit of a groove on this side, and then this is a little bit more open on this side. Your open end is gonna go down. So that's gonna slide on just like that. And then it's the last of the snap rings. And this last one, you're gonna need a tool to do this one. I can guarantee you that. Unless you have like super fingernails, you're gonna need a little bit of an assist. But once you get that on, this should literally snap into position. And then you can start to hear that snap. You need to come down just a little bit over here. And there we go. That snap ring is installed. And we are in great shape to join it to the main sanction. All right, turning out to be pretty quick. Make sure that you've got your spring installed inside. And then we're just gonna start moving this stuff together. A little bit of oil here is gonna help our case just a little bit, just to make sure we don't mar anything up as we're putting this together. And we're simply going to insert this in just like that. It's gonna all slide together. And you're gonna lift this up. Let me give you a little angle here. And this is going to join together here. Now, before I join this together, I think based on how much of a problem I had getting this apart, do the next guy a little favor and get yourself a little bit of anti-seize. And I would hit these little threads here with a little bit of anti-seize. Just make the next guy's, project go a little bit easier. They'll thank you. All right, just clean it up a little bit. I made a little bit of a mess with the anti-seize. But then all you're gonna do is you're gonna drop it all together, just like this, and push this piece together and start to thread the chrome cover back on to the front shock. It's a little bit of a long-winded little bugger, but there we go. Can wipe any excess off. We got ourselves a together front fork on the CB77. Really straightforward. Wanted to show it. Didn't see a video out there about it. So there you go. Putting things back together should always be easier than getting it apart. These were a booger to get apart. I'm so glad that they're back together. And we're really close to getting these put back on the bike. I hope you enjoyed the video. If so, please be sure to subscribe. Also, don't forget about the Facebook community group, the Keep On Wrenching community group. And also, if you'd like a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. Form on the bottom of the homepage. All right, forks are together. I hope the video helped you out. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Time to install the pesky steering dampener. All right, bunch of different parts and an order of operations needs to be followed to get that steering damper installed on this motorcycle. Here's how to do it. You're gonna see a bunch of different parts. You're gonna see this little plate. You're gonna see this little friction piece. See, there's almost like a brake pad on the inside of that. There's gonna be another retainer clip. There's gonna be the star, a mounting bolt, 2 pins, and finally a secure lock right here. And then also you're gonna have your main pin. This sits up on the top of the handlebars, goes right through the middle shaft. We're not quite ready for that. We'll take that out. Let's go to the bottom side of the front forks. Not gonna lie, this took a little finagling, but I finally figured it out. Start with this plate, all right? This is nice and cleaned up, and this is going to align to this locator pin right here. You might have to sand off a little bit of paint around this part. It can get a little bit gunked up, but you wanna center that on this little hole here. Next, grab the funky bolt. Remember this from disassembly? It's got a locker key on it, and it's also threaded. It's a 10 mil. This gets threaded into here. All right, so grab your 10 mil, get that thing cinched in. This is a nice little tight spot, not a lot of room to work in here. If you've got a thin socket, that's probably gonna serve you the best. But right now, my little 10 is getting in here, but man, it is a tight fit. You just wanna make sure you get this nice and snug, just like that. Maybe one more time, just for good measure. Yeah, good. All right, next step. All right, the next piece you're gonna grab is gonna be the one with the little friction plates on it. It's like it's a damper, all right? So basically it's got a little L, there's a locator pin on the actual frame. Make sure that you've got this all oriented straight up and down because it can interfere with trying to put that on there. Ask me how I know. And we're just gonna slide this on to the bottom side here. The next part you're gonna grab is your plate. So this is just the flat plate with a hole. This one is going to slide right in over the top, just like that. And you're gonna notice up in here, there is a place for a locking pin. So let's go ahead and slide that locking pin in just like that. All right, now is when we grab the damper or the adjuster knob. I don't know what it's called. Grab the main pin, slide this all the way through. Should pop through down here on the bottom, and there it is. Once you've got this bottom plate in, that is when you're gonna grab your star, and your star is kind of concave. You want it pumping out, all right? You want this thing pushing out, all right? Don't do this. Don't go flat against it like that. That's not gonna do you nothing. This is where you actually get some of your pressure. And then here is the other little nubbin that goes on here. Now, just to note, I'm gonna get this out of the way. There are slots built into this piece. It's got a flat edge on it. That flat slot is gonna slide right into the notch on the bottom of that main tree there, okay? So we're gonna grab our star, just like this. Let's orient everything the way it should be. It can only really go one way. I'm gonna grab the piece and hopefully get all this stuff to go home. All right, I can give my damper a little push, and then from the other side, you can just start turning it. There's threads on the inside here. That will start to tighten that whole unit down. Once you get out to a certain point, there is another little locker pin right here. So here we're looking right at the bottom. There's another locker pin that goes in right there and holds that whole piece together. And then from there, you can really start to just tighten up. And yeah, right away, you can start, once you start tightening this, the steering's gonna get a little bit tighter, a little bit looser, a little bit tighter, a little bit looser. We're getting really close for front forks, but I wanted to make a quick video on this because it was a little bit of a puzzlement, I'm not gonna lie. So there you go, damper rod is installed. On the CB77, there's a lot of little parts, lots of little parts that go into this, but it all makes sense once you put it together the right way. I hope you enjoyed the video. If so, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, hit us up on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. Some great people dialed in there. Look at this frame. Look at how beautiful this is. And I'm telling you, if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. Form at the bottom of the homepage. All right, everybody. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey, everybody. At BV Matson here. And, just a quick tip for when you get to that reassembly stage. Like, we work so hard on making all the big parts look great, okay? But really, it's the devil in the details. So you have to deal with every single nut, bolt, and washer, okay? So just plan ahead. Plan ahead. I've been evaporusting slowly, part by part, for putting this bike back together. And like, here's just a little cup of evaporust. And underneath the cup, I put the plastic bag with the tag in it with what parts this is. This is swing arm foot peg to frame. Foot peg to frame bolts. Go ahead, lay that down. Got my little cup. Boom. That's going to sit there overnight, and I'm going to be ready to start assembling without having to stop all the time to freshen up bolts. Look at how beautiful this bike is looking, by the way. But just a little thing. Plan ahead. If you can plan your projects a little bit and just stay super organized. Don't dump out all your bags and dump it into a bucket of evaporust, okay? Stay organized. Small little cups. That's the tip. Small little cups, maintaining labels. That's the big thing. We got so much going on in the shop. One more cover to polish. And there's that 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. Hope you find the tip useful. Oh, there's that 1974 CL125S. If you found the video useful, please subscribe. Also, find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group. And also, if you want a free sticker, head to keeponwrenching.com. Little cups, labels. See you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Quick CB77 Super Hawk update. We've been making some mad progress on the motorcycle. Telling you, first wires have been laid. We got that rear light installed. We got the rear fender installed. We're all the way down. Shocks are installed. All good to go here. All the undercoating got done this weekend, or was it this weekend? Yeah. And things are moving along really, really nicely. Gonna be doing the center stand here in just a second and just kind of rotate around. We got the flat bars installed on this thing too. It's coming together. I'm gonna tackle that front headlight as well. Get that stuff rocking and rolling. Still gotta finish up that gauge. But yeah, this is starting to show the contrast, starting to show the character of what this bike is going to look like. Right now I'm painting some of the final bits. I've got all the little pegs, little connectors here and there. And then I'm really prepping to kind of get done with the, the axles and some of these just crispy bits, man. There's just some crispy bits there. Let's go take a look at the parts shelf. It is thinning out really, really quick. Once you get to assembly stage, the shelf empties out pretty darn quick. This thing was packed full of parts. That box was overflowing. And that's really kind of all the loose ends. Everything else kind of just sitting here waiting on the motor. The motor work is going to start here next as soon as I get this thing ready to rock and roll. We already worked through our carburetors. We've got our side covers. And there's that beautiful tank just getting ready to marry with those side covers. I'm excited about it, but I cannot find the freaking hardware. I can't find it. I actually put a little Easter egg here on the tank just for fun. Can't wait, but I cannot find the freaking hardware. But man, this stuff was overflowing here for a while and not so much anymore. This is all pretty much engine bits, exhaust bits, this all running stuff. All the pretty stuff is moving along pretty smoothly. There's that one, what was that, CB100, just kind of hanging out in my home office. This will be a fun little project in the future, but yeah, not many bags left. All right, quick little update here. Little cloud silver going on these final little bits. Got brackets for the air cleaners, got all the different brackets and pegs for the foot pegs, all of that, the brake stays, and also the horn. So all the little bits. This should be the last bit of painting minus the engine parts that I got to deal with on this one. It's getting there, man. It's getting there. This cloud silver, just got to be patient with it. And there you go. Quick update on the CB77 Super Hawk. This thing's coming along beautiful. Man, I just come down here and look at it sometimes and I'm like, damn, I cannot believe that this is the same bike. And there it is, and it's burgundy goodness. This one's really clean, man. It just needed some TLC. This full restoration was much needed. But yeah, quite a leap from where we began. One piece at a time. That's the mantra. Hope you enjoyed the video. If so, please be sure to subscribe. If you'd like to join some fellow wrenchers, be sure to check out the Facebook community group, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. Look how nice that is. And also, if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey, everybody. Quick update on the Super Hawk. We're making some serious progress on this thing. Air filters installed, coils are installed, and I am working on getting the horn installed. I know the horn should be painted, but my God, it looks so cool when you polish it up. This thing's doing good. I also got that head bucket going, and we are diving into wiring. The wiring is going to be a challenge, man, because the old harness is in really great shape. But just look how dirty it is. I think I'm going to have to go and recover, clean all of this, and I'll probably recover it in like a gray sheath of some kind. Hopefully some sort of a heat-treated one. Going to be diving into this gauge. I've been procrastinating a little bit on that. You might be able to tell I'm a little bit congested. I've been sick the last week or so. I don't think it's the COVID. I keep testing negative on that. But I'm getting pretty excited, just kind of doing the little bits here and there on the Super Hawk. Ran into one issue that I think is worth mentioning, is that if you do buy aftermarket shocks, all right, so these aren't original, but their replacement's perfect. If you look down in here, man, it is really, really close. And you're going to need to do a little bit of grinding to get that nut ground down so you don't hit that rear sprocket. On this side, it worked out okay. You can see I was able to use the standard nut right here. And that's a locking nut on this, which on the CB350s, a lot of times, that's how those sets come. On this one, had to get a little bit creative because that nut was sticking out too hard. It was hitting that sprocket as it came around. So little adventures in grinding to make sure that I have a proper roller. Look at that brand new sprocket hanging out there. Really just kind of focusing on wiring and the little bits. What I love about the CB77 is that you can do all of this, and at the end of the day, we'll just lift the motor back in, and it's all going to be able to like kind of plug and play. I've got my front brake cable all squared away, rocking and rolling. Everything's good, but really, ultimately, this is the next challenge. Getting this thing put back together. We're doing the full top end rebuild. You can look over on the shelf here. Lots of parts to go, but it's all engine stuff. And then I'm really just down to odds and ends. I got to put the rear brake stay in. That's pretty straightforward. And let's see, pegs. Pegs have been a puzzlement. This rear brake assembly is puzzling me a little bit. I'll be doing a little bit of research on that. But take a look at this. It's looking pretty, pretty cool. I'm excited. This thing just has such character when you're doing, when you're looking at it, and it's sitting on that center stand. I do have it butted up against, so it can't move forward. It's not going to fall. And just kind of working on freshening wiring, freshening up everything. I'm probably going to go use posi locks on everything. I don't think I have enough battery acid to fill that battery and start getting that charged. So I need to run to the store. This thing is going to be beautiful. Just kind of a quick update, man. I'm just kind of taking it slow and steady because I don't want to fall back on whatever kind of sickness I got. But this is kind of that basket of nightmares. But this isn't the CB77 isn't much of a basket of nightmares. No signals on this bike originally. So that eliminates a lot of stuff. And then it's pretty basic wiring out of the coils and getting that all going. There's some
new old stock air filters. That came with the bike. How cool is that? And then, yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what we're looking at. Quick update, been a little slow. Just trying to feel better. Look at that little Easter egg, little keep on wrenching Easter egg down on that bottom fender there. This thing's gonna be cool. Kind of feeling like mocking it up. So here are a few shots of it while it was still up on the bench, just kind of mocking things up, getting a feel for the bike. We're gonna fully recover that seat. It's gonna be sweet. This is going to be such a cool looking motorcycle. Getting stoked. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get everything done so I can put all of my effort and energy over the next couple months into this motor. It's just, you know, an hour at a time. You know, that's really what it takes, one piece at a time. Still pretty greasy, but I have cleaned it up quite a bit. So just wanted to give you a quick update. You know, if you feel like I'm skipping over some parts, it's because, or like videos, it's because it's all the same. So if you're trying to install a rear wheel, or if you're trying to install this or that or whatever, just go back to the 1972 series and I pretty much cover it there. I don't want to make a bunch of videos just for the sake of making videos when I've already made the videos. It's all been really straightforward, and I found the disassembly videos to be really, really, really useful. If you enjoy the videos, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, go ahead and hit up the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And if you want a free sticker, don't forget to visit keeponwrenching.com. We've got ourselves a 1967 CB77 Super Hawk coming together really, really quick. We'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. We got a mess. Been doing lots of stuff this weekend. Quick update on the Super Hawk. We're too electrical, so got the battery filled today. Got that thing charging. Ready to rock and roll on that. And we've made some progress. Got that gauge redone. Looks beautiful. And got pretty much, I think, all of the wiring laid in. Might make a video once I kind of solidified everything about how it all goes. But it's all there. And what I could kind of hook up, or what was pretty clear, I went ahead and hooked that up. But gosh darn, didn't that gauge come out nice? Came out really, really good. That was tedious. Tedious. We got a little mini basket of nightmares to go there. And we're still rocking and rolling. Got the kickstand kind of in place. It actually uses one of the engine bolts, so got that tacked in place for now. Got that rear brake stay installed. So we're ready to deal with the rear brakes. Isn't this thing looking pretty? It's looking pretty. I'm pretty pleased. And over here, we're just working through the little bits. This is quite a puzzlement. I'm working my way through it. I'll probably make a video about install of the rear brake pedal, because it's pretty different. And tonight, I think my goal is just to use the rub and buff on those carburetors. I want to make a video about that as well. So just moving through and just prepping again, getting ready for the motor. And then we're getting ready to reupholster the seat. But yeah, we're getting to engine phase at this point on the build. Everything's in the box. Everything's ready to go. Just a lot of cleanup. Lots of things to do. Made a hell of a mess in the Keep On Wrenching garage today. Just got into a little bit of everything. If I got kind of annoyed with something, I moved on. Details are really, really good here. Got brand new cushions here. Was missing a bunch of this stuff. Coils are in place. Everything's good. And we're just kind of getting ready here. I need to put the front brake stay, get that permanently attached next. So just a lot of little stuff on this bike. Let's mock it up. And there's where we're sitting. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful bike. Just one piece at a time, literally. But it's kind of cool to have the ignition in place. It's all there. That's fun. And the wiring's getting laid in. I just got to get that all right where it needs to be. It's looking really clean. It's looking really, really clean, man. I'm excited that tank came out beautiful. And just like this whole riding position, just like this, I'm digging it. I think it's going to be pretty fantastic. So couple how-to videos on the way. I was going to make some videos about this gauge, but I was pretty stressed out while I was doing that. I didn't want to break the glass. I didn't want to break the needles. Didn't want to do any damage. So just kind of work through this front wheel a little bit. I am excited, though, to have that side stand in place, ready to go. Gives me some versatility. I can move it around. Got the horn installed. Got that all polished up. I just didn't decide to paint that. I just polished it, waxed it, get it all in good shape. And then there's that tank, man. Pretty fun. It's coming out pretty good. It's starting to move a little quick. And I'm really in research phase, just trying to make sure I don't muck up the motor. I've never worked on really a 305 motor before, so we'll be getting to all of that. For now, though, it's time to clean up because I made a hell of a mess today. I hope you had happy trails and success in everything that you're doing. Battery's charging, almost done. Then we're going to be rocking and rolling, moving to the next phases on the Super Hawk. Hope you enjoyed the quick little update. Look for more videos on the way. If you are interested, be sure to subscribe. Also, hit up the Facebook community group over on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group. And last but not least, get yourself one of these really cool Keep On Wrenching stickers, man. It's a little Easter egg on the Super Hawk. Once I put that other cover on, head on over to keeponwrenching.com, request your free sticker. Be getting those in the mail probably tomorrow, so don't wait. All right, everybody, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Yummy. Hey, everybody, at BV Matson here, working my way through the basket of nightmares on the CB77. It's hardly a basket of nightmares, man. This is like the thing of dreams. Very, very simple. Everything's actually working. I've just got one more hurdle, and tell you what, it's been a little bit of a puzzlement. It's getting this headlight bulb installed back into the frame and those weird little doohickeys. So show you how to do that. All right, just a couple things to note on the CB77 Super Hawk. You've got your wires coming out of your bulb, and actually your grounding point is on the frame. So make sure you don't forget to put that on there. It's a really small little nut, but make sure you do that. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna look at your frame, you're gonna look at your bulb, and you're gonna find right side up. So here's my text. And you're gonna look on the frame, and there's gonna be a little tab. See this little tab right here? What you're gonna do is you're gonna line up the tab up here on the top of the light, and it should orient itself to slide right into there, okay? It's gonna sit there just like that. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna hold that in position. I'm gonna grab one of these little doohickeys here, okay? And it's gonna go and basically loop around the bulb. I'll try and show you how this works. But you're gonna slide these up underneath like this, okay? And then you're gonna lift up, hold that in position like that, and then give this a little bit of a flick over, and that is gonna lock. All right, it's gonna lock right into position. And basically you're just gonna do kind of in between these little brackets here. So on this side, I'm gonna come over to this side, and make sure you just keep this locator in position. I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna drop one of these down. Again, the little tab goes down. Slide that in underneath there, okay? I imagine the third one is gonna be much harder to get into position. But we're gonna grab it and try to move that down if you can. Maybe you gotta do it the other way around. Get one end, there we go. Get the end down first. And then you can kind of, whoops. So put the tab in first. I'm learning as I go here. I remember taking it apart. I'm gonna get the one tab down right here. So the second one's definitely a little bit more of a challenge.
And brute force, we're gonna push that one in, then we can rotate down over to this end. And we'll get one more put in here, okay? So again, I'm gonna go little tab down, like this. I'm just trying to space them evenly. I'm gonna try, get one end down so it's kind of teetering in there, just like that. And then what I can do is have that spring across the floor. Not the easiest thing to do to film, but I think here I'm gonna get it. Oop, that almost took my eye out, so be careful. And drop that in, put that in. I'm gonna try hold this in position and just give this a jerk down with the needle nose. Oh. It's a springy bugger. There, we got it. There, we got it. Just like that. That's how those are gonna sit in there. Just like that. So, hey, also, if you have a lead, any leads on CB77 rings, kind of need one. This one's got a little bit of road rash on it. Let me know. So there you go. That's how those little tricky little boogers go in there. First one, piece of cake. Second one, not too bad. Third one, that thing's a booger, man. You have to work a little bit to get that one going. But this one's ready to go. Back on the bike. All right, back over to the bike. I've got all the rest of the wiring done. It literally is all just matching colors. The only oddball thing to kind of look for is that there's going to be black wires with white stripes on them. I'm using the original harness. Make sure all of those are going into the black with the white little dot on it. See it right down there? Make sure all those go there, and then there is a single black that goes out, and there's a single black without one of those white collars. That's the only thing to really look for. Other than that, you've got green. This is coming off of the back of the headlight bucket. All right, or off the headlight, I should say. You want to go in and find an open green. There should be one in here somewhere. There it is, coming. And this green that you're going to hook up to is actually going up into the gauge. And I believe it's doing the backlight, but it's a single, okay? It's a green with a white, green and white, green and white. That goes there. And then you've got a double blue. It's a double blue right here. We've got a blue coming out of the left-hand switch. That's your high beam, low beam. Go ahead and plug those in. And then there's going to be one blue coming out of the gauge. And this is actually the high beam indicator that's inside the gauge. So you go ahead and plug that in just like that. And the only one left is a single red coming out of the back of the bulb. There's going to be a single red coming out of that left-hand switch. You can go ahead and pop your bullet connector in there. And if you look on the back, there is a little hanger. See this little tab right there? That is actually going to go and hang on this little section here. Oh, let me give you a pan up here. There's a little notch on the bulb here. I'm going to push this all together real nice and easy. I'm going to line that up, and that headlight should pop right into position. And once you get that all lined up, you might have to do a little bit of cleanup. So sad about that rash, but oh well. Part of the bike, the guy's brother crashed the bike into a garage when they were growing up. So I think that's kind of a cool little character piece, actually. Then you're going to go in and insert your two side bolts right there and there. Got to tighten those up, and then we are good to go. That's really all there is to it. We can come over here, turn the key, and here we go. Let's turn the headlight on. Beauty. We got our tail light, and we've got high beam and low beam, and our horn, and our indicator. So there you go. That's how she be. Really cool to see it lit up. So there you go. I hope that helped with reinstalling your headlight on a CB77. This thing is coming together rather quickly. It's getting down to the motor and then all the other little tiny bits, but wiring's in place, staying all original for now. If we run into problems, we can replace stuff as we go. But yeah, rock and roll. If you enjoyed the video or if you found it helpful, please subscribe. Also, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. That really does help. Hit up keeponwrenching.com for a free sticker. And look for the next video or live stream. Have an awesome day, everybody. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here, working on cleaning up the starter, and it kind of dawned on me. Does the starter even work? How do we test a starter? Okay, a couple things to do to test this out, really straightforward. Positive is the post coming out of the starter, and then your ground is basically going to go anywhere kind of on the housing. Right here I just kind of clamped a wire onto the housing. What I'll do then is I will take my ground cable, I will attach it up onto my battery if I can find a good spot. And then I'm going to grab my black lead down here, all right, and I'm just going to touch this to the positive terminal on the battery, okay? So let's try it. Yes, here you go. Bam, starter is good. Quick, easy way to figure out if you got to rebuild this or not. We're in luck. The CB77 Super Hawk starter is in great shape. Just in case you were wondering, thought I'd throw a quick video. If you found this useful, be sure to subscribe. Also, go get that free sticker at keeponwrenching.com. Super Hawk is turning a corner, everybody. Cleaning gasket surfaces and getting all of these engine components ready to go. All right, engine rebuild time is just around the corner. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Super happy this works. Hey everybody, just wanted to do a little clear coat this morning on the Super Hawk. Look at that save. That tank never touched the ground. I actually kicked it on the inside of the tank. Check it out, super slow-mo. Almost tragedy. Let's grab that. Keep the stack. Do you know where I just dropped that? It's fine. It landed on a piece of rubber, which is fine. But it's rubber down in the bottom of my frickin' sump pump, man. Why? All right, well, power of live streaming, guys. We're going to go down here and we're going to go get it. Hit right off of there. It should be fine. But God damn it, I got to move all this stuff out of here. And then I got to look down in here. Where the hell's my flashlight? Where's my flashlight? I hope I didn't put a big ding in that frickin' valve. I'm going to be so bummed out if I did. All right, going in. Doo-ba-doo. There we go. Ooh, see it. I see it. Oh, my arms are too short. There it is. Oh, boy. Oh. All right, we got the valve back. All right, let me get this thing back on, that lid back on there. That's adventure. This is an entertainment channel, after all. Hey everybody, happy Saturday. Welcome to the Keep On Wrenching live stream. Gonna try some of these shorts, man. I was talking on the last mega stream from Thursday with everybody, and they're like, dude, we'd like to see more short streams. So just want to drop in to the shop, see what I'm working on today, all right? If you haven't already, you want to head over to keeponwrenching.com. That's the first thing you want to do. Go and get yourself that free sticker. Probably be sending some out here next week. And guys, we're getting super, super close. We are just 82 subscribers away from 10,000. All right, 82. We're getting really, really, really close. Here's what's going on in the shop. So just prepping final gasket surfaces, all right? Getting ready. I'm super close to starting to button up this 305 Honda motor. Then it's kind of game on from there. Probably in the next week or so, the bulk of the bike, the bulk of that Super Hawk right there is going to be headed up into the garage. So just getting ready to put a motor in it and get it rocking and rolling. So I've got a couple of gasket surfaces that I'm working on today. This is like the never-ending kind of a deal. I haven't had a chance to get the recommended gasket remover, but I am using Permatex foaming action gasket remover. What I do on this really is just kind of get it all on there. It's got a little spray tip and a little brush, which is kind of cool. But I just kind of work this in for a little while. I've had this sitting here for about 10-15 minutes now. I just kind of keep walking around, agitating it as best as I can. And then I think the real key in gasket removal, or at least to make it a little bit simpler, because these can be a real bear cat, is to apply a little bit of heat. So just kind of touching that up just a little bit, and then getting the medium heat going. So I'm going to just get my heat gun and start kind of locking in on this surface and just start heating the surface up just a little bit, work one little section at a time, and kind of go from there. So I think the heat really, really, really helps when you can get that rocking and rolling. A couple of options. You can definitely use plastic blades is recommended. But if you are having one hell of a time with a particular spot or something, go ahead and be super, super, super careful with metal blades, all right? I'm not like, sometimes you just got to get out the heavy artillery and let stuff work. But always try to start with plastic razor blades. Plastic razor blades are going to be the best deal. We got Murphy joining us in the shop today. He's looking excited. He's like, why are you working? I thought you did this on Thursday nights. No, we do this kind of, we're going to be a little bit more on the fly with the streams here. So just kind of working this heat gun. I'm going to try to use the plastic razor blade as much as I possibly can. Let me get you a little bit better view here so you can see what's going on. I mean, this is just one of those things that you got to put the time in, man. You just got to put the time in on these gaskets, because the last thing you want is to go through all of this effort, put the bike together, and then have a bunch of massive oil leaks. So I like to just have my heat gun up. I might even go to high heat on this and start working it with the plastic razor blade, and you can see it'll come off. You just got to be really patient with it. This is being super kind. There's a couple of little spots that I can see already that are going to be a little problematic, but just kind of working our way around here. I got to put in this time before I go and start to get into the full rebuild. It's super tempting just to start slapping stuff together and like saying like, oh, it's good enough, it's clean enough, it's good enough. But a lot of times it's not, okay? Because this is this chamber, especially on this side, is full of oil, man. So any kind of imperfections in this gasket surface can be problematic for you as you're moving through things. Another thing that I have found to be just super useful for like final cleanup is just a 3M pad. Just go ahead, grab yourself a 3M and start working that. Let me cut a little chunk of this off. Buy these in bulk, man. I find that I'm using these all the time. But here you can kind of see, this gasket surface. I wish I could get you just a little bit closer. But the 3M pad can really get in there and start to cut some of this down. And just like that, you can see that 3M pad actually cleaned that surface damn near perfect compared to like what we were doing before. So I'm going to keep working here with the plastic blades as much as I can. And if I run into some problems, I will maybe get the heavy artillery out. But again, just kind of one little section at a time, knocking this stuff out. These plastic blades do tend to dull rather quickly. Again, just trying to keep some heat on the subject can really, really, really help. So, yeah, it was we had a really nice stream last Thursday night. We went for about 2.5 hours or something like that. And kind of posed the question to the viewers, and it was like, hey, do you want longer streams or do you want shorter streams? And consensus was that, dude, we actually would just like to have more shorter streams. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man? 1, 2, 3, welcome to the thing. What plastic blade tool do you have? Let me show you here. This actually came from Tula Tom, one of the OGs on the channel. I've seen these at just any auto parts store tends to have these. It's just a quick little grip handle. You could use them without, but these are just a little double-sided plastic razor blade. I've seen them at like my local O'Reilly's, AutoZone. You know, they're pretty prevalent. Not like a specialty tool by any means. Good to see you, Dave. Glad you're here hanging out on the impromptu. We're going to give it a go. Here we can see we've got a real problem area here. This is going to be cakey. That's going to be really, really thick. The good thing, oh, that actually flaked right off of there. Got lucky on that. That's great. So I'm just going to try work out to this portion on this, and then we'll grab that 3M pad again, and we'll see if we can clean up that mating surface as well. So let's see. We've got one kind of a dark spot there. You want this thing damn near perfectly clean as you can get it. And that actually knocked out of that pretty good. Guess I don't necessarily need the heat going for this, but I can do that. This is what I'm doing. I mean, I've been just kind of reading the manuals, trying to get super familiar with all kind of the ins and outs here on the 305 motor. Yeah, this 3M can knock down a lot of these rough spots pretty good. Dave, glad to see you're doing some work on that engine. I just got back from a ride on my 75 Honda CB750. That's the bike my dad had when I was growing up. Nice here in Virginia. Going to be 70 tomorrow. It's going to be like 60 at least tomorrow in Michigan. It's like 50 today. It's actually really nice today. Yeah, look at that. That's a perfect surface right here. One little nick. You can like this is like the one thing I think you should get really kind of nitpicky on is when you're working on this stuff. Make sure your gasket surfaces are really nice and clean, but that's going to be beautiful. Hey, Dave, you got that 75? Let me, I'll show you a picture. I got a picture on my bulletin board of my dad's 750. I'm actually on the back in this photo. Let me hop over. I'll show you this real quick. Impromptu stream, not quite set up optimally, but there it is. There's my dad's. That was a 75 750. There I am. That's actually my first motorcycle ride. I couldn't ride until my feet could reach the pegs. So, yeah, there it is. He had the whole windjammer, saddlebags, rear rack, whole deal, sissy bar, all that stuff was on this bike. Beautiful, beautiful bike. But yeah, there was the 750. That bike ultimately built a lot of the nostalgia that got me into these old Honda motorcycles. So kind of cool, kind of a fun thing. That's awesome. Dave Howard, good to see you. Yeah, I'm trying to just be a little bit more available to people all over the place. So I'm going to try more of these kind of shorter streams. I'm not sure like how long I'll go, but I'm definitely not going to be going for like, 2-3 hours, at a crack on this stuff. Let's see, I want to make sure I've got good light for you so you can at least see what I'm working through here. This engine is getting really, really close. Just got a lot. Did he get rid of the original 4x4 pipes? That's a really good question. I thought there was a muffler on both sides, if I remember right. Man, actually this 3M pad is knocking out a bunch of this. I wish I had more pictures of the 750. I haven't seen a whole lot. There's a couple of them that I've seen, but not a lot. Here's kind of a trouble spot right here. Here's where you can just be a little super careful with like a real razor blade. You just want to make sure you're not gouging, and kind of just use that edge to maybe flake it up just a little bit. Use this as little as possible. If you start seeing a little bit of an aluminum flake or anything coming out of that, you need to stop what you're doing and then just get a little bit more patient. But there's going to be one trouble spot there. I'm going to go back to this plastic one, get my heat going again. Yeah, I remember the day that he sold that bike. It was probably, I would guess it was probably in the late 90s that he got rid of it. And he sold it for $750. A whopping $750. Then he wishes he had that back. Because I've been kind of looking for one just for nostalgia's sake, right? Just to be like, cool, gotta be so sweet just to have another one. Yeah, this 3M pad does a great job of just cleaning this up really well in the heat. The damn heat gun. Plastic razor blades, 3M pads you can get there. Once I get this side done, I'll do the other side. This is like the really important side though, because this is a big oil chamber in here. And that bugger will leak. That bugger will leak. The 4x4 pipes are hard to find. The stock bike has 2 mufflers on each side. My 750 doesn't have the OG pipes. Wish I could share a photo. Yeah, I wish. It's kind of annoying that on the YouTube chat you can't like share a photo. That is kind of annoying for sure. Yeah, he must have upgraded. Next time I talk to my dad, I'll ask him. But I wonder if he may have done the 2-into-1. So I just remember seeing the one pipe. That was the thing to do apparently. Yeah, this is going to take a hot minute of work in here. Can already start to feel it in the old fingertips. You know, cramping up, scraping on all these surfaces. Do as much as you can with the plastic. And if you have to, if you're having a real rough time, you can use a regular razor blade, but you got to be super careful. You just got to be super careful, because if you start taking gouges out of stuff, bad things will start to happen once you put that thing together. But this is cleaning up okay. Glad to see a few people are joining the stream. Usually I give people a little bit of a heads up, but today I was just like, all right, well, I'm kind of sitting here just doing this. Feeling kind of lonely. Wife's out running some errands. Dog is dog tired. Went for a good walk today. She's pooped. It's been really nice out here in Michigan. I hope you're all having a good day. I ran to the hardware store today to just go pick up some random paint and stuff, man. I'm seeing motorcycles all over. People are hungry to get out. Not quite ready to crank up one of mine. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll crank one up. We'll see. It just depends. It's kind of a little bit of a... It's a bit of a Tetris game in my garage with all these different bikes that I've kind of acquired here. So... it's kind of a pain when you move one. You got to move them all, kind of a deal. Now, this one little spot over here is being a little problematic. Let me see if I can get you in here a little bit. Oop, oop, heat gun. Melted my Ziploc bag. Always got to watch that. I've got one little spot here. Again, stay as flat as you can if you're going to do this. That is cooked. Sometimes you can just scrape the edge a little bit just to open it up. Just to get a little bit of a ridge in it, and then go back to your 3M. See if we can knock this out. There we go. That's all I had to do is like kind of penetrate that surface just a little bit, and that wiped clean off just like that. So hopefully the live stream today is reaching some new people, because it's a little bit different time than I usually do this. And if you're new to the stream, don't forget to subscribe. We're super close to the 10,000 subscriber mark on the channel, which I'm super excited about. Been working towards that for a while. And we're going to get there. We're going to get there here in the next couple weeks, I think. We need 97, I think it was, on the last check. Yeah, this is looking... that's about as good as you can get there. Oh, Dave just posted a picture on the Keep On Wrenching page. Let me hop over there. Let's take a quick breather and hop over to the Keep On Wrenching page. Oh shoot, I didn't even bring up the Facebook. I was so like geared up to ready to go. So this is going to be a two-factor authentication kind of a situation. So let me just get this pulled up here. Oh, cool. Yeah, beautiful day. I should be sitting outside getting some vitamin D, because I spend too much time in this basement, man, not outside. Just pulling up the Keep On Wrenching page right now. We'll take a look at Dave's CB750. Come on, Facebook. I don't know how Facebook gets away with being so slow. You know, everything is all about speed, 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 speed. You need fast sites and stuff, and my goodness, does it drag on sometimes. There we go. Pulling it up. Here we go. Let's get in here. There it is. 1975 CB77 Slight Resto Mod. That's beautiful, man. Is that a stripe in the tank that I see there up here on the top? Is that a little stripe there? That's clean. That's a clean looking bike. Let's see. Yeah, that's beautiful, man. I love the brick wall. Good call on the brick wall photo. Can't really go wrong with that. That's beautiful. Thanks for posting that, man. That's quick to hop over there. So Dave, good deal. Let's see. Yeah, there've been some other activities going on in the group. Just make sure that you go and check that stuff out. But if you are new to the stream, maybe the first time you've been hopping onto one, make sure you go get your free sticker. That's on keeponwrenching.com. So that's kind of the big one there. The other thing that we've been working on, and we did this on the last stream, was we got the 66 CB160 tank kind of stripped down. Right now it is full of white vinegar. So it is just resting. I think what I'll do is I'll just hold off until the next kind of live stream. I want this to sit for about a week or so. But I've been coming down here, shaking it, and all this kind of makeshift kind of plugging of orifices. There's not a drip of vinegar in this, so I'm not seeing any pinholes or anything in this tank. Dave Howard got the Dyna out for a spin today. Yeah, man, there were a lot of motorcycles out today when I ran over to the hardware store. So this is a really good sign for this tank. I was a little bit worried because there were some trouble spots, but all I'm really doing is I come down and I give the thing a shake a couple times a day if I can, and just letting the white vinegar kind of do the work in that spot. So pretty straightforward. Just going to be patient. Ideally, with this one, what I would like to do is get the tank, carbs, petcock all cleaned, change the oil, and see what we got. Yeah, just see if I can get it running before I do a full disassembly on it and restoration. So kind of want to get the tank ready to go. We can throw the tank back on, do the petcock, do the carbs, fill her with some gas, and see what the hell happens. You know, that's kind of where I'm at on this. So really, I'm just kind of working through this whole process. And again, if you're just joining the stream, it's kind of gasket removal day on the 305. I'm really close. I'm down to just a couple of surfaces left to go. Like here, we got the oil pump. That's all ready to go. And again, I'm just using the foaming action gasket remover. I need to order that gasket stuff that was recommended on the live stream this past week. What was that? I think I took a screenshot of that. Let me just double check that real quick, and I'll let you know. Dude was swearing by it. He's like, that's the stuff you want, Brian. Or no, I wrote it down. I wrote it down on a piece of paper right here. No, that was Rust 911. I'll have to find it. I'll post it someplace. But the goal is to get all of these kind of ready to rock and roll. I've got, I don't know, a little over halfway on this one. So we're pretty nice and clean all the way around here. And this is where I left off. So that's what I'm doing today. What are you working on? Hopefully people are riding, man. It's like a little March heat wave kind of coming through right now. which is really, really refreshing, to be quite honest. I really haven't been that motivated lately. I've been kind of feeling the winter blues a little bit, just kind of waiting for things to kind of clear up. So again, got to find my little, I should have gloves on. That would be the other plus. Just remember, these plastic blades, they do dull out really fast. So if you stop making progress, just swap it out. I mean, a lot of times it's just a few minutes that you can actually get out of these before they don't really do much wonder for anything. So I just got the little heat gun, just medium heat. Start scratching up that surface as best you can. Sometimes you can use the edge to get at some of the trickier little spots. This is it, just putting in the time. Make sure you're not dropping a bunch of material down in some of these ports here for sure. Wipe your blade off. And hopefully this will go really, really quick. And then it's all about just getting organized, really, for me. Getting all my gaskets figured out. Referring to CMS&L quite a bit. You know, trying to really figure out, how the hell does this damn thing go back together again? Yeah, I looked at my bikes for a second this morning, and I was like, do I want to drag that out of the corner there? I also kind of feel like this is a bit of a bluff. I don't think that winter's quite over yet. We're supposed to get some snow on Monday. But man, it really is tempting. These plastic blades aren't doing bad. This bike has actually been a really pretty simple gasket situation. I got really lucky on a lot of it where I didn't have a lot of problems. I think the key, though, to make it easier is get some heat on it. That seems to, like, really, I don't know, just seems to expedite the process a little bit. These 3M pads are just pure gold. Yeah, and you can already see this is starting to clean up a lot better. Then it's putting this whole basket together, putting that clutch back together. I still do have to clean all the clutch plates and all of that stuff. So I said this was going to be a short stream, but now that I'm streaming, I'm like having fun. And I just love hanging out, especially when the chat's dropping. It's always nice just to kind of hear what people are doing. So keep the chat going, and maybe I'll keep scraping away. Not the most thrilling action-packed coverage here today, but it's a necessary part in everything that we're doing. Again, that's going to be really, really nice. It's going to be nice. Got one trouble spot up over here in the top corner. This engine could be back together here in the next week or two. It really could be. Next weekend, I think it is, I'm focused on, I've got a buddy coming down to help me reupholster the seat. So we'll probably do that one afternoon and then try to just get real focused on the engine and have another set of eyes on it. But I'm looking forward to getting the seat reupholstered on the Super Hawk that's hanging out back there, man. Super close. I've got kind of a soft deadline. May 1st is when I would like to have this done. It seems like that's a long ways away, but just based on schedule and you know, I think we're officially in the post-COVID era. Work is really starting to pick up again. Travel is picking up again. I travel a lot for my job, so I think some of my shop time is going to be limited just a little bit as we're moving through some stuff and trying to kind of reassess the world and figure out where we're at. This keep on wrenching thing is a hobby of mine. It's not my #1 source of income by any means. I make just enough to keep buying parts. Nice smooth surfaces here. Just a couple little spots. Just a couple little spots here to get it out there. Are we riding or are we working? Hopefully people are seeing beautiful weather and people are getting out there today. I'm just kind of fixated on this Super Hawk, and that's kind of the way it needs to be right now. Got to get it done. Got to get it done. We have come so far on this. Check it out. I think that, to me, this is a pretty damn good gasket surface right here. Not seeing anything crazy happening. That looks pretty damn good to me. Engine seals, getting gaskets kind of squared away, figuring out how the hell this thing goes back together, reading manuals, all of that. That's where we're at on the project on that Super Hawk. 1967 CB77 Super Hawk is where we're at. Let's see, I can kind of show you kind of some of the other stuff here too. I anticipate we reaching like new people who maybe haven't seen an update on this bike for a while, or maybe they've only seen the YouTube videos. So we're actually in really good shape over here. Let's get that Dremel out of the way. But all of our surfaces are looking really good. This thing actually cleaned up super nice. Just a degrease on these parts. I don't think I'm going to paint them. I'm just going to roll with them because they look awesome. They're super clean. Thanks to Super Clean, by the way, right? So this Super Clean degreaser is really a go-to for cleaning this stuff up. Really, really, really cool. Yeah, we're just working our way through it. Upholstering that seat is going to be the next big deal. But I just keep coming down here and I'm looking, and then I look at this part and then I'm like, okay, how the hell does that all go back together? I've got to install all of this. Let's see. Yeah, so up here, I've got to reinstall the camshaft with all the bearings too. So I've got to reinstall 4 bearings up in the camshaft and get that going. This is a 2-part cam, so it actually comes apart in the middle. So you kind of do one side and you got to get it kind of centered. It looks like pretty finicky business. I've got a little bit of degreasing to do down in here. Just a little bit here. One thing that works really, really well to get down into some of these like nooks and crannies. Just grab that Dremel. It's got a brass brush on it. This can help save you a little bit of time on stuff. Especially this really hard to get at little spots. I think I can show you one of the bits that I've got. They don't last long. Wear eye protection for sure, because it's blowing these little bristles all around. They disintegrate pretty quick. You can get like 50 of them off of eBay for, 15 bucks, But man, your whole shop will be covered in these little things. I've gotten them in like my toe or something when I run in here without shoes on or something too. So you want to be careful with some of that. So while I'm in here, might as well start knocking some of that out too. This is going to be challenging for me to shut it down. I just like to keep kind of moving from project to project to project. And there you can see we're starting to shine that stuff up. It's going to look better. It's going to look more and more better. A lot of work to do, but man, the gasket surfaces, there's a light at the end of the tunnel on a lot of these. So I'm feeling good. Dave123, anyone using a Rix regulator rectifier? I just put one on my CB750 and it seems to be overcharging a little bit. At higher revs, it goes 15.5, should be 14.7. I have not used one of those. I don't know. Is there like a safe number? I suppose the manual you're referencing there is 14.75, but yeah, look at that. Dirty. Got to hit this this section of this a little bit more. We got to get the valves installed. There's a lot to do. This will be a whole day's project as we're rocking and rolling through that. But this is the end goal, is to get it installed on there and doing that. So gasket surface day. Hey Tula Tom, how are you, Tula? You missed it on the last stream on Thursday. I kind of asked people if they'd rather see more short streams or to keep doing mega streams. And the consensus was that they'd actually like to see more short streams. So that's kind of what I'm doing today. Got a little darts entertainment going on. There's a big darts tournament, big steel tip darts fan. But that's kind of my entertainment for the day. These surfaces look absolutely beautiful. We'll switch it over to the other side and we'll be in great shape. There's that oil pump. That's going to be easy. I should be able to get that put back in here today. And we'll just start kind of putting this back together one piece at a time, being really diligent and doing that. The other thing, if you're just joining, there's that CB160 tank. No leaks, no pinholes discovered. It's actually cleaning up pretty good. I haven't cracked the thing here yet. There's some rust floating around in there. But the great thing is I was a little worried about some of the points underneath here. I was a little worried that we were going to run into some issues, but we didn't. So I think the tank is solid, no pinholes, nothing like that, and we should be good. No Tula, I did not fire up the 70 yet. I actually got into some household projects today. So just kind of, I did a couple of things that I was meaning to do and never really got to, and kind of been doing that, and also spent some time outside playing with the dog, trying to get some sunshine. And I ran down here, still got a bunch of these damn plastic razor blades. Just got done using a bunch of those. This feels great. The other one that I need to do, see if I can move. Well, I'm going to move this cover so I don't knock it on the ground, because this cover looks, you know, absolutely beautiful, or whoop, looks great. I don't want to muck it up, so don't want to muck it up. But I've got to do this top one a little bit better. Let's just flip this up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I think these, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Yep, so I do need to clean these up just a little bit more. Probably pull this camshaft pulley out. Treat that with wintergreen and alcohol. Try to get it a little bit more supple if I can. Yeah, it's never going to end, but I just want to do my due diligence now with all of this stuff, because it's going to pay off in the long run. I think this motor's coming up. It's cleaning up really nice. I'm just trying to take my time. This one I got to be a little careful on, you know, so you don't want to be dumping a bunch of debris down inside of here. Yeah, and this is kind of awkward. I should actually pull both these pins, make my life a little easier, but that's probably what I'll end up working on the rest of the day, because that next part that's going to go in here, or kind of when I start the assembly process, is we're going to put that cylinder jug in. So we got to get the gasket surface nice and clean so we can drop that in. And yeah, just start building the tower. You know, that's where we're at. So that's all I got. I don't really have much more for expectations today. If I can get through that, it'll be good. We can kind of chill tonight. Tula Tom, pour some Permatex engine lube in those bearings. Oh, for sure, dude. For sure. Got my little bottle of all that stuff too, so we're good. If you haven't already, be sure to go to keeponwrenching.com. Okay, Keep On Wrenching, get yourself that sticker. I'll probably do another blast out this week or so. So free stickers, just fill out this form here on the left, or the white form would be good. Yeah, Keep On Wrenching over there, and we are so close. Let's do a quick check on subs. I think we are only 97, no, 87. How close are we? 82. Right now we are 82 subscribers away from 10,000. So we're moving towards that really quick. Look at this, almost 800,000 views on the polishing chrome. Here's the chrome spray paint, over 800,000 views, and it just gets better and better from there, man. All these videos, some of them are really starting to stick, and it's been a lot of fun. So how long have I been going here? I said I was going to do short streams, and I'm already into 36 minutes. So I just want to get some more work done. All right, if you haven't already, make sure you go to keeponwrenching.com, get that free sticker. Go find us on Facebook. You can see the little logo up there on the left. What else? I don't know. Tool, yeah, I've only used the Sparkmoto regulator rectifier myself as well. I think I did get one from 4-into-1 though. I do recall getting one from 4-into-1 as well. So I think that's it. I think I'm going to get back to work. You wanted shorter streams, so here's kind of a shorter stream. It's hard to believe that 36 minutes is a short broadcast, but you know, it is for me. You know, go back through the past live streams on the channel, and sometimes we're grinding things out for about 4 hours. So I'm going to call it. I'm going to get back to work, and everybody have a fantastic Saturday. Stay tuned to the channel. Make sure you turn that bell on, the notifications. So when you subscribe, you can also hit the little bell. That's going to alert you when I go live, okay? Because I'm going to try to go live in short spurts a little bit more often. So hit that bell. I'm going to need to add that to like the graphics or something on here. Hit the bell so you're alerted to when I go live. All right, if you're riding, keep the wheels on the road, keep the wheels down, be safe, enjoy. Motorcycle season is in the air for sure. So I'll see you in the next video or live stream. And again, hit that bell so you see when I'm going live. All right, everybody, we'll see you. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here, and it is moving day for the shell of the 1967 CB77 Super Hawk. This one's going up into the garage so we can focus on the motor and we can reunite the two in the spring. This is always an adventure. I've got a little help today, which is a huge benefit. Let's make sure we don't scratch it on the way up, but your warm days are over. You're out in the garage for a little while, 67. All right, let's do this. It's always kind of a big day when the motorcycle finds its way out of the Keep On Wrenching shop and has to do the big climb, the staircase, all the way up to the main floor. Again, the Keep On Wrenching shop is in the basement. Went pretty smooth. Having some help made all the difference. My best friend Brad showed up, and he was like, you know what? It's time to get it out in the garage. Got some straps around it, and really it's all about just kind of getting your back into it, keeping things balanced, and going one step at a time, and being really careful, you know, not to muck anything up. It'd be tragic at this point to dump the bike or get it going sideways on the staircase, but it's not bad. The motor's not in it right now. It's really just the frame and the wheels and all that, but it's still really awkward, but it can be done. There you go. There it goes. The CB77 Super Hawk is out of the basement at this point and headed towards the garage. Had a little trouble getting it over that final lip. Ooh, hitting a little bit. We didn't want to muck up the edges of those fenders as we came up, but had to give it one big final lift, and we got it there, man. It's on the main floor. You know, you don't see this every day. Motorcycle in the living room of the house. There it is, hanging out. This thing probably won't be inside of a house for like anytime soon, so had to take a couple pictures. There we go. We're catching it rolling out the front door of the house. The 1967 CB77 Super Hawk is outside again for the first time in quite a while. We started this bike back in September, but there it goes, heading on over to the garage. Always such a fiasco getting these things up and down. Would love to have a real shop. Oh my God. But we make it work, we make it happen. Super Hawk is now in the garage. All that's left to do is tidy up that motor or get it back put together. A lot more than tidy up. But yeah, tires actually got just a little bit of snow on them for the first time. All right, this is a big step in the rebuild of the Super Hawk. This bike has come a long ways from the U-Haul trailer that dropped it off in my driveway back in September. Vince, I'm really looking forward to getting this bike in your hands later this spring. So there we go. We got a big open void in the Keep On Wrenching shop. We're going to tackle the seat. We're going to reupholster that. And time to start putting this motor together. Time to get serious. I've done enough reading. I think I've done enough watching. I think I know what's going on. everything's ready to rock and roll. Big moment getting this bike out of here, opening up some space, lots and lots of other projects. I'll post some information on the Instagram or the TikTok about some of these other projects. But for now, I'm going to close this one up. Thanks so much for the support, wrenchers. I really appreciate it. If you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. All right. And also go request that free sticker at keeponwrenching.com. This little 305 is going to go back together. But man, what bike's going to go in this big open gap here? I got to get this 125S done one of these days too. Anyway, see ya in the next video or live stream. And it wouldn't be fair unless I teased a few of the upcoming projects on Keep On Wrenching. We've got ourselves a 305 Honda Dream, a CB160, and a CB100. And we got to get that 125S done too. Thanks for being here, wrenchers. Have a great one. Hey everybody, welcome to the Keep On Wrenching shop at BV Matson here. Got a little help behind me. We are doing shorter streams and trying to stay super focused on projects. That's kind of the goal here. So it is Saturday, about 6:30 here Eastern Time USA. So what we're working on today is actually a seat. There's Brad. Brad, say hi to the people here on the live stream. Brad's working on the Super Hawk seat. We are going to attempt to put a new cover on this thing. This is an arduous task. We've been kind of working on it here for 10-15 minutes so far, and it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, so basically, I don't know if you've ever taken one of these seats apart before, but there's all these metal tabs you can see here, and handy dandy pick, we're just prying them open. Knock on wood, but none of them have broken.
That's the
so
big thing,
far.
is making sure that these little doohickeys right here
Yeah.
don't break off. Yeah, they do feel pretty firm. So that's kind of the process, man. That's what we're trying to work through. I've never done a seat before. So I figured, if we're going to sit here and monkey around with it, we might as well hop live. Brad has done about 40 seats, you said? You've done about 40 seats before?
Yeah, I think this is my 41st.
Yeah, it's not. Neither one of us has ever done this before, so this is new territory, diving into some new ground, and hanging out. So, on the last Thursday stream that we did, people were like, dude, we'd like shorter streams, more shorter streams. So that's kind of what this is going to be. I doubt we're going to get this done in about a half an hour or so, but whatever. Let's get to work. If you got tips or tricks or things that we should be looking at as we're kind of working through this thing, please throw that up in the chat. That would be super, super, super nice, because I thought this was going to be like kind of straightforward, but it actually looks like kind of a pain in the butt. There's a nut on that.
I know.
It's like a square.
The 350 had just like aluminum post
Yeah.
that you bent over.
Yeah.
So this, I don't know.
Would a small crescent wrench work? It's weird. There's like a little.
This
That's turning.
All right.
It is a nut, though. It's a nut. Hopefully, there's only.
There's like 6 of them.
No way.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that. You guys, anybody rebuild a seat before? Let us know. We're kind of working our way through this. The seat's not in terrible shape, but there are a couple of really deep punctures that we got to deal with. So I thought it would be best to actually, I'll show you where I got the seat from. Awesome, awesome website. If you're working on these 305s, I cannot recommend these guys enough. Classic Honda restoration, early 60s Hondas, parts bikes, Tim, rockstar, super rockstar in the business. And we got the Honda cover. So let me just kind of pivot over here real quick. I'll show you while Brad kind of keeps bending tabs. I'll kind of show you the cover. Here you can see the original strap that was on it. There were just 2 bolts with it there. Came with a new strap. Okay, so we got the new strap. We're gonna have to figure that all out. But the seat cover actually does have the Honda emblem on the back side, which is nice. And it should fit. It should just be a perfect fit. The foam on this seat is actually pretty good. I'm not super worried about that. It's just, this looks like it's going to be a really tedious freaking deal. Yeah, I'm not super excited about it. CB77 late. The early ones didn't have like this little bulge up in the front. They were kind of a flat seat. But this one's got like a little bit of a loop, little jut up on this. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with this whole deal. It's an adventure and a half all day long here on the Keep On Wrenching shop.
Can you buy these seats?
I'm sure you could go to Texavina probably and buy one of those seats for sure. I don't really want to get into it.
Right. I'm just like, okay.
Like one of the goals on this project was to try to save as much as we possibly could. But yeah, you could probably go to Texavina.com and get one. This is kind of a puzzlement. This strap here. Yeah, not sure how this is going to work because there's little rivets or like little, yeah, they're basically rivets inside of this leather here. And then they're kind of curtailed. I wonder how close this all comes to lengthwise. I'm not really sure. Let's measure it out. Yeah, it's definitely long, so it's going to have to be trimmed to length once we get to that point, if we ever get to that point, which I'm sure we will. At least things are breaking free, though. Brad here is the owner of the black Upper Peninsula bike. And we're hoping to have that one done this spring. We just got to put the motor back together. When I say just, it's a process, right? Everything takes a little bit of time. What do you got?
The CL.
And yeah, and he owns the red CL from the series. I sold the bike to him. Tears coming out of my face right now. Yeah, we got a couple people hanging out here. What are you guys wrenching on? What are you working on? It was a big moving day. I've got a YouTube video getting ready to go live. Something will go live tonight. I just wanted to hop on an actual live stream here for a little while just to give you a little update. You might see behind me here, Super Hawk is gone. Super Hawk no longer in the shop right now. So that has actually been moved up into the garage. And we've got all the bikes that were in the garage that are waiting restoration are now down in the basement. So it was kind of a weird day today, working through some of those processes. Our backs are probably going to be hurting a little bit tomorrow. So yeah, we're just pulling on these. I say we, and it's actually just Brad. He's doing all the work here right now. But just pulling on these little tabs. You know, hopefully we can get this original cover off without too much damage.
So here's the first problem.
All right.
So these are little nuts that, and I believe, if I remember from the 350 that I took apart, there's a post, and it.
Oh, that holds that.
Into like it's flared.
That holds this chrome strip.
Yeah, and so when you go to loosen that,
there's sliders.
Spins,
yep,
right.
yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. I might even have an example to show. I do actually, right here.
You can't get the fabric off.
The chrome bar off. So what he's talking about here is on these chrome strips.
Yeah.
What we're working with is
Save those, dude.
We got them. They're right here.
Okay.
But see, like how this post kind of spins right here.
And you see how there's an opening here. Where's the camera?
Yeah, yeah. There's a ledge.
And it just pulls
out.
in
and out there.
And so on this seat that we're working on, this is actually threaded.
It's gonna be a bolt. PT Mari, welcome to the stream. The way I installed my seat cover is to lace the bottom like you are tying a shoe. One, the cover is centered and tight, then put the metal knobs on.
Oh, okay. I see.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how.
Yep.
I don't.
Well, let's focus on getting this. We got to be really careful with the chrome strip for sure. We don't want
because
to.
You want to reuse that?
We need to reuse that.
So I actually think, can we grind these down?
I don't just want to, I need to. What do you mean? The nuts?
Yeah, and then the whole thing will pop off and we'll reuse.
Well, what size are those nuts?
I have no idea.
We should, I got a bunch of like tiny stuff
That's
here.
What I'm talking about. They just spin.
Oh, it won't just go.
Right.
Yeah. We could, I guess, just grind those off.
And
those are
then-
kind of a pain in the butt, for sure.
Because those aluminum posts we were just looking at.
We could use those
we
instead.
use those and they just bend over.
That's possible.
Because I don't know how to get that.
Are we sure that they're floating, though? Can you see it spinning when you're turning it? Because I would think that
Yes.
that would be a kind of a sloppy design.
Look at-
Let's look at it. Let's get
This
you guys
one
in
right
here.
here.
Let's not leave the people
So
behind here.
what I was watching.
Let me go mobile here so I can get a good look at this.
See how there's the high point to the post, the threaded post. So let me see if I can turn it here. So that'll turn with the nut. See how it's turning? Can you see that?
Yeah.
You see what I'm talking about? So, how do you hold that? I don't...
Is there something? Let's see. Just trying to think here. Because that seems weird that it would be a nut if it wasn't something that was locked in.
Right.
That's the only thing. So I would love to just first try to see if we can find a really small. See what size these are. It's bigger than that. 5. So 5 millimeters, too small. Let me see. We are just kind of working our way through this tonight. Thanks for joining. This is an impromptu adventure, and we just wanted everybody to come along. That 6 should be pretty close because that one didn't fit.
I think it's on.
All right.
It just spins is the dilemma.
Oh, I thought you had a socket. Let's see. Yeah, I've never seen that. Usually they're just kind of those bendy posts. Dave C., this is Brad from the UP.
Hello.
Hanging out. He is a seat restoration expert.
No.
Here, I think I got one here. Let's just try. Yeah, it just turns. That might actually be a little too big. Put a small nose pliers on the other end, then turn the nut. There's no way to get at it because the seat is there. That's the problem. Is that the seat, like the seat cover is there. Or not the seat cover, the trim piece. The trim piece is there. I think it's actually a 5. I think it's actually a 5. Hey, Doc Jones. How are you, man? Good to see you. We are puzzling over a couple things here right now, trying to get this trim off of this seat. Again, everybody, welcome Brad to the stream.
Hello. I think we should just grind them off.
We could just grind them off. I can grab the Dremel. I do want to see if I can just find a 5, though.
Dude, I think it is a 6 here. Look, I got a 6.
It didn't quite fit. It didn't quite fit.
I don't know, maybe it was correct.
Here's a 5. Here's a 5. Could be right, could be wrong. Yeah, it probably is a 6. Well, that's frustrating. Yeah, because here's the predicament, guys, is that we're looking, like here's the little nut. Right here.
Where's the pick?
I can, yeah. So there's the nut, and it just spins when we're turning it. And we can't get at it because it's on the bottom side of the chrome strip. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, everybody? So we're kind of just trying to work through that process. I'll get the. Yeah, that's a weird one, but I bet there is a slot in that would slide into. So let me get the Dremel, and let's at least get one end of it apart.
Right.
And see what's going on. Yeah, Doc Jones. This is actually both of our first seats, so we're not experts at all. We're just getting into kind of unknown territory at this point. And I just need to find my Dremel and go from there. What the heck happened? Oh, there it is right here. So here, let me switch cameras while I do this. While Brad kind of puzzles around with that, I can kind of show you guys what's been going on over here. You will notice also in the shop that the Super Hawk is gone. Super Hawk is out in the garage at this point. PT Mari grinded off. I bought new hardware from Lowe's. I would say CB77, very similar to a CA77. Both had side trim. Perfect. So we're grinding them off. We're going for the grind. That's what we're going to go for. That's what we're going to do. And I believe there should be some grinding wheels in this box, Brad. But we're super close here Takes 2 wrenches usually to do it.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I can deal with it.
All right.
So my chuck is broke on my Dremel, so it's only friendly really to me. It doesn't like unfamiliar hands, if you will. So yeah, we're gonna go for the grind. We'll cut them off, and we'll go from there. But guys, check this out. Motor is pretty much all there. Motorcycle is in the garage, so it's ultimately just on me to get this motor put back together and do it. That's it. Yeah, I should just buy a new Dremel, but I'm kind of cheap. Kind of a cheap guy. Grind it off. We're doing it. Now, hopefully I've got some sort of a grinder.
Do you have enough extra posts from other seats and stuff?
I think I do have extra posts if
6
we
of them.
do need them. Just focus in on this while I try to get this Dremel going. I got a cutting bit. I think a cutting bit's going to be about as good as we're going to get on this. Well, we're going to cut with it. So it's going to have to be good enough. Good enough. Thanks for joining the stream tonight. Have an impromptu live session here at Keep On Wrenching. Since this is the first seat, I kind of want to just like do a seat, and then I'll make videos for another seat later on. I was like, oh, I could make a video on it tonight, but I just had this terrible feeling that we would end up just kind of spin our wheels a lot, and it wouldn't be really all that useful to anybody. So Lord knows I got plenty of seats to deal with later on, so we'll get to it. By the suggestion of PT Mari, we're going to grind the damn thing off. That's what we're going to do. All right. So, let's see. Let's get in here. Let's make sure we got a good view here. Whoops, guys. Sorry about that.
Here.
Here, I got.
You got it?
I got short. Got a short cord. I need a little bit of length here.
Oh, the cup is in the way.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's get down in here. It's a real awkward spot to... This wheel's just going to spin. This bit ain't on there tight enough. It's just spinning around and around. Wish I had just like a flat stone tool. That would probably be the best.
I actually think that would work if we can get that tight enough.
That's the goal right now, buddy. That's the goal. Oh, I just broke it. Let's see. You know what? I got the proper tool, I think.
You got an angle grinder?
I don't think we get the angle grinder in there.
It's overkill, but
I don't think it would even fit in there. That thing's so awkward. That thing's pretty awkward. What, do you guys get any wrenching in? It's been pretty cold up here in Michigan. Got about 5 inches of snow the other day. So riding dreams are kind of over. I do have this like cutting bit. I think we'll just do this. This is guaranteed to cause damage. Be very careful when you remove the trim. You have to spread them a little to remove and install them. Yeah, I've removed these trim pieces before. I just haven't seen these nuts on them. That's the thing that's really different. I haven't seen these like having nuts on them. We're just gonna cut. We're going a little Neanderthal on this now, baby. We're going for it. We're going for it on this thing.
I mean, can we just crimp these off with?
What? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Look at that. Oh, shit.
Could you almost just cut it? I don't think so.
I mean, that just...
Here, let me get at it with this.
Okay.
I bet we can knock this out pretty fast.
That's like when you go to the dentist, dude.
It's like the dentist.
Oh, yeah.
There it went. Boom. So that works. I hope you could see that on camera. I couldn't even tell if you guys could see that at all, but we'll get a better shot of it later on. But yeah, that totally works. Brad's going to go to work over here now. Knock out these other ones. PT Mari, we're going for it. Let me get down in here.
I kind of need both hands, dude.
Just don't cut into the pan. It kind of just fell off eventually. New Jersey got some snow too at PT Mari. Yeah, it's got to be the last gasp of winter for sure. Doc Jones got a bit of wrenching in on the 750. Everything's apart now but the engine. Go get it. Go get it. There's a little booger. There we go, it's falling apart. You can see it disintegrating. Get it, there. I think that came off now. Yeah. All right, there's 6 of these?
6 of these is one in the corner.
Good Lord. All right, well, this is an entertainment channel.
Oh.
That worked pretty good. It's kind of attacking the center a little bit. If you guys haven't, make sure to go to keeponwrenching.com, get that free sticker. Probably going to get to those addresses tomorrow. The tricky part here is trying not to hit the actual pan.
Nope, that one's gone.
Boom. 3 down, 3 to go.
Yeah.
Let's move to the other side. Let's rip this out. Seat surgery. Exactly, Doc. I did not anticipate these nuts being on here.
Oh,
that one turned. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Dude, over here.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
I was reading some chat. These nuts, these things are a bugger, man. These are a bear cat, I would say.
Okay, one more.
One more. I'm glad PT Mari gave us the go-ahead to do this. We just got to be really careful when we take that chrome ring off.
Ooh.
Careful. You break it, you buy it.
There.
Awesome. All right, so that's a big piece of this, man.
So this.
Careful, careful. I gotta get it on camera. You can't be moving stuff without the keep-on wrenchers watching you.
We don't want to crimp it.
Yeah, don't bend it. It should be perfect. It's just kind of, it should
There
just
you go.
pull kind of out of there
There you go.
a little bit.
Yeah, look at that.
They are threaded. Look at that.
Not cool, Honda.
I think they changed that in future models here. Where was it?
Careful, they
yeah,
may
this
be
one.
hot, dude.
This one right there. See that? That is actually a threaded bolt.
Here.
They definitely changed that in later models to where they were just like these pins. I think we'll go back to the pins.
Well, I don't know how we would do the.
We don't have the bolt. Well, we could go buy new bolts, but I have pins.
Yeah, let's.
So I think we can just use the
just
pins.
Bend those over.
Just use the pins on that. Wait a second. What just happened here? I just saw PT Mari. Did you pick up a keep-on wrench and mug from the store? I saw an alert pop up here. How freaking cool is that? PT Mari, thanks so much, man. You got the keep-on wrench and mug from the store, and man, I want to.
I got 2 of them.
Yeah, they're good mugs. They are actually really, really good mugs. God, I want to fire off some kind of an alert, but I don't think I have that set up. But PT Mari, thank you so much for that. I don't think I really have a ton of people purchasing stuff. So, boom, Alan Bruton came in here. Are they all nuts or the pins that hold the chrome edging on? It's just the chrome edging that have the actual threaded stuff
like
on them.
Threaded stud.
Yep, it's a.
Can I show them?
It's crazy. Yeah, we can pop back over here. Streaming's kind of tricky because you gotta watch you're like a lizard. Look at the screen and your hand at the same time. You can get really close with that. You can show that.
There.
It's like a threaded pin
Right, and grab one of the other ones.
with
too.
no hex.
Yeah.
I dropped one on the floor.
Threads on there.
Yeah, these are just
Right there.
in the later models. They're actually just a pin
Right.
like that.
With no threads.
No threads, just a
Let me
pin.
see that, and I want to see if that'll
Make
pop in.
sure it fits.
So,
Dave C, I had a crappy week and accidentally put a crack in the bottom of my gas 64 tank Triumph. Ooh, that sucks. Waiting for my welder to get back to town to see if he can fix it. I think it's fixable, but it sucks. Yeah, one step forward, a couple steps back sometimes, man. He'll be able to fix it for sure. For sure. Kamari, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for being here tonight. This is fun. Something a little different. Got some help in the shop tonight, which is nice. Yeah, that's really weird that those are threaded like that. I'm going to put this in a safe spot, and maybe while you keep working on the seat.
Dude, it's ready for the big reveal.
Ooh, let's get some make sure we got good camera angle here. Keep it in that spot as best as you can.
Oh, yeah. How many years has this been on this seat?
67, and it was probably manufactured before that, so.
All right.
We're thinking that the cushioning is actually good on this, that we can just recover it. At least that's the hope.
I'm going to fold this back down, and we're going to
That's the
start
hope.
from the back side.
All right. We can move some of these tools too, just to make sure you got room to work. So Brad flew in from Austria last week just to work on this seat with me.
No.
His grandfather was a master Japanese Honda upholsterer. Yeah,
Oh, look
Yeah.
at that. Look at that, dude. That's not good.
a little crusty. Go slow, or it's not a race. That's actually not bad. That's just this end. It's just this end piece here that's dry. We might have to find a replacement for that as I tap it with my finger and it falls off. But man, the main seat cushion looks absolutely beautiful, actually.
Texavina.
I don't want to spend $400 on a seat. That's the thing. It's like this. You think something's going to be really, really simple, and then it just turns into a thing. Like
There it
really,
is.
but this is beautiful, guys. Look at this.
Hold on.
Oh, what's going on? You got it?
It's stuck.
Look at all the pee stains
Yeah.
in that seat.
60 years of stick.
Hey everybody, at BV Matson here, and we're going to take one more step on the CB77 305 Honda motor. We got to get all the new camshaft bearings installed. Haven't seen a video about this, so we're going to go ahead and get at it. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here, and we're going to continue to work on the 305 for the CB77 Super Hawk. I've been working on getting the rockers in. 2 are in, 2 to go. I figured I'd better stop and make a quick video. So early on in the disassembly, I did go and draw out a little template to make sure that the right rocker and the right rocker pin end up right where I took them out. You don't want to be messing these up or getting them out of order, okay? So quick little piece of cardboard, label the front. You can see here I labeled front. That's my exhaust ports. I've got my exhaust ports right here. So these 2 are going to go in right here and right here. Now, this is a little bit different design than the 350s. These don't just slide in, they kind of pop in or press in. So I wanted to make sure I showed this in a video today. This should be a pretty quick one, but either way, I want to show it to you. So before we get too crazy, you're going to want to grab your ultra slick engine lube and grab the right rocker for the one we're working on here. So again, these are a 2-part deal. Okay, we've got our pin and we've got our main rocker. This is the adjustable side. This is where the adjuster goes. So first and foremost, what you want to do, grab a little bit of assembly lube, okay? And we are going to be very generous with the amount of assembly lube that we put into this. These are the rockers after all. We want to make sure that these are lubricated very, very nicely. Then what you're going to do is you are going to lift this up and you're going to slide this down into position. You may need to rotate the cam just a little bit to get it there, but you want it just to rest in there, all right? Just want to rest it right in there, just like that. With your rocker hanging out there and nicely lubricated, go ahead and grab the pin that corresponds to that one and go ahead and give this a good dose of assembly lube as well. Just the more the merrier, in my opinion. Just get that stuff all over, all right? And what you're going to do is you're going to take the round edge. See right here, there's a little indentation on that. That is actually going to correspond with the hole in the top, all right? Because we've got the big, long engine bolts that slide up through this when we start putting this thing together, and this actually needs to align. So essentially what we're doing here is we're going to take our rocker pin, and it is going to align with both of those holes. This has to be in a vertical position, okay? So there's going to be a little marker on this pin, little slot. This slot is going to go up and down. So if it's up and down on the corresponding mark, we can go ahead, grab our little rocker right here, line it up, and slide this in. Let me get you a better shot of this. All right, here you can really see. So again, got my pin just like this. Make sure both your round edges are corresponding to those 2 pinholes. I'm gonna reach around, lift up my rocker just a little bit. With the slot in vertical, we can go ahead and slide this in. I want to get it nice and aligned. And you're going to notice that these are going to push in pretty hard. They're going to be a little tough to push in. These are actually pressed in. This one is just a little bit out. But here's what we can do to make sure that we get this thing right where it needs to be. It's not anything too elaborate, but I found that one of these vice grips, or the quick grips, work really, really well. We can go ahead, grab this, put our clamp in just like this, and we can actually use this to push that right back in, and that gives you a nice pressed fit on that. And our rocker is in position right where it needs to be. We got one more to go on this bad boy. Let's get it done. And I just want to make sure everybody sees what I'm talking about here on the slot. So here's the slot, and here are the grooves. The grooves are going to align on this side with these two holes right here. It's unique. I haven't seen this before. Again, this is the first 305 I've worked on, but that's what you're looking for. In order to pull them, did a whole video on that. That's going to be, they're a booger to get out, but going in seems to be a lot easier. This one, I'm going to go ahead and grab that vice grip or that quick grip, and we'll be able to push that one in because this one's not quite as friendly as the other one. And one last little note on this, like, don't freak out if yours get off, because you can always go in here with a big bladed screwdriver and actually turn these if needed. If you want to double check to make sure you've got your clearance, go ahead and take a long screwdriver, and just make sure that you're right. But if you do them wrong, you're going to know pretty quick. So again, I'm just going to take my quick grip, get inside of here, and get in here. It actually fits like darn near perfectly. And then as we apply some pressure to it, by golly, she's gonna go home. Just like that. If you still got a little bit of a ways to go, you can go ahead and grab like a brass punch or something like that to give it just a little bit of a nudge. This one just needs a little bit of persuasion, and we'll get it there. And that's where you want to be. You want those in vertical positions on those slots. And take a look. We've got our rockers in place. I'm going to go ahead and put a bunch of assembly lube all around the lobes and underneath here as well. Going to be really, really liberal with it. And next step, man, is really going, getting this on top and connecting the cam chain. And we're really, really, really close. So I'm going to clean up a little bit, and I'm going to make sure that I don't forget to get in here with the assembly lube and just get it nice and covered. It's going to be good, man. We're making progress. And just for good measure, to make sure that these are all seated, got myself a little 9mm socket on an extension. You can go ahead and just tap these, and they should bottom out pretty easy. You just want to make sure that they're all the way in there, and those aren't going to come out. Don't go crazy with this, of course, but we want to make sure those are in position. Make sure you do all four. And the last little step is to install our valve adjusters onto each end of these. Again, there's a little square end on these that's going to go up, and then we'll be able to set the valves on it later on. But for now, we're just going to put these things in place, put them kind of roughly in where they were when we took it apart, and we will get to a proper adjustment later on. I just want to see this thing kind of turn over. I think that'll be kind of fun. Let's hop over to this side, and let's put our adjuster in on this side as well. There's going to be a whole other video of us adjusting valves on this, but can't do that just yet. Got some more work to do, but we don't want to lose these, that's for sure. So let's go ahead and get those in. All right, and with all this lubricated up, I'm going to go ahead and turn this thing over and just make sure that we're getting all the lobes and everything covered. Again, doing this counterclockwise from this side. This motor should only go clockwise when you're working on it, all right? So there we go. Whew, that's a big step. All right, there you go. That's how I installed my rockers and rocker pins on a 305 engine. I hope you found this useful. If so, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Also, if you'd like to join a group full of vintage motorcycle enthusiasts and amateur restorationists, be sure to hit up the Facebook community group on Facebook. That's the Keep On Wrenching community group. And also, if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. All right, one more step down. We're getting real close to getting all of this put back together. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here, and I do believe that we are ready to put this head, ooh, this has been a process, back on this motor. We're ready to mate the two surfaces and get that cam chain installed. Just note, just go ahead and get your engine on the T mark. That's going to be important as we go through this process. And yeah, I think we just got to go for it. One item worth noting, make sure that you have both of your retainer pins in, or your spacer pins, and don't forget these little green spacer, or the little seals. Let's take a close look at those. Do not forget those. Special part. Special part, make sure you don't forget those green seals. Those green seals were a bit of a puzzlement for me. Looking at the Bill Silver book, he also recommends that we put just a little bit of gasket sealer, non-drying gasket sealer around these spots. Apparently these are pretty prone to a little bit of leakage. So I'm going to go ahead and get some gasket sealer in around the gasket just to make sure we don't have any premature leaks. All right, that is some messy stuff, but I've got it above and below, and when I push down, I can definitely see a little bit of seepage there. So I think we should be good to go ahead and grab the head and get this going. I do have my cam chain already separated. Trick is going to be pulling this all up through the middle of that deal. All right, so I'm going to just loosen up here. This is a big moment. I want to take my time. And let's just go ahead and start dropping it on. We've got our gasket, we've got our rubber seals, and we've got a little bit of non-drying gasket sealant there. And what we're going to do, see if I can get you a little better view here of what all is about to transpire here. Tripod's giving me some problems right now. Not the time. All right, front of the motor, go the exhaust ports. Let's see if we can start finagling this. Wow, that went together. That kind of wants to go together. I'm gonna go ahead and grab my cam chain on this side. Give it a little lift. I'm gonna tie it off right here, just like that. Get you a little view here. Go ahead and grab my other side. This cam chain did. I was lucky it had a split in it, so it was no big deal getting that apart. Go ahead and tie that off over on this carburetor side. So that can't drop. That should be nice and taut, and I'll be able to grab those and slide this into position. All right, just double checking everything. I'm going to slowly start dropping this down. And we are to the pins on this thing. Go ahead and grab my cam chain, lift that up, and give that a little bit more taut. And go ahead and grab this side as well. Pull that up, make sure that's nice and taut. Not gonna fall down back into the motor. That would be tragic right now. And let's get you down, because everything kind of is falling into place here. And what we want to do here is make sure that everything is lining up. A little flashlight would be kind of nice right now. I'm on here, I'm on this side. Looks like I'm hung up over here a little bit. Yeah, looks like I'm just off just a little bit. Maybe this little post here is bent on this bolt right here. So I'm just trying to wiggle this in. Yeah, it was getting hung up on that bent post. It was getting hung up on those threads. So I really had to kind of jiggle it around quite a bit in order to get it. But once it went, it dropped in smooth and easy. So all that's left to do here is to get this cam chain reconnected. Now, to do the cam chain right, what you need to do is you need to get a 14 mil and get yourself on top dead center on the right cylinder. So get on that right cylinder. I've got a little bungee strap that I've got worked around my table and can hold that in top dead center. And what you want is that index mark going north, 12 o'clock. And then if we come around onto our cam, if I move these, my dot should be right there at top 2. There, you can see it. So I'm in the right position. I just got to go ahead and put the chain back on without dropping it apart down into the abyss. And all you got to do is just start plugging holes and opportunities for folly. So I'm going to go ahead and just get rags in every which way area that I can to make sure I don't drop that damn clip. I don't want to drop that damn clip down inside of this motor. That would be tragic. So get my paper towel, work my paper towel Let's get this down in here. We can pull all this out later. It'll be nice and easy. But just make sure, man, that, you know, that would be like the ultimate kick in the rear end, man. To get this far on this to where it's going back together and then drop a freaking chain connector down inside of this bad boy. Be over paranoid. That's what I would say. Just like that. And again, double check that you're on your top right cylinder. And then we can get to work. This is tedious business right here, boys and girls. This is tedious. My heart's pounding a little bit. I'm really paranoid about this little spot right there. But I've greatly reduced the odds of tragedy here. So let's go ahead and undo this. It's always interesting making videos on things you have never done before. I'm going to go ahead and pull my tension up on this. Wrap it down. I'm going to pull my tension up on this other side. And hope that it's going to lay in there. And it did lay in there. It is laying down right there. Let me give you a better look at that. This is going to work. So you're going to have to get a little aggressive here. You can see right there. It's where my link is going to go in. But again, I'm going to go back in and stuff this to make sure I do not drop anything down in there as my big bumbly fingers put that chain together. So now, with this chain in place, I can go ahead and remove these. Getting a little paranoid. But we are exactly 1 tooth off. I'm going to go ahead, grab my connector, very carefully insert it, just like that. Let me see if I can get you a better view, guys. All right, I'm going to come in here and put the side plate on. Got a little paper towel in there. I'm so paranoid. There we go. That is in. That is connected. Now, again, open end towards the front. I think that's how it was. I'm actually really glad I went and checked that. It's going to be closed end forward. If you look at the manual, you can see, here's my engine orientation, here's the cam chain tensioner, we've got directional rotation, and just like a main drive, you want to have your closed end forward in the direction of rotation. So this clip on that camshaft is going to go this way on that locker. Glad I checked that. Thank goodness for manuals. Snake this on. Paper towel's giving me some problems, but I'd rather have it there than not have it there. And I am on there. And I left my screwdriver across the room. So yeah. And we are still at top. We are still at top. And we can't see our index mark anymore on that bad boy, but it's there. Now that it's back together, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to fog my cylinders. Just using just a little bit of fogging oil, because I'll be moving it a little bit as I'm doing timing and getting all that stuff figured out. So just going to go ahead and do that. I'll rotate it around. I'll do it again. Whew, that's big. That was big. That didn't go as smooth, man. That pin kind of caught me out of nowhere on that. So my sides are back on, and my chain looks really nice and straight going down. It's centered in the box. Everything's operating really, really smoothly. If I can find my 14, I'll show you. And this one goes clockwise. All that assembly lube, rocking and rolling. Gotta do valve adjustments. We're getting to the tedious stuff now, boys and girls. All right, I'm gonna wrap this video here. We'll deal with getting that top head torque down. Everything's in place. This is huge. I'm really torn if I should be doing this right now or not, just to get pressure down on those gaskets. We'll see. Maybe I'll get at it here in a little while. It's just getting kind of late, but there to the go. Tower being built right here, just the top cover left to go. But there's a whole bunch of gaskets and stuff that get involved in that. So, man, this is a comedy of errors. Learned a couple things for sure. Hopefully you learned something from the videos too. Ooh, man, this is actually a big achievement. I feel good about being at this point with this motor, and we're just going to keep on going. If you found the video entertaining, maybe you found it useful, I don't know. Please be sure to subscribe. Also, hit up the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And if you want a free Keep On Wrenching sticker, make sure you go to keeponwrenching.com. It's been a process. It's been a long time since this was put back together or taken apart. I think it was in like October or November. So it's been 5-6 months almost already. Turning corners on the CB77 Honda 305. The tower has been built. Oh, and I forgot to say, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Got the top bolts all polished up, and we're ready to install the top cover on the Honda 305. Let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 different reference materials here trying to help me figure out how to put this together because there are some nuances. I think I got it though. And before we seal this whole deal up, we're going to go and get real liberal with the assembly lube one last time. I've actually already rotated this thing around a few times now, and I've actually dosed this several times with assembly lube. Make sure you get some in on those bearings. Remember, we did that in a previous video, but it can't hurt for you to get a bunch in there. Feel free to turn the motor over a little bit and make sure that we're getting good coverage with the Ultra Slick Assembly Lube. This top cover has quite a few gaskets, all right? We've got one here that doesn't appear to be a hell of a hill of beans difference which way that goes. The plate, though, does have a small arrow on it. From what I can see, this is going towards the front of the motor, which makes sense because there are 2 little drain holes this way. Motor sits at a little bit of an angle, so the oil would naturally be dripping down through those. And then we've got that one gasket that we all freaking hate because it's so hard to get off. One point of reference, pay attention, this drain hole on this plate, there's going to be holes in the gasket too. Really easy for you to like slap this on and cover up those drain holes. It'd be really easy to do. I could see how somebody could do that. But just make sure you got these gaskets and this drain hole right here lined up. All right, with everything lubed up, we're going to go ahead and drop on our first gasket. These go in dry. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Next, you're going to grab your plate and you're going to look for your arrow. Okay, your arrow. It's going to be marked on here someplace. There's mine right there. And I'm going to go ahead and drop that plate down in place just like that. Bye-bye, baby. Bye. Hopefully I never have to go back in here. And then we're going to look at our gasket here. Here are your 2 drain holes. Those are going to align just like that. And there you can see right there. Those holes are clear, unobstructed. We're going to be good to go. Now, here's our beautiful cover, all nice and cleaned up. And what we're going to do is we're going to look, here's one of our breathers right here. And this thing is going to go on here, just like that. There's that top end. Now, the important part, torquing this all down. Don't just go cranking on these things. There is an order of operations. We're going to start in the middle. Go 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's going to be the mantra that we're going through here to go just like this. I'm looking at the rear. If I'm looking from the rear, it's going to go like that on those different posts. So let's go ahead and get the nuts started. And one thing you'll notice on the 305s is that these top washers are actually copper. Looking at the Bill Silver manual, he does say that some of them come with steel ones in the middle and I believe copper ones on the outside. That could be inversed. But either way, he highly recommends going with all copper washers on these, okay? So we're going to go with what was on there. They were all copper. Nothing special here. Put a washer down and then put a nut on it. Hand tight, just kind of get it on there, ready to torque. Next up, go ahead and grab your torque wrench. All right, we're gonna do this in a few stages. It's a 14 mil, and we're gonna start out real nice and light. Eventually, we want to get to 15 foot-pounds. The manual says 14, but 15 is a lot easier to see on my wrench. So I'm gonna go ahead and set it first to 5, and then I'm gonna do 10, and then I'm gonna do 15 to finish it all up. So right now I've got it set to 5. I've got it in my forward location. I'm again gonna refer to the chart back here. I'm looking at it over here. And we are gonna start with this front bolt. And we're gonna apply 5 pounds to this. There we go, that's nice and light. And then we're gonna drop down to this one. And we're gonna go through this process, get 5 on each of these. There we go, that's beautiful. Then we're gonna go to 3. Thrilling stuff. But take it in stages and follow the grid. That's the most important. This is gonna be number 4. Down over here, we're gonna hit 7. Just like that. And then we're gonna go hop over to our last one, number 8. And just like that, that's on there. So now I'm gonna readjust my torque. I'm gonna go up another little bit. I'm gonna jump up. Let's see, that'll do her right there. And let's go through the motions again. We're gonna do 1. And then we're gonna do 2. Then we're gonna do 3. That's good, 4. And then we'll do 5. And then we're gonna do 6. There's 6, 7. And then we're gonna do 8. All right, those are pretty close. All right, and then we're gonna jump up and we are gonna get to our 15 foot-pounds. All right, foot-pounds. There's my 15 foot-pounds. So I'm gonna make sure I'm right on it. There we go, I'm right on 15. And we're gonna go through this order of operations one more time. Here's 1. There we go. 2. There we go. 3. At least you guys know that I can count successfully to 8 as a human being. Not bad. There's that one. We're gonna go to 4. There we go. And then we'll jump over to 5. And then we're going to jump over to 6. There we go. 7. And 8. Just like that. There we go, clamped in there. Now I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna test all of these one more time. Let's just make sure they're all at 15. And there she be. I did have one that was just a little bit loose that needed to be tightened up, but everything else looked good. I might run through them one more time just to be safe. But, ooh, that looks nice. That looks nice. Just make sure that you follow the order of tightening all of these bolts. Do it in order and you should be good. Use a torque wrench to apply the same amount of pressure to each nut, 14 pounds. Here's a little note in here I wanted to show you. Use white nuts for studs 1, 2, 3, 4 and yellow nuts for studs 5, 6, 7, and 8. Apparently that was only on the 61 from what I was reading. This book is really confusing because it jumps from like models to models all over. It's got different bikes in here. Sometimes you're reading 125 stuff, but here we go. This is kind of the holy grail right here, 250-305. That is your tightening order. feels good to get that all sealed up, and it is looking pretty nice. I'm pretty happy. You know, this is really simple stuff, but hey, I'm making a video series about the 305. I didn't want to leave anything out. If you found the video useful, please be sure to subscribe. Also, if you want to hang out with some fellow wrenchers, hit up that Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. And also, if you want a free sticker, in the mail, go hit up keeponwrenching.com. This thing is coming together pretty darn quick. We got to put the sides in. We got to put the clutches in. But the stuff that was really puzzling me, that's all done. All buttoned up. All right, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Don't forget that torque order. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Quick update on the rebuild of the 305 for the 65 CB77 Super Hawk. Trying to reassemble this side, the left side of this motor. There's a lot going on here, man. I've been referring to a number of manuals I'll show you here in a second. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of different things going on here. And what I'm really puzzling over is the main shift fork right now. I just want to make sure I've got everything in the right position here to go through all of the gears. So wish me luck. I'm not finding a whole ton of really specific things about the orientation of that part right now, but once I figure it out, I'm good to go. I've got all my clutch plates and the friction discs all cleaned up. Those are all nice and wet right now, and I've got all this squared away as well for the main drive. There's this washer here. Probably spent a half hour researching which way this thing went. It's a convex up. All right, that's how that goes on that. So I'll be ready to rock on that. Got all the parts cleaned up, ready to go. Everything's good. The oil sling, finally got that apart, was able to clean that out. It actually wasn't too bad. Got my new gasket for that. Cover's cleaned. This is good. And all of this is kind of ready to go. We've got the top end all buttoned up, so we're getting to, you know, really valve adjustment, I think, is one of the things on the list. But man, I've been really kind of puzzling how this all goes back together. I've got this side figured out. I know how that's going to go. But I'm kind of puzzling on that shift fork there. So this side's going to be straightforward, really, really simple. Nothing crazy to see here. Expect this is going to go. I do know that I need to order a couple of bolts for my front sprocket. That's one thing I do need to deal with. And man, I have been looking at books. I've been trying to source different information about how all of this stuff works. Oh, man, it never ends. I'm in the Bill Silver manuals. I'm looking for any reference to a shift fork. And I tell you, I've got pretty much everything sitting here. Just trying to figure it out. So if you've got any information, I think I've got this right now. It's moving through when I go and take my shift fork, align this. Hard to do while I'm looking through a camera, but that's why I'm oriented and I can move through the gears pretty freely on that. I'm pretty sure I've got it, but I'm not really sure. What I'm doing right here is I'm putting it all together, and then what I plan to do is take it all apart and then do a nice detailed video on that. But this is all new territory, and I figured it'd be easier just to put it all together and then take it all apart and then shoot a video for that. So stay tuned for that. Not sure when I'm gonna get there. I just need to confirm this. So I don't want to put it all together and then realize, whoa, it's not shifting right. I don't know why it wouldn't, but you never know. There's so many nuances on these old 305s. And then really I've got just some engine cleaning to do. I want to get it all looking about like this is kind of my goal. And I got to get into some fins and get working on all of that. So just a quick update. Lots of parts here, man. Lots and lots of parts. Glad I got this all cleaned up. This stuff was pretty nasty, actually. So yeah, I think we're doing good. Quick update. Look for a more thorough video later on once I'm 100% confident in the approach on this. If you enjoyed the video, please be sure to subscribe. Also, hit up that Facebook group, the Facebook Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. If you want that free sticker, head on over to Keep On. I think I got it. I don't know. Thoughts? See you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. We're looking at the 305 for the Super Hawk. It's time to put this left side together. I think I got it. Here we go. All right, it's one piece at a time. There's actually quite a bit happening in this space. We've got our clutch basket that goes over here, and then our oil sling and everything here. There's also some tension pieces that need to go in here. So first and foremost, you're gonna grab this bracket. It's gonna look like this. There's gonna be a single 10 millimeter on it, flat side out. And we're just gonna put this on this bottom one. Oops. On this bottom one right here. Just like this. Get it oriented right. Just like that. I'm just gonna get this loosely started for now. And then what we're gonna do is we are going to take this piece. Okay, here's our roller for that drive chain that goes inside of here. There is a spring that goes on this. So I take this spring, put it on the bottom half first. All right, then you're gonna orient it like this. One thing to note on this is that there is a little spacer inside of here on this long 10 mil. Make sure you keep that there. Get that nice and seated inside there, just like that. And then this is actually gonna lift up and align right there. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take this spot right here, put it on the spring, and then we are going to align these two pieces. Can fight you a little bit because it is a spring. Let's get a little better shot of what's going on here. All right. So what we've got is this piece is gonna line up right there. And this spring is gonna sit on there just like that. This wheel is gonna come over. I'm going to set it down on there like that, and we're going to align against that. Take our pin and feed this right into here. So this is this bottom tensioner on that big drive chain on this side. Grab the ratchet. Again, remember you're going into aluminum, so you don't want to go crazy with stuff. Let's cinch that up, and we'll come down here and we'll cinch this one up. Just like that. All right, so what we accomplished there is our tensioner. That is how that goes together. Super confident about that. Now the next piece you want to install is this specialty washer and bolt. This one's got a special kind of rib on it. And what we want to do is we want to put this into there. And this is going to mount right to here. And if I can get this thread started, this is another 10 mil. This is going to go into position there. Cool thing about the side here is that everything appears to be 10 millimeter. Oops. Leave that loose here for a second as we go to the next pieces, and that is this funky job right here. So again, there's another specialty bolt here that's going to mount right to this, and there is a spring that actuates inside of here as well. So what we're going to do, if I remember right, this runs up here, connects to this slides over the top. And then we can position this onto this piece here. This big oddball one goes there. And I'll show you a close-up here in a second of that. And then this other 10 mil is up in this corner here. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that started. Oops, oh, dropping stuff. Dropping stuff. Got fumble fingers today. And we'll get that aligned, at least get it started so it gets in position. Just like that. All right, and what this is gonna do is this rides up on your actual shifter, right, your gear change mech, and there's gonna be one spring that goes inside of here. So just to make my life a little easier, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of just lightly get these nudged down into position. There's a lot to hold on to here. This is gonna pop up, and then we can go ahead and pop our spring in right there. as my spring goes flying across because I don't have any of this tightened up yet. So let's go ahead and put that back on, just like that. And then we are going to go ahead and tighten up our connections here. So here's how you kind of want it all sitting. This has that special little groove on it, so this isn't locking up, it's just tight. And then here we should have spring action on this. Here, let me switch hands, and you can see this is gonna ride along on that shifter. Just make sure that it's on track and it's right where it needs to be, mounted there. And I need to go figure out what this is, and we'll get that one tightened up too. Then we're on to the fun stuff. All right, this big one right here looks to be a 17. So I'm gonna go ahead and tighten this one up. All right, this can be kind of tough to show you, but this is what I've been really puzzling about on this. So on this selector here, so here's that piece we just installed with the spring. Kind of rides along here. See how it's springy like that? This position is 1, first gear, neutral, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all the way around the tree. And the way you can test this is to make sure that everything's working. So you can actually utilize this and this over here. So I'm turning this right now, and that's turning. All right, so that should mean that I am in first gear. Now, if I move this to the 2nd position, I should be in neutral. So here I'm turning this, and this is barely moving. I'm turning this a mile all the way around. So this is totally independent of what's going on. So then if I move this back over, gotta kind of rotate the motor a little bit. So we go into 3rd. Now if I come over here, now it's going as fast as I'm turning this over here, it's turning. So just testing that again. Let's go back 1 to neutral. I should be in neutral. I'm gonna spin this one pretty fast so you can see. And there you can see that is not moving nearly as fast as it was. So I am in neutral, and that is the right position. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna leave it in neutral for now and get the control arm installed. All right, the control arm's pretty straightforward. It actually just slides on, no bolts or anything. This part slides in right down here. And in between these two springs, see this little slot in these springs? That's gonna go right over this peg coming out here. So we're just line that up, throw that on, and what you'll see up here is that this is gonna do all of your shifting. It's gonna hit these little nodes in the top of this thing and move this around. So let's see if we can go into 1st. There we go, dropped right into 1st. See if we can pull it back. That's hard to do, man. Hard to do with one hand here, but that is totally working. I'm gonna go ahead and put myself back into neutral. Double check. Actually, I think I switched over into 3rd. So I'm gonna go ahead and push this down. And there we go. I am in neutral, and that's where I'm gonna keep it. That's it. Probably should make this a 2-part video. There's a lot going on here because now we got to get the clutch basket in and get the oil sling put in here over on the other side. So yeah, this was a puzzle, man. I wanted to make absolutely sure I had this right, but right now I've definitely got it right. I'm feeling good about that. All right, if this video helped you out, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you want to meet some fellow wrenchers, head on over to Facebook and hit up the Keep On Wrenching community group. How cool is that? And if you want me to send you a free sticker, go ahead and hit up keeponwrenching.com. All right, long ways to go here, but we are making progress. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. We've got all the linkages all installed. Time to get to the rest of the bits. We've got our oil sling. We've got all our clutch plates. Got this big main drive gear to put in there. And we got all of the different friction plates all ready to go. We should be able to button up the left side on the 305 in this video. All right, first things first, we're gonna dive into our stack here and gonna be real careful about how we put this all together. So we're gonna take these parts, this piece, this big washer, and this gear, set those aside for now, and we are gonna grab this bad boy right here. Big difference on this is one end is completely smooth on the inside. The other side is knurled, all right? So remember that. And also, we're gonna connect to this main drive gear. So basically we're doing this. We're taking this and this big chain, this big thick chain, and we're gonna install that as one piece onto the left side of the motor. So you're gonna lay it together like that, chain all the way around the big sprocket, and then have your flat end, we're looking at the back side of it, have that smooth end on this side. All right, we're looking at the left side of the motor. Everything's in place. You just want to be really careful of this. So make sure you're watching this. You don't want to put undue pressure on it as we're pushing through this chain. This is actually the tensioner for that chain, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the whole unit, get it aligned loosely. It should slide on there like really easy, actually. As long as you go straight, it should go on. I'm gonna push my tensioner down, and I'm gonna push this whole unit up firm against. Now watch here, when I let up on the tensioner, that's gonna put all that tension in there. So that was what we installed in the last video. You should be looking at it like this. There should be just a little bit of the hex kind of heads coming through on this. That's the first step. All right, the next piece to get installed is going to be the gear for the oil sling. That is gonna sit on there just like that, okay? Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this really thick washer. All right, this one's got a slight concave kind of a side to it here. It dips down in one end. What you want is the curvature coming out. So kind of like a little dome over the top, all right? You're gonna put that big washer onto there. Next, you are going to take these fun little buggers. Don't we love these things, guys? And we're gonna place that. This actually has a retainer, a small little retainer end on this, and that is gonna insert into one of the open spots. I'm gonna put that on there like that. And then we are going to grab this funky bolt here, or nut, I should say. And we are going to carefully thread this onto here. All right, and before we move any further, it's time to tighten this bad boy up, this weird one, man, with all the lockers. So grab that shock wrench tool. This will work just fine for this. And start working this thing up. Be mindful that you do want to get a nice clean edge on the locker that we're going to bend over here in a little bit. Let's see. Oh, it's turning that crank a little bit. That's no fun. So your real goal here is you want to get this locker lined up with one of these tabs. So I got to bump mine just a couple millimeters. It's a pretty stubborn one. I actually just took a little bit of a punch and knocked that thing around so I can make sure I get a series of these different lockers in place. Bend this one tab down just a little bit. And that's what you're going for, trying to lock that in place wherever you can. All right, there are a few bits and pieces for the oil sling. We'll go through how to put all this stuff together. Don't forget that hard washer there on the end. It's gonna go right on the end here, okay? And then another little note, you're gonna see one smaller hole in the port on this main pin that goes through the middle of this. This is gonna be towards the outside. It's gonna be on this side of that piece. Also, don't forget, there is a small O-ring that goes on the inside down below there to help seal the cap, all right? We got our little locker, we got our chain. All right, let's do it. Let's get the oil sling in. All right, from this point, we can start to assemble the oil sling. All right, what I would do for sure is let's get a little bit of assembly lube on this main shaft before we go too far. Then remember, your round small hole on the outside is gonna go through here. So we're gonna move this all together just like that. All right, and do not forget this washer. We're gonna put this washer on the end here, just like that. And then we are going to grab our chain, all right? This can be a little tricky, but we're gonna grab the chain. I'm gonna drape it around here onto this sprocket. Then we're gonna bump this out. We're gonna align this just like that over that hole. And then we're gonna push that on. That's it. It just stays on there just like that. And now that's all gonna turn as one unit. I did note when I took the motor apart, this thing was kind of a droopy little chain. So I don't worry about it. Don't fret too much. Easy peasy. Now, probably for the hardest part, we need to get this O-ring in here. We're gonna go ahead and slide our O-ring inside all the way down to the bottom of that channel. And what we can do then is grab our fancy new cover. Well, it's not new, but you know what I mean. And finesse this bad boy into there. That's gonna pop right in there, just like that. Grab your snap ring pliers, right? You might not even need them, but we're gonna put our retainer clip right inside here. Easier said than done. There we go. So that oil sling is now retained. Looks good all the way around. And that is gonna be filtering out all of our wonderful oil. All right, that is it. That is the oil filter on there. You're gonna see that oil sling installed. Jumping ahead, this video is getting a little bit long. Part 3 is going to be coming up real soon. Again, just make sure, I've kind of had a little bit of an editing mistake. Tighten this bolt all the way first, because this whole thing should be turning as a single unit, all right? It should turn when you turn the crank. This thing should spin. It shouldn't be spinning freely like it does in the video. I really want to note that. I'm kind of bummed that I didn't catch that in the first edit. So there you go. If you enjoyed the video, please hit that like button. Also, don't forget to subscribe. Ooh, I'm giving away too much. I'm giving away too much in the upcoming parts. We got so much more work to do. If you want to join some fellow wrenchers to get in on all of the action in the Keep On Wrenching shop, be sure to hit up Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group. That 125S, it's next on deck. And if you want a free sticker, go and head to keeponwrenching.com. The shelf, believe it or not, is emptying out just a little bit. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Part 3 coming soon. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Let's go back in time a little bit. I'll show you how to do the clutch basket and get this thing all tidied up. We'll install the side cover and get it all going on in this video. All right, let's get to it. So here are all of our parts for the clutch basket, all right? This will be an important part that we need to get into place first. You can see, it's kind of crazy, you can still see it. So you can still see where the little circlip was in, right there, pretty nuts. But anyway, go ahead and insert this. Let me give you a view back, right onto here. It's got that knurl on it. I'm trying to do this. I don't know why I didn't set up a tripod for this part, but we are going to slide that on there just like that, and then we're going to go get our little clip and get that installed. And here's that little circlip right here. Man, this was hard not to lose. Let me tell you. And go ahead. This is going to be an expansion one. Perseverance. Try, and try again. And after about 40 tries, I got it. And when it snaps, when it goes, it goes. I wish I'd been running the regular camera on that, because it snapped and it goes in there. There should be no doubt when that snap ring gets in place. Let me grab some gloves, because it's about to get a little messy. One thing to note on here, if you've ever done this before, there are 2 types. There are metal, and then there are actual friction rings in here, okay? These I actually just cleaned with 3M pads, and then I laid them down in some motorcycle oil. You want to put this together wet. Make sure it's wet with oil, not water, and make that go together. One other nuance on this, our cover, this will be the last piece that we put on, already has a steel on it. So what you want to remember is our first ring that we're going to put on is going to be a steel one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk over to the motor. Whoa. Oh man, that actually stood straight up. And we're gonna insert this in just like that. Because on the back side of this, there isn't a steel ring. You just wanna make sure there's a steel ring first, and then we're gonna alternate. We're gonna do steel ring, and then we're gonna grab one of our friction plates, just like this. These actually look like they're in really good shape. You can still see the little indentations on everything. And we're just gonna align with the box. God, it's hard to do. Why am I not setting up my tripod? And we're gonna alternate anyway. We're gonna alternate steel ring, steel friction, until we get all the way out. Nothing too exciting to watch here. Really, it's just start with the steel ring, go to a friction, steel friction, kind of go through until basically you run out, and you should end on a friction ring on this, because remember, on the outside cover, the steel ring is kind of embedded into that cover. So really, that's all there is, man. You're building a little pancake tower. Kind of fun. There you go. There's the last one. We don't want to forget to install this piece on this. This is actually the push rod to actuate everything. This one's in two pieces. It comes apart a little bit further. Short end is going to go on the outside like this. And this is going to go and position and slide in just like that. And if you look on the other side, I can show you if you want. This is that main push rod off that clutch. It's going to activate off the clutch cable. All right, I think we're good there. I'm actually going to put a little bit of assembly lube on this. I think that's a good idea. One end out, lube it up. So I'm going to take that, just like that. And we are in business now to install this. I want to show you, though. I want to give you a quick look at what's actually happening here. So here's that little push rod I'm talking about. It goes all the way through the engine. And it actually actuates and moves this, all right? It goes all the way through, just like that. And this little plunger right here, believe it or not, has a little contact point on the inside of the cover. So that's where that goes. Just wanted to make sure you saw that little detail. All right, now we are ready to install our basket. A little bit of oil on this outside. Doesn't really matter, just put that thing in and cap that whole piece off. You're gonna have 4 springs. All right, grab one of your springs, drop it in there just like that. We have another one, stick it in there like that. Grab another one, stick it in there like that. And grab another one, stick it in there just like that. And then we've got these 10mm bolts that we're gonna install onto each one of these posts. Righty-tighty, finger tight for now. We'll tighten them up later. All right, just one step to go. Go grab your 10mm ratchet, your 10mm socket on a ratchet. And what you want to do is you want to bring these all the way down to when they stop. They should bottom out and they should stop. This isn't really a torque specification. You want to just bring these out all the way down until they stop. All right, I've got those all bottomed out. I'm just going to lightly snug these up. Don't go crazy. Again, this aluminum part, you can strip these out. Just like that. And we're good to go, man. We are good to go. Before we button it up, one last little dribble across the chains and the sprockets of the assembly lube. I'm gonna rotate the engine a couple times and get this thing going. Let's see if this damn thing will even turn. Let's go. Beautiful. Just prepping the side cover for install. Go ahead and pull this old seal out and go ahead and install a fresh new seal. Let's see if I can just get lucky on this one. This one's pretty pliable. Yeah, go ahead and shove that bad boy in there. Make sure it bottoms out. This is getting fun. All right, got the old anti-seize here. These are the main bolts for that side cover. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the threads on these with some anti-seize, do a favor for a future wrencher. And one last thing to do is we're gonna grab our main gasket, and hopefully I've got some white lithium grease, just in case we run into a problem and we got to get back in underneath this cover. The odds of being able to reuse the cover are gonna be amplified greatly. There's enough here if I grab some of the overspray. Coat both sides, and hopefully you can save yourself a few bucks in the future. All right, let's put the cover on. Back over on the cover, we do have 2 locator pins, one on each side. Do not forget to put those on, and those are going to help align our gasket. The gasket's kind of nice and a little bit sticky right now, so it'll kind of stick there just a little bit. From here, it goes on pretty easy, should line up perfectly. You are going to have to work to get through that new seal for that shifter, though. Pay attention to that. And once you get everything seated, you can go ahead and go back to your template, right? I got all these bolts and stuff laid out here. I can just go ahead, and if I'm going to install this one, I'm going to go to my little drawing, pull that out, toss that in, work my way all the way around the motor. All right, now I'm just going to grab my JIS screwdriver, making sure my gasket is looking good all the way around. Looks good. And just kind of work my way around on this thing. Work at angles, go across, don't go just one after another, kind of go around the whole thing. It'll go pretty quick from here. It'll all just kind of suck together. You'll see that gasket seat really well, and you're really well on your way. We're sealing this up pretty quick. And there we go. Got a good seat all the way around. Looking pretty spectacular with that side cover on it, man. That's gonna look pretty sharp. It's gonna look pretty sharp, everybody. I think it's gonna look really, really nice. Ooh. That's big progress right there. It's crazy too how like your oil sling access port is right here. They barely give you enough room to wiggle that stuff out of there. That's nuts. Got to clean up this surface just a little bit. There's going to be a gasket, I'm sure, that goes in there. But for the most part, left side is done. Oh, can't resist. It's a little scuffed up, but let's put it on there. Get a future look at how that motor is gonna look. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, that's huge. That's some major progress today. All right, everybody, I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm gonna wrap it. It's getting pretty late over here. Whew, that was a lot. Hope the video is useful for people, man. I hope if you're working on one of these bikes, I hope that you find the video and maybe it answers a couple questions for you. The 305 for the 1965 Super Hawk CB77 is getting closer and closer. If you enjoyed the video, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you'd like to hang out with some fellow wrenchers, hit up the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching community group. And also, if you want me to send you a free sticker, go head on over to keeponwrenching.com. I'm starting to lose my voice. Been talking too much today. This is getting exciting, everybody. We're getting real close. See you in the next video or live stream. Hey, everybody, at BV Matson here. Still working on the Super Hawk motor. Things have gotten real busy on the home and work front. But finally got this complete set for this the small sprocket here on the motor. I was actually missing one of these hardened bolts, and this little retainer here was actually kind of bent up. So I went to eBay, found a new one. There's another 20 bucks right there. Got our brand new sprocket that will get installed on that bad boy. And then we can get that cover on. Then we'll be in really, really good shape. Next steps, adjusting the valves, getting that all good to go, getting the points installed on this thing. And I do need to polish up all of these little valve covers. And also, gonna be tearing back into this thing because this has created quite a bit of discussion. I'll make a whole separate video on this little washer that either goes on the inside or it goes on the outside of this oil sling. Right now, it sounds like the consensus from people with lots more experience than me say it goes on the outside of this shaft, but there's so much conflicting information tearing into manuals. Some say it's on the inside, some say it's on the outside, some don't even mention it at all. It's really all over the place. I've been tearing in to manuals and, you know, finally had to ask some people. Big thanks to Paul on the group for being really persistent and getting some answers on this thing. Next up, we'll also start cleaning up this last side cover, and I did go and get a salvaged swing arm because if you remember, you'd have a really good memory if you remembered, but this little bracket for the chain guard is not on that one I painted and made look all beautiful. So plan is, this one is bent. All right, see that? It's bent, it's kitty wumpus. This is not usable. You can even see it kind of breaking away here. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end up cutting this off, and then I'm gonna get it kind of spot welded onto the one, touch it up, and it'll look good. And then at least it'll have like the actual bracket that is supposed to be on there. So that's the plan. That is a whole other topic. You know, the shelves are getting empty. Seat's still looking beautiful. I haven't managed to drop anything on it and puncture the seat. But really, we're down to really odds and ends. We've got foot pegs, rear brake, got the chain ready to go. Man, all these parts just cleaned up so beautiful. I can't wait to finish it up. Carburetors are all done. We already did all that. And really, that's really it, man. We are getting very, very, very close on this thing. This is going to be a little bit of a setback, though, having to cut that off and, you know, and get that welded. Definitely going to have to do some grinding and touch up on all of that. Other projects, lots of little projects here. Looking forward to being able to lock down again. We've got our oil pump. We do have our cam chain tensioner. I was actually making a video installing this, and wouldn't you know, the main locker, the adjuster right here, the threads broke free on this. So I'm gonna have to drill and tap that out a size bigger. That was a bummer. Had that all in position. Everything's looking really good on that, and went ahead and stripped that bad boy out. It's kind of a little specialty bolt, but I think I could make one. I'll be able to figure that out and make one with a flat little edge, just like that one's got. That's it. Now we got the oil pump hanging out here. That one should be easy to get in, using all the templates. I'm telling you, books, 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 books. How many damn books do I have on this bike right now? It's never ending. Just the research, the amount of research. Unfortunately, I am gonna be pulling this out and redoing that, but I will make a dedicated video on that because this has generated a ton of just opinions on the matter. There's like a little flat washer, man, that needs to go in there, and I need to get that going. So what else? CB160 tank, getting ready to drain this out. This is actually looking pretty good on the inside. You can see that rust is breaking free. Still sitting there, still going through all of that. And geez, guys, I don't know, man. Next up, the 125S. Once we get the Super Hawk kind of squared away, the battery for the Super Hawk is charging up. It's all sitting there. It's all good to go. It's on a tender. Just kind of waiting to get to all the rest of these little nuances, these little bits, as they say. But boy, doesn't that motor look nice? It's gonna look really, really good. Sorry I haven't been doing the live streams here lately. It has been really busy, work travel. Honestly, I come home from work and I'm freaking exhausted. And plus I've been spending so much time tracking down little parts and researching things and getting into conversations about it should go like this, it should go like that. So we'll get back at it. We'll get back at it, guys. Don't worry. May is going to be a real booger of a month, though. So no promises for a bunch of regular stuff in as we move into May. So I'll try to get some stuff going here in April yet. All right, there's the update. There ain't no bike in here. Oh, I do have some other news, though. In other news, the CB100 title acquired. The Dream, the 67 Dream, title transferred. We're good to go on that. and also that CB160 title transferred. We're good to go on that. So I've got myself 3 vintage Hondas with titles now, and that's a big deal. Also managed to finally get the Apocalypse bike all squared away, and that has a plate and a tab, so that one will be running all summer, hopefully. It's gonna be a good time, but getting these 3 with a title, huge win. So many videos to make and so little time. I'll slowly chip away at it and we'll get back at it. Just a quick update on what's going on, everybody. I hope you're having good successes with your projects. If you enjoy the video, please be sure to hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you want to join the Keep On Wrenching community group, you might get lucky because you could be the 500th member of the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. Go check that out. And also, if you want a free sticker, I've got a big stack that I need to get out in the mail here in the next couple weeks. Head on over to keeponwrenching.com. All right, there's an update for you. Hope you're all doing well, and we'll see you in the next video or eventually a live stream. All right, everybody, have a great night. Hey, everybody, at BV Matson here, making progress, doing a little polishing. Just doing one piece at a time on the Honda 305 for the Super Hawk. This video, I want to focus on this oil sling and the proper way to put that back together. There's a lot of opinions out there, and there's not a lot of clear instruction out there. In the previous video, there's a hardened washer that I thought went inside on the inside of this oil sling, but it's actually supposed to go on the outside. So I'm going to tear into this. I'm going to take this cover off and dive into it and remedy this little situation. Apologies if I misled you there, but take a look at this. Count them. I've got 5 manuals sitting here, okay? And diving into each piece, this manual clearly shows that hardened washer on the inside. Doesn't tell me anywhere that it should go anywhere else but right there, and it actually makes sense. Another manual, pop over here, it doesn't even mention the darn washer. It doesn't even show it. It shows one little locator pin there, but that's really about it. Filter shaft stopper pin. Actually had to pick one of those up, so we'll get that installed. That's a small little piece there. Also, diving into other manuals. Again, the washer is referenced over here. This book right here, it doesn't even mention it. It doesn't even talk about it anywhere in this whole damn book. It doesn't talk about this at all, so this has been completely worthless. And then also, additionally, this book covers the 305, and again, it doesn't mention anything at all about the proper orientation of this deal. So there were a lot of opinions on this, and luckily the Keep On Wrenching group and other 305 groups out there started chiming in, and I think I got a good solution, or at least from a very trusted source. It's frustrating because you always kind of live and die by the manual, but in this case, not so much. The Keep On Wrenching group saved me, to be quite honest. If you're not a member, head over to Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group. Lots of great conversations happening in there. And also, we're answering each other's questions and helping each other get through each other's builds. If you haven't got that Keep On Wrenching sticker yet, make sure you go to keeponwrenching.com for that. But I do have to thank Dan for chiming in and really starting the conversation off. He kind of got involved right away and showing things off. And then other members kind of started piling in here on the placement of this washer that I'm referencing here. Paul from the group actually found a schematic that outlines what it actually looks like, and it's pretty accurate, right? So it shows the washer and the orientation of that washer and where that should actually be. It actually does have a little line that moves it all the way to the outside and on the outside where it should be. So that's huge. Additionally, you can kind of watch here some of the comments and things that were rolling through. Just, they reached out to Bill Silver, the legend, the Mr. Honda, they call him. Does the 305s, and he's saying, yeah, that washer protects the filter cover from wear against that steel pin. So, bada bing, bada boom, we got it. So, off comes the cover so we can remedy this situation. All right, so the cover's off. Now we can remedy this little situation that we got here. Now, the oil sling's going to pull right out. get our chain off. And right here is that hardened washer, all right? So this has actually got to get moved to the inside. It actually makes sense because if this was down here and you pulled your oil sling for whatever reason, I don't know why you would do that necessarily, because you got the gears on it, but this washer could fall down into the mix here. So that would actually be pretty bad. So I'm gonna go ahead and just attach my chain back in. I'm gonna seat that in there just like that. And then we're gonna take our hardened washer and we're gonna put it right there. So it goes on the outside according to all of the experts. And I tell you what, there's a lot of people out there that know a hell of a lot more than me because again, this is my first 305 that I have ever really worked on. All right, we'll get ready to button this thing up, but I did go and pick up this tiny, teeny little pin here from CMSNL. And I do have to say, guys, CMSNL, this ships from overseas, and got my first little CMSNL character guy. It's kind of neat. I ordered just a small little pin, and they actually gave me this little keychain with a little CMSNL guy on it. It's pretty cool. I was amazed. I got my parts in like 4 or 5 days, I think, from overseas. And honestly, they were the only ones that had this little piece. Now, let me show you some details on this. So this teeny tiny little pin, I got an extra shaft right here. There's a little hole in here. There's a little retainer. This is actually gonna pop into there. Now, the thing that makes me feel kind of weird about all this is that it doesn't screw in. It doesn't really stay in. I'm gonna see if it fits a little bit better on this particular model as I just dropped it on my table. That tiny little pin. Oh, good Lord. Here we go. And I found it. And here you can see this hole where this goes into. Oh, I drop it again. Man, fumble fingers today. But that is going to go in there just like that. That makes me a little bit nervous initially because it doesn't really, connect in to anything. It just kind of slides in there. But you can see in the actual cover, there's a little groove cut out into that. So when that is inserted, it's going to go over the shaft and that retainer pin will stay in because it's going in on that little shaft right there. See that little cutout? That's going to go in just like that. So I'm good to go on putting this thing back together. Don't forget that little retainer pin, man. I actually ordered a replacement oil sling offline and off eBay, and they didn't have that little pin in there. So one thing good is that I did notice that was missing when I looked at the deal. So all right, here we go. Let's put her back together. And it sure feels good to be buttoning this thing up again. Lessons learned. Something I'll definitely remember on future 305s. I got a couple of them. All right, on to the next step. Inside, you can see right here is that pin. All right, we're just going to align everything. I've got brand new rings, O-rings on the cover. There is no paper gasket or anything that goes here. So I'm going to align this and align that. Just kind of make sure we're in the right spot with this thing. Yeah, so really the key is just make sure you have that little pin going straight up. Now we're going to get this really long bolt. Got some anti-seize on it. That one's going to go right there. We shouldn't have to get into this side of the motor. Again, the bolts are not matching on this. Just note that this is like a really long screw. It's kind of a stubby little normal GIS bolt right there. And then there is one with just a little bit of a taper on the head. That one should go in right here. And then we're good to go. So grab that JIS screwdriver and send these bad boys home. And I think we buttoned up the left side of this motor. We shouldn't have to. Actually, that one feels a little bit long. What's going on here? Maybe it goes the other way. Let me spin this around, figure out which way these bolts go, because that definitely doesn't feel right. This one's barely reaching. This one's kind of reaching. I might need to go back to the original bolts on this bad boy. This actually top corner one is an original bolt. So we got that. I would think that would be the one. I'm gonna have to go into the kit, see if I can find a couple variations here, because these ain't right. One thing that I really miss about the bolt kit that I got for this bike is that it didn't really come with an identifier for any of the bolts. Everything was pretty much just kind of thrown in the bag, and you're kind of left to kind of figure out what the heck is going on. So here's this one. This might be the right one. Feels like the right thread, at least. But it bottoms out there, so this one's a little bit too long. I think I'm going to be diving back into the original bolts for this cover, because these ain't working. Those don't line up. This is definitely a taper. Oops, sorry about that. This is definitely a tapered head bolt that's going to go on there. This one's too short. So let's go up a size on that. See if this one will get me there. This one feels about right. I just got to go back into the can. Yeah, these two are going to work, but I got to go back. I think I got to go back to the original bolt. So this bolt kit that I got, that ain't working. That ain't right. Worst case, I guess I could just cut it down a little bit, but it sucks when you have to cut things down. Let's find the original bolt and do a comparison. And one good thing about staying somewhat organized, even as you're taking stuff apart, I've got my left cover. All right, I've got all the bolts in here, and I actually do see this tapered bolt in here. If I can grab it here quick on camera. And we're going to see that this bad boy, that's a lot shorter than what is coming in the kit here. That one from the kit is actually way longer. So I'm going to go ahead and just clean this one up. Or should I cut this one down? Maybe I'll cut this one down just because it's just so pretty and shiny. So as you can see, this bolt again is way longer than it needs to be. And there's not a shorter one, but I want a nice fancy bolt on here. So before you cut bolts, I always find it a good idea to go ahead and just put on a nut all the way on. Put it all the way on so that after you cut it, you can back that nut off and it can preserve your threads just a little bit, because we got to cut quite a bit off of that. I'm going to go to the grinder and knock this out. It's always something. It's never easy. And here you can see, pretty darn close. Got that figured out, so all I got to do is back off this nut, and that should help save those threads so this can get installed easy peasy. All right, let's get that done. Yeah, just when you're cutting bolts, just make sure that you put a nut on there first. So when you back it off, those threads kind of reform themselves and the bolt's actually usable. Works great. And just like that, there we go. And I want to grab just a little bit of Permatac, or the anti-seize on these for sure. And let's see if we can get this bad boy to go home. And then we can torque all of this stuff up. Look at that. That nut trick works perfect when you're doing that. And we'll be able to get this all locked in really nice. Last little order of business. I'm just going to go around and torque everything up in a diagonal pattern. Don't go crazy, but it's good to just kind of work yourself all the way around here. We'll get her done. All right, there we go. Left side all buttoned up. It's looking pretty good. Look at that reflection. See that Honda banner in the background? Some of this stuff I just polished just because it's nice. You know, it's just nice to have some like poppy accents on the bike. Those came out really, really good. On to the right side. This should be pretty straightforward. Do this in another video, of course. Got my new front sprocket, got all my replacement parts, ready to rock and roll there. Got our side cover, probably polish that up a little bit. That's been sitting for a little while. And I actually painted, which they were painted, the main collets for the exhaust system. And I got that little pan that goes there. I got that all done in the cloud silver. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Hey, there I am. Hey, everybody. Hey, if you enjoyed the video, please don't forget to subscribe. I want to thank all the Keep On Wrenchers for chiming in and making sure we do this right. That was huge, okay? So, of course, don't forget to subscribe. Go find us on Facebook, because again, a lot of magic happens on that Facebook group. You know, we're helping each other out, and you guys help me out a ton too, all right? Also, if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. Feeling good? I feel really good about getting this buttoned up finally, and hopefully this will save some people some pain. All right, we'll see you in the next video, or eventually a live stream.
Hey everybody, at BV Matson here, and as I'm working through things on the CB77 305 motor for the Super Hawk, I'm kind of working through everything here. Got the right side cover all squared away, cleaned up, re-greased, repacked. Very similar stuff to what's going on to a 350, so I didn't bother making any videos on it. This gear is a little tricky, but other than that, no big deal. Once I got into it, I just had to kind of tear into it. Everything's ready to go. Don't forget the little ball bearing that goes down inside of there. That's really, really important. I was going to throw the cover on, and then I was like, can't do that until I get this thing mounted, because one of the engine bolts actually goes right through here, and this cover is going to obstruct that. So got the new sprocket installed. New front sprocket is installed, ready to rock and roll. I'm literally one M7 bolt from putting the cam chain tensioner in. Remember, this stripped out. This was an M6. So I re-threaded it to an M7. I just don't have an M7 bolt, and I'll go get a hardened M7 and get the cam chain tensioner put back in it. As I mentioned earlier on my cam chain tensioner, this is that M6. The bolt is fine, but it's stripped out on the inside there. So I ran new threads with an M7, and how I figured that out is I do have this little kind of a tool here to where you can test threads and figure out what exactly you need. The bolt hit the M6 right here, so I went up to an M7, and I believe it was this one that I used to re-thread. And I didn't even have to drill it because it was already at a 6. I actually just carefully re-thread that and made that happen. So this thing right here, got it off eBay. I want to say it was like 15, 20 bucks. Super useful. I would get one. Oh, here it is right here. This is what I used to do that. Went really easy. It was in soft aluminum. Used a little bit of Marvel Mystery Oil on those threads as I cut it, and it worked out great. So tomorrow I'm going to head to the hardware store and get a bolt. Everything else is like adjusting valves, you know, adjusting timing, getting the points installed. The points and everything is already installed on the frame. It's all hanging there. It just needs to be plugged in, so it's doing no good. It's not something I'm going to do on the bench here. It's something I'm going to do on the bike. So, you know, I'm kind of just sitting here like, man, I am one M7 bolt away from carrying this thing up the stairs and getting it done. I guess the only other thing, which is really, really simple, is getting the oil pump back in. This goes in on the bottom of the motor, so I'd rotate this over. I've got this all ready to go, bolts ready to go, everything's all cleaned up. Guess I might as well show you here on this oil pump here. Pretty straightforward. This goes up into the bottom of the motor. There are 2 gaskets that go with this, and there's really only one way to do it. The gaskets are exactly the same. There's no difference in them, so take your first gasket, drop it down there like that. Then you're going to take this metal insert. It's got the screen. It's got like a little filter screen on it. Make sure you clean all those surfaces up. That's not really good. I should probably clean on those a little bit more, although it's really just discoloration at this point. Might clean that up a little bit more. But that's going to go on there like that. And then you got your one other gasket. Make sure it's oriented properly. And you can go ahead and drop that. That slides right over all of this. And bada bing, bada boom, that'll get installed on the bottom side of the motor. Not going to install that just yet because I do have the motor strapped down. Again, you got to strap these motors down because they're really front heavy and they will tip over. So when I'm ready to move it, it'll probably be one of the last things that I go and install on this thing before I move it. But man, it's exciting. Bam. It's going to look so good. It's going to look freaking awesome. I can't wait to get it in the bike, because then the serious business is going to really, really start. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. I think this is coming out pretty darn good. I'm feeling it. Light years. Light years from what it was. Yeah. Remember when we rolled this thing down into the Keep On Wrenching shop? Ooh, look at that filthy engine. Totally filthy, man. I think we've done solid on this thing. Here's a few more photos. First time laying on the bench. Man, a lot of time, a lot of elbow grease on this one. A lot of super clean. A lot of polishing and just cleaning things up. It's looking great. Pretty crazy, isn't it? I just love all these little details on this thing. It's going to be incredible. It's time to move this thing out into the garage and take care of business and get it done, because I was going to button up the side just so it'd be fun to look at, but why? Like here, we can really start to see the vision, you know, once we get this nice polished cover on here. It's all kind of fingerprinted up and stuff right now just from working on it, but throw the kick on it and we should be in great shape. This actually all turned out so good. I can't wait to give it like one final clean and get it going. It's just a matter of one M7 bolt, man. One friggin' bolt for that cam chain tensioner and we are in business. And then that's going to be a huge corner that we turn, because, man, if we covered ground, we've covered ground. Seat still looks amazing. Keep cleaning that up. Only things left, rear brake pedal, which, again, I might as well do it while the engine's in. Got my side covers, all of that stuff. Got that nice plate right here. This got all done as well. So that'll all pop in there. That's gonna look freaking classy. Once we get to that point. Carburetors are all done. Everything's all polished. These all came out beautiful. These are good. These are all baked. Heat paint and baked, and we're good there. And man, it's just odds and ends in the box. This is actually all a bunch of, you know, a lot of it is just old springs for carburetors. I've got the new boots for the carbs hanging out there. There's not much in here, but man, like, check it out. Like, there's our kick. Could put the new rubber on the kick. And then, man, it's going to look so cool, guys. It is so close. I just can't make any more progress on the bench. So that's kind of where I'm at. Just a quick update, guys. Been on the road quite a bit, working, IRL, day job, and haven't been wrenching too much. But man, I came down here tonight and was just like, man, why don't I just go and get this thing in the damn motorcycle? I absolutely can't wait to get it mounted onto this bike. It's been a while since we've actually seen the motorcycle. It's all covered up in the garage. But I'm looking forward to just seeing the different accents, the blue and the silver and the chrome and the polished aluminum all coming together. We're getting there. We're going to do it. If you enjoyed the video, please don't forget to subscribe. Hit that like button as well. Means a lot. Also, don't forget to find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group. And let's see, what else? Oh yeah, free stickers. Hit up keeponwrenching.com. May is going to be rough, but we're going to get back to some serious wrenching this summer for sure. All right, everybody. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. That one's on deck. Hey, everybody, at BV Matson here, working on the 305 for the CB77 Super Hawk. And today it is valve adjustment and cam chain tensioner adjustment. So let's do a video on this right now. Look how shiny those are. You just love them. All right, I'm looking at the Bill Silver book, Search Valves, and bada bing, bada boom. What we're looking for is to adjust both valves, or all four valves, to the same value, 0.004 inches. All right, 0.004 inches. Remember that. I've got a metric set, so we're going to need to convert that. And thank you, Google. Quick Google search and can get that converted right away. Good thing, too, because I suck at math.
And digging through all of my feeler gauges, I have a 0.10 millimeter. So I'm missing the 002. I don't have that, so I'm just gonna go kind of tight, get it really close. That's like super marginal. So I've got a 1 there, right there. I checked the original toolkit. I read that that may be in the toolkit, but not in mine. So I'm at 0.10 millimeter. All right, we're good to go. Let's get to it. All right, so here's kind of the process. Again, we're gonna go 0.004 or 0.102 millimeters on this. It's a pretty small feeler gauge. We're gonna use the LT mark, all right? And we are going to use the T mark. So LT and T are gonna be our marks. T is for the right side. LT, of course, is for the left side. Valves, each side has 2 valves, and they're both adjusted to the same. All right, so we're gonna do our left side first, and right here you can see here is my LT. The only issue is when you're trying to adjust these things is that you're gonna have to brace it somehow. So that's why I've got my little bungee strap wrapped around, and I can loop this over onto my wrench, and it's just enough tension for you to be able to line that all up. So here you can see I'm on LT. That's not gonna move while I'm dealing with it. I just wanna make sure on the other side that I am on compression stroke. So I'm over on the left side and light is just right. I can see my piston is up, but you can always just take like a zip tie or something just to make sure. Stick that down in your spark plug hole, and if you hit the piston, you know you're up on compression stroke. Because if I come over to this side, this piston should be all the way down. And yet my zip tie goes all the way in. So we're good. We can adjust the left side valves. All right, let's take this off. Nice shiny covers of mine here. And this is probably gonna be kind of tough to show you, but I'll try to do a zoom in. What we've got here, oh, there's my real rubber O-ring, gotta get that there. We've got a little adjuster right here, okay? Then we've got a little locking nut right here. So again, we are dialed in here. Ooh, this is gonna be tricky. I'm gonna actually have to cut down my feeler gauge a little bit because it's super, super narrow. Let me show you this. So our adjusting spot is right down in there underneath. And there's a little bit of a concave to it. I'm gonna have to cut down my feeler gauge a little bit just so I can get in there and adjust that properly. I saw that noted. People said you're gonna need a really narrow feeler gauge, but yeah, I see totally why at this point. And guess what's on my shopping list? A new set of feeler gauges. I just cut this one really narrow so I can get in there. And now I can lay that down there and I can actually get a proper seal on that. So I'm gonna back this all the way out, this little locking screw here. Give myself as much adjustment as I can. And I'm just gonna keep tightening this until I've got a nice smooth, little bit of drag on that feeler gauge right there. And we'll go ahead and tighten down that. I feel good about that. There's just a little bit of drag. Again, it's a 1 or a 0.1. I need a 0.102, so I'm going a little bit lighter. A little bit lighter. I've got just a little bit of drag. Cutting this down actually worked really, really well. So now, without turning that, I'm going to try and tighten this locking nut. Feel really good about where I'm at. It's a 10 millimeter. Just going to keep an eye on it. Make sure I don't turn it unnecessarily. And it's not moving. And I've still got just that little bit of drag in there. That should be good. Crank it up one more. Just like that. All right, let's move to the front. All right, let's go ahead and take this cover off on the front, on the left. Pull that out. And let's see where we're at. All right, I'm gonna back off my locker right here. And insert. And tighten this down.
Got a little bit of drag there. Feels good. Just like that. I feel good about that. Grab my 10. Keep an eye on it. That one's moving a little bit on me. It's tedious. Take your time when you're doing this. So see, that turned it. There's got to be a tool. I'm going to check and see if there's a little tool in the toolkit to actually hold that in position. And sure enough, Honda thinks of everything. There actually is a little wrench in the toolkit that fits on that. How cool is that? Go ahead, back this off just a little bit and get my feeler gauge again and get this in here. So there it's locked. So I got to back it off just a little bit. That should be right. Feels good. Just a little bit of drag. Not much. There we go. Now, I can grab my funky little new discovery. Lock that on there. Now it's not going to move at all. And I can tighten my little locker. Right. Just like that. And I think we got it. Right there. Bada bing, that's the left side. All right, I'm just going to quick double check. That's beautiful. Slides right in there. Great. A little bit of drag. And I'll come back around over here and I'll double check this one. And I'm good there. Should be good. And as you can see, I'm still right on my LT mark. Good to go there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and rotate this around to T. And again, you're going to have to use your wrench, and bungee strap tool works really good for this. Just loop that around just like that. And let's pull that into position there. And that is right on my T mark. So now we can go ahead and adjust the right side. All right. It's kind of nice to have these all be the same. It's kind of nice. On the 350s, it's a little bit different. So we're on our mark. I'm going to take out this little doohickey here. And I'm going to insert. This is actually a really good angle. The light's really good. I'm going to show you a close-up on this. So here you can really see, or if my hand's not in the way, what we're doing. We're trying to adjust this bolt so that it impacts the top of this with the right amount of clearance so everything works well. And again, it's just a little concave piece there. So like right here, I'm bottomed out. So here's where I've screwed it all the way in here, and now I'm bottomed out. Now I get my feeler gauge, I back off just a little bit until I get that proper gap. All right, so I'm going to take my 0.1, slide it in here, and nudge it down till I can't move it, and then back it off until I've got, it's kind of a feel. That's the reason why they call them a feeler gauge. Just got to feel for that drag. That feels about right. I'm going to just slowly tighten up this and grab the handy dandy little tool in the toolkit. Lock that on there. And tighten up my locker. Sorry about my hands, guys. Just like that. And that is perfect. Just what I want. All right, to the last one. All right, last one. Let's take our shiny cover off. And try to figure out what the hell I did with my feeler gauge. Where the hell did I put it? Aha! It was stuck in the other valve. All right, go ahead. Back off my locker. Just like this. And I'm going to turn this one in until it stops. Sorry, it's kind of tough to show you this. My big hand's in the way. And it should stop here pretty soon. There we go. It is stopped. Can back it out. get my feeler gauge in. There it is stopped. And right about there is where I want it. Tighten up my locker. Got just a little bit. Just like that. Grab the tool. I wonder what size, it doesn't say what size this wrench is. I'd love to know so I could tell you. It's a tiny one. And we go ahead and tighten that up. There we go. Let's go ahead and test these before we button it up. All right, so back on the right. Slides in there good. Just a little bit of friction on that. Good deal. And we can come back under here and do the same thing. We're good. We're good on those. Now let's make sure we do that cam chain tensioner. All right, for cam chain tensioner, rotate crankshaft to LT marks compression stroke, adjust valves on that cylinder. Done. When engine is on T mark compression stroke, loosen the lock nut and lock bolt on the cam chain tensioner. Press lightly on the end of the tensioner to ensure it's not stuck. It should feel a little spongy. Re-tighten the lock bolt on and the lock nut. So pretty straightforward, going for the T mark. So just a small adjustment needs to be made here. We're gonna go to T mark. Again, T is gonna be right cylinder up. So just make sure you're on your T mark, line that up right there. It looks weird in the camera, but in real life, it is lined up, I promise you. Make sure, there shouldn't be anything, but I'm just gonna test, make sure my cylinder is in the up position, 100% is. And then what I can do is go ahead and go and loosen this, make sure it's spongy, and get that set. So this is the one bolt that actually stripped out on me. So I did have to rethread this a size bigger. So this is, it's usually a 10 millimeter, but on this, it's an 11 because I had to rethread it because it fell apart on me. No good. So we're just gonna loosen this all up. I'm gonna double check to make sure that I am on my LT, or my T mark. Just gonna double check, make sure it's right on. These engines get topsy-turvy at this point. I'm gonna push on this. Definitely has just a little bit of movement in it. It's a little bit spongy, so I can pull on it and tug on it, and it's loose, it's good. I'm just gonna let it sit there. And now what I can do is just tighten this up. That's all there is in doing the cam chain tensioner. Just gonna go ahead, cinch that down well, and then move my locker into position there and cinch that up just like that. Be careful torquing too much on these because again, this is aluminum and you can strip it out real easy. Ask me how I know. All right, valves are done. We can go ahead and reinstall our caps or our covers. Don't forget to put the little rubber rings in here. All right. Hopefully we got this right and we don't have to go diving back in here. Just always make sure you've got that rubber O-ring in there. And I'll go ahead and cinch these up. Pretty straightforward. That was like a really easy process. It's a little bit more involved on the 350s. So it's good to like just have kind of an easy project. Any guesses on what size these are? Any guesses? I'm gonna guess it's gonna be like a 17. Oh, way bigger. If you guess 23, you're right. Just gonna loosely, again, we got the O-rings in here. You don't need to crank on these crazy tight. We're gonna go around, tighten all those up. There we go, straightforward. Valves adjusted, cam chain tensioner adjusted. Now we're kind of to install motor time. I'm gonna probably polish up the mounting bolts for the motor. Next thing is to carry this thing upstairs because there's not much else that I can really do at this point. I'll probably do like one more final clean on it and then I'm good to go. In other news, I did end up and splurge a little bit on the Charlie's Place regulator rectifier. So I'm gonna upgrade that on the Super Hawk for sure. The more I look at like the original parts, it's a little sketch.
And these original bikes, I don't think they had a condenser, or yeah, what was it? No, a regulator in them. So I'm going to go ahead and do the upgrade here. Charlie's Place came with everything. I'll probably do a video on installing that. There are instructions on their website here. If you need to get at it right now, you can pause the video and grab that. But yeah, Charlie's Place. Haven't installed any of their components, believe it or not. So I'm kind of excited to get that going, and it's worth it. It's a little spendy. I think it was like 140 bucks, 150 bucks. But man, this is a very, very key component, and I'm so close to the finish line on this. I just don't want to run into a big problem, and plus upgraded electronic is good. That other one looks pretty ratty. So there you go. Progress being made. Probably one of the next few videos is going to be installing this bad boy on the Super Hawk. Get excited. Get excited. All right, if you enjoyed the video, please be sure to subscribe. Also, hit up that Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching Community Group on Facebook. Just surpassed 500 members. Some great people in there. And also, if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. All right, everybody, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. It's getting real over here. All right, so we're going to do our left side first. And right here, you can see here is my LT. So I'm over on the left side, and light is just right. I can see my piston is up. So our adjusting spot is right down in there underneath. And there's a little bit of a concave to it. I'm going to have to cut down my feeler gauge a little bit. And guess what's on my shopping list? A new set of feeler gauges. I just cut this one really narrow so I can get in there. We're trying to adjust this bolt so that it impacts the top of this with the right amount of clearance so everything works well. All right, so I'm going to take my 0.1, slide it in here, and nudge it down till I can't move it, and then back it off until I've got, it's kind of a feel. That's the reason why they call them a feeler gauge. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Let's uncover the Super Hawk and reunite the motor with the frame. This is kind of a big day. Been waiting to do this for a long time. It's actually been quite a while since I uncovered that Super Hawk and kind of got re-inspired. I've been just staring at the motor forever. So let's roll this thing out. Skateboard comes in handy for rolling these motors around. Definitely saves on the old back. But here we go. Let's roll this thing out and get ready for an engine install. Bike's pretty light now. By the time we're done today, that bike is going to weigh just a little bit more, and we'll be well on our way to completing the 1965 CB77 Super Hawk. All right, just get all the good bits out of the way. We're going to need full access, so get the tank out of the way. Lay down a little mat just in case things get a little topsy-turvy, and also make sure you lock that front wheel. You don't want to be pushing that bike forward at all. Next thing, just start moving your wires. Clear the way for all those engine mounts all the way around, up and down. Just make sure you got nothing in the way. It's going to save you a ton of headaches as you're kind of juggling this heavy motor and trying to align it with the different motor mounts. Excuse the voice, guys. I am just getting over a bit of an illness here, but it's not stopping progress on the Super Hawk restoration. You don't need much to install these motors. I'll tell you, a rubber hammer and a punch will go a long way. Don't forget that blue Loctite, and also 17 millimeter and 14 millimeter wrenches and sockets. Of course, an extension is going to help too. You might have to grind down some paint for some grounding points, so a Dremel is going to be great. And don't forget a pair of gloves. Just remember to put them on. And then also all the different bolts that you're going to need. Remember earlier in the series, we bagged and tagged everything. I've went through and polished all of the bolts one at a time, so we're ready. We've got everything we need to install this motor.
All right, couple things to pay attention to. Keep in mind your lower left mount for the engine is also going to go through your side stand. Don't forget that. I messed that up and had to go fix that. Also, don't forget the top grounding point for your battery on the left side. That is super important. It gets integrated into the left top mount on that motor. Again, that ground goes all the way to the engine. The other mounts on it, there's one big long front one right in the middle. That's a little shorty bolt there. Make sure you've got those ready, and then we're going to have the two lowers and the two tops on that. But don't forget that center stand. All right, I'll try to do a little play-by-play for you. You'll have to turn the wheel or turn the handlebars, as far to one direction as you can to slide the motor generally in place. It's not much of a lift, but if you can get one bolt lined up, you are in really good shape, okay? So have your bolts ready. You might have to run around and jostle around a little bit to get these things to line up, but they will get there. The one thing that really helped me do this, especially solo, this would be way easier if you had a friend to help hold things, was to grab a punch on the opposite side, slide the punch into the motor and the mount, slam that in there, and that's going to really help you align on the other side. So here you can see this is where that side stand's going to slide in. A side stand slides in, and then that motor mount's going to go there right on the left. So just grab your bolts, those lower bolts, lower left and right, and go ahead and plug those in. It's really that simple. I really found that punch to be helpful, to be able to just get everything kind of lined up and go in there. You could also use it as a little bit of a leverage point as you move forward to get those bolts in. Once you've got those two lower bolts in, get something underneath that motor. You're going to need to get it up a little bit so that you can use a jack to lift that up. The wheel chock worked perfect for this. At the end of the day, you just got to muscle this thing up a little bit. There's a perfect little notch on the bottom of the front of the motor that a standard jack will slide right under. You can, of course, use a piece of wood or something like that to make sure you don't mar up or break the engine case. Just be super careful. But then once you get a jack underneath it, you can really just start lifting it in because you've got that nice pivot point, and it'll all just kind of slide together. Once you get it really close, straddle the bike, grab it from down low, and lift it up into position. It's really not that bad. Getting the jack underneath it, that was the hardest part. Now on this front long bolt on that engine, do not forget this grounding off of the coils. This is really important. You're going to be screwed. You're going to have to do it again if you forget it. So make sure you put that grounder in there, put the nut on there, and tighten it up. We'll do a whole torque through later on. Don't worry about that. For now, we're just trying to get the motor in place. Next up, go to that middle mount. So it's a little shorty little bolt. Go ahead, slide that in. Don't forget your thread locker on all of these bolts and get that going. That one's a piece of cake. Once you get that front one in, everything lines up really, really easily, honestly. It's just a millimeter or so of like jiggling that you got to do in order to get things to really fit. So yeah, just start working your way around. We've got just a couple more connections to make on this one. From there, we're going to head to our top, grab that punch, get everything aligned real loosely, and go ahead and might have to finesse it a little bit, but it should go in pretty easy. There you go. Give it a little aggression and it'll go through. Just don't mess up the threads on any of that. On this top left one, again, do not forget to get that grounding cable in there. You don't want to have to go and pull those out and redo that. So make sure your grounding cable is on that top left, okay? Have I said that enough? Don't forget, ask me how I know. All right, one bolt away, hop over to the other side. It should slide right in because everything else is all in position. Go ahead, again, don't forget that thread locker, and go ahead and get that all tightened up and locked down. That's it. There's 6 connection points. That's it. 6 connection points on this motor, and it's a done deal. All right, so there you go. There we go. We got a motor in the 1965 CB77. When I initially did this the first time, I actually left the side stand off, so I had to go ahead and redo that. That was kind of a pain, but I figured it out and I learned a little bit of a lesson. This thing looks freaking sweet. I am getting excited. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you have success with your projects. If you do enjoy the video, please be sure to subscribe. Also, go and check out the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching Community Group on Facebook. And if you'd like a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. I get those out in the mail every few weeks or so. A batch is going out. The Super Hawk has turned a major corner. I can't leave you without mocking it up with the tank. Get excited, everybody. We will see you in the next video or live stream. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have an awesome day.
Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Mad progress has been being made on the 1965 CB77 Super Hawk. Mounted an exhaust system tonight. David Silver Spares has been out of those reproduction originals for over a year. So had to get creative, and I'm telling you, look at how beautiful this is. I think it looks really sporty. I think it fits the bike. Had to do a quick adapter in the middle there, but I love this little cutout. Check this out. It's got a little angle to it. And man, I spent some time getting those all leveled off and looking sweet. Look at this bike, man. This thing is minty. It's minty. Figured out the rear brake cable. That's all good. This was actually really easy. It just mounts to a mount right here. That's all there is to it. Ooh, got a little grease there. No big deal. But check this out. Oh my God. Let's go to some pictures here. We can get some close-ups of it. It's kind of tucked in the corner. Tough for me to shoot, but what do you think of the Super Hawk? I'm getting so excited. We're getting real close. We got to get the points in, get it timed, get the chain in. I've got a little issue with the chain guard. I'm going to have a guy come over and actually weld in a little tab. I'm missing a tab, so I might have to repaint some of this. See how that goes? That's kind of my big hurdle here. And then also just get the carbs and get it connected to the airbox. And then we should be really good. But let's take a look at some photos. All right, let's take a little closer look at the exhaust. Really nice clean set off of another restoration project. We're replacing some mufflers on another one, and these were just hanging out. A little adapter to expand it, and they mounted right up. Had to get a little creative with a mounting bracket. Was able to use an existing mounting point for the original exhaust, which is great. And I don't know, I think they look pretty rad. So yeah, it's looking pretty minty, and I tell you, the wiring has been really easy as well. Brake light switch, it's all matching colors to that loom coming out of the main engine. I mean, seriously, everything is working great. Let's turn the key into the on. Here we go. High beam, low beam, high beam, low beam. That's working. Do we got a horn? Yep, we got a horn. Horn's working. Do we got a rear brake light? Yeah, we got a rear brake light. I don't have a front brake light working just yet because I'm still working on the front wheel. But check this out. I do have some oil dribbled down into the cylinders. Yes. Everything's working, man. Everything's working on this bad boy. This is actually your neutral light, that's your neutral light right there. So needless to say, I'm getting pretty excited. I'm getting pretty jacked. This thing looks great. This exhaust, I think, is going to work out beautifully. We've even got over on this side, if I can show you, all the linkages. Pretty much the left side is pretty much all done, and just look how minty fresh. All that is looking. We've got all fresh wiring and everything all underneath here. Just got to get the petcock, the carbs, the points plate, get it timed, and then I'm waiting on some new spark plug caps, waiting on those. We're getting there. We're getting there on the Super Hawk. If you enjoy the videos, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you want to hang out with some fellow wrenchers, be sure to hit up the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching Community Group on Facebook. And if you want a free sticker, don't hesitate. Head on over to keeponwrenching.com and get yourself a free sticker. This is fun, man. This is the fun stage. We're getting so close, but it's also to the stage where it's like, what have I forgot? What is going to go wrong? What's going to happen? So it's all about dotting I's, crossing T's, and crossing your fingers as you approach the finish line on the restoration projects that we're working on. This 1965 CB77 Super Hawk is coming together real fast. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Let's start the Super Hawk. Hey everybody, happy Memorial Day. Will it run? Let's turn the key, put the gas on. Let's hit it. Yeah. Hey everybody, at BV Matson, quick Super Hawk update. Hopefully you saw the videos. We got this bad boy running. Can't stop smiling, man. There is nothing like that first startup. Got a lot of tweaking to do. I've still got to dial in the carbs, get that idle up, get the mix going. But man, just to get it running, I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead today. Look at how beautiful this damn thing came out. I mean, it's not done yet. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But damn. You've been along for the ride. If you've missed the progress on this, full playlist on the YouTube channel. Clutch cable is pretty much all that's left on this thing. Look at this paint. Look at how beautiful it came out. The seat came out beautiful. Everything. I'm just in love with this bike. The only thing I've got that I'm dealing with is I gotta probably pull this front wheel off. My speedo gauge is spinning around, or my speedometer here. Something's up there. Gotta figure out what's going on there and get the clutch installed and rear chain installed. Got one little small weld that I got a guy coming to help me with, or I may even weld it myself. And that'll get my chain going. I'll get that rear chain on, and this thing is gonna be in business. But that doesn't stop me from being able to tune and to work. Look at how clean this is. Look at this. Hey everybody, how you doing? Oh, how you doing? Super fun, super rewarding. Oh man, we've been working on this bike since September 2021, and it is now 2022, and it is Memorial Day. Let's see if it'll start. I haven't started it again since my first initial run. So let's go turn the key. Let's hit the gas. Let's hit it. Yeah. Gotta get the carbs going. Sounds so strong. Ooh, I'm loving this bike. That's where we want it. We want it to idle right there. Around 800 to 1,000 RPMs. I don't think it's gonna take much to get it there. But you'll see I'll let go here. And she'll die out. So it just needs a little idle adjustment. And then I'll run it a little bit. I'll check the plugs, and hopefully we see that golden brown color, man. Whew. I don't know, man. It has been a whirlwind the last few days of getting the air boxes, air cleaners. Had to clean the tank pretty aggressively again. Noticed a bunch of dirt and rust and stuff had developed since I cleaned it. So I had to go through that process. Oh, it was a comedy of errors. And best piece of advice I can really give you is when you get to this stage, I know that you get excited. I get super excited and you start moving too fast. And yesterday I was a victim of that. I was moving too fast. I was making little errors. I was making mistakes. Check this out. Moving too fast. I was just like, I got the tank on. I might as well start putting gas in the tank, and forgot that, you know, your source of fuel needs to be higher than where you're going with the super siphon. But immediately things went wrong very quickly. What happened is, and I'll show you here in a second, I messed up the petcock. Messed up the petcock in a big way, and I forgot to connect the crossover on the gas tank. So I had huge leak coming from the petcock, and I had a basically freely flowing crossover tube pouring gasoline everywhere. It was quite a dramatic series of events. Trying to get those fuel lines off, man. I'm trying to get the gas off the freaking bike as fast as I can. And again, I'm praying. I'm literally asking for help wherever I can get it. But yeah, just massive gas everywhere. And finally was able to finagle those fuel lines, get those disconnected, get the tank tipped forward so it wasn't leaking gas everywhere. My God, it was a comedy of errors, to say the least. Slow down. So here was my biggest error. This is a different petcock, but it's the same kind of design. You've got your gasket, you've got your seal in here, and I had actually installed this piece. It's a little metal piece here. I actually had installed that like that, and I had put this on there like this, which is totally stupid when I think about it, and then I had mounted my bracket over the top like that, okay? So what you want to do is that you want to leave your gasket there, put this onto there, and then what you want to do is you want to take this metal piece and actually slide that on the top of the switch. And then you can take your plate and install it like that. Don't make that mistake. Gas was everywhere. It was a nightmare. So fast forward a day later, reset, recalibrated, ready to try again. All right, let's go to on and let's see if we have any leaks. Not seeing any leaks. It is timed. The timing, the tensioner is done and adjusted. Plugs are gapped. Battery is full. I went out 2 full on the idle adjust from bottom, and I went 1 out on the air fuel mix on both sides, so they're even. All right, let's see what happens. Key on. It's either gonna go boom or it's not gonna go boom. All right, so right away I knew something was up because I got some backfires. So I knew my fuel was getting in. So I knew there was gas, but it was backfiring. So I went back to basically just swapping the plugs. All right, I am gonna try something. I am famous for doing this. I'm gonna try to swap my plugs around. Little choke, key on. As soon as I did that, there were clear signs of life. Like, you could hear it. It was trying, it was there. So, progress, I guess. It's doing something, guys. There really is no better feeling than that first startup after a long restoration. We're making progress. It's getting close. Carburetors need to be adjusted. There's all kinds of nuances that we need to deal with here. But man, this bike is running for the first time in a long time. Looking for smoke. Got a little smoke coming off that header. I'm sure it's just pulled up. Once you get to this point, just slow down. This is when it really, really matters to pay attention to the details. Take a breath. I know it's really hard, but you got to do it, man. You got to do it because otherwise you're going to cause yourselves too much work. I got to tighten this up a little bit. This tends to move when I grab it. So, yeah, what do you think? Let me know in the comments what you think of the old Super Hawk from 1965 CB77. Love these little mirrors. Love them. Love these bars. Like, look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's a long road, and we're so close to the end. We're not quite there yet. We've got more work to do. What was the trickiest thing that maybe I ran into? You know, honestly, I fiddled around and fiddled around and fiddled around trying to get these tubes and the air filters to line up right so you could get that all hooked up. That was probably the biggest pain in the butt to get going. But once I got it, it all worked out just fine. I cannot wait to get the rear chain on this. Look at this. Look at how beautiful this bike is. Get that one tab welded on right there so I can mount the chain and the chain guard. The exhaust looks freaking cool. And it sounds really, really, really special, man. It's been a road. It's been a journey. Again, if you've missed the journey, get over to that YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, and start the playlist. Start the playlist, and you'll come along. This is hard to believe. This is the same bike. Pretty incredible. Woo! We got a runner. This one has come a long ways. Full top end rebuild, frame up restoration, ton of evaporust, ton of elbow grease, ton of effort. All right, so I will try to go back and make some videos of some of the nuances of getting everything working. It was all pretty straightforward. It's all covered in the 350 series for the most part. Generally, all of the same kind of stuff. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? If you enjoy the video, please subscribe. Also, don't forget, hit up the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. Cool people there, man. We're all going through the same growing pains on our projects. Go hit that up. And if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. Oh my God, I gotta do it. I gotta do it one last time before I close the video. I'm gonna turn this little key on. I'm gonna make sure my gas is on. Let's get it tuned up. Let's get it done, guys. We are so close. We will see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Japanese manufacturing to a little bit more Japanese manufacturing. More progress on the Super Hawk. We're getting there. Tell you what, we fixed, or I didn't fix, I hired somebody to fix and weld up this chain guard bracket. That was the one thing that was really holding me up. Got that fixed this morning. Chain guard installed, chain installed. I will tell you, little hot tip, there's a bolt that goes right in here. Highly suggest that you get your chain guard done before you mount your rear wheel, because that was a bugger. That was a real bugger to get that bolt on. But take a look all the way down the line from a galloping horse. This is gonna look absolutely beautiful. In fact, I don't know, even I have kind of a hard time seeing it. A little bit of touch-up paint. Take a look at the progress, or the process. So as you've probably seen in earlier videos, I grinded off all the paint back down to bare metal. I actually robbed a little bracket off of another piece of another bike to fit in there. I had a little mobile welder here locally who came out this morning to tack that thing in. Not even tack, dude. This guy was very, very thorough. I grabbed a touch-up kit complete with primer, complete with paint, and complete with clear coat. And I'm telling you, by the time it was done, by the time I got it all in place, no one will ever know. Looks great. Couldn't be happier. Just for reference, if you're in Southeast Michigan, give Glenn a call. Just total pro, super cool guy, and a fellow Honda guy. Main Street Metals Welding. Give him a call. Hit him up. Dude, top notch. I will be crossing paths with this fellow again. So yeah, the only thing really left to deal with here is the clutch cable. Got to get the clutch cable installed. And that's all gonna run down here into our side cover. I've got to lube up the chain, get that lubed up, get that good to go, get the side cover installed, and then we're to tuning. We're to tuning on the Super Hawk. Look at how awesome. Getting excited, man. I've got a little abbreviated weekend. I need to go and travel a little bit. So got what I could get done today. But I tell you, this thing is incredible. Chain ended up being three out, I think it was. Chain I bought, I had to cut 3 links out of it. And other than that, we're in really, really good shape on this. One side cover and a clutch cable away from, really seeing what we got and seeing how good we can tune it. I guess the only other thing, look at how nice that gauge came out. Look at this. Bam, popping. Looks absolutely fantastic. Only other thing, I still got to pull this front wheel because I do have this little speedo gauge spinning around. I can feel it, like it stops there and it stops over there, so I just missed the mark when I hastily put that front wheel on. Should be no big deal. Pull this bolt out and reset that, and hopefully, I'll cross those fingers that it is going to come out okay. Whew, beautiful bike. Beautiful bike, indeed. I don't know what else I can tell you about this. I mean, to get to this point on this bike, gonna be honest with you, I mean, this is about a $3,000 restoration, about $3,000 into it. I need to tally everything up. There's been a lot of little last minute things that I've had to deal with, but I think it's gonna be around $3,000 to do this. But to me, it's worth every single penny. I mean, this is keep on wrenching, everybody. This is the essence of it, man. One piece at a time. Cloud silver, PB5, blue paint, all the way throughout. And just all the little nuances, the badges, and getting the cables right, and getting the applique on the inside of that speedometer gauge. Big. Just little nuances. Look at that reflection. Oh, God. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? It's definitely come a long ways since Vincent Myrna dropped this 65 CB77 off in the Keep On Wrenching garage. I cannot wait to deliver this back to them in hopefully a month. I'm loving these pipes. Can't wait to get the the reproductions of the original pipes, but I don't know, to me these pipes just make it seem really quite badass, if I'm being honest. And that paint just came out so good. So good. This is a beautiful bike. Just want to give you a quick update, guys. I'm kind of bouncing between travels and things like that, but I did manage to get a little bit of wrenching done. Got that thing welded, got the chain on, chain guard on, tackled that freaking annoying bolt. Whew, that's an annoying bolt. And we are making progress. Next weekend, hopefully, it's getting the side cover installed, throttle, or the clutch cable installed. And we'll go from there. If you enjoy the videos, please subscribe. Also, if you want to hang out with some fellow wrenchers, head on over to Facebook, find the Keep On Wrenching community group. And also, if you want a free sticker, I'm going to mail out stickers next weekend. Hit up keeponwrenching.com. There it is, 1965 CB77 Super Hawk. We're getting real close on this bugger. We're getting real close on this bugger. Should we just fire it up real quick? I haven't done any of this. Let's turn the gas on. Let's turn the key on. Let's hit the switch. Oh, gotta turn the choke on. Here we go. All right, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Things are moving along on the Super Hawk restoration. Can you spot the difference? Can you see the MacGyverism? We got that bracket fixed on this chain guard, and that has launched us into a whole new level. Bracket was broke. If you're following along with the channel on YouTube, which you should be, if you're not already subscribed, be sure to do that. Got that welded, got that all touched up, got the chain installed, chain guard installed, and all that is left is the right side cover, clutch cable, some fine tuning of everything, and this bad boy is going to be rock solid. All right, follow along with the progress. Hit up the YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here, and working on the CB77 Super Hawk. Got an hour or two that I can get some wrenching done, so I've got my trusty manual out, got my bolts ready, and I've got my clutch cover all good to go. Everything has been freshly greased and packed. Big thing, don't forget that little ball bearing that goes down in there. I think it's a number 10. Don't quote me on that, check your manual, but don't forget the ball bearing, because otherwise you're not gonna be able to push that around. You're not gonna be able to hit your clutch, so, or move those clutch plates. So yeah, let's do it. I got my cable already installed. The cable is actually already lubricated, good to go there. If you haven't already, get yourself a mug at keeponwrenching.com. Hit up the store. Just happen to be laying there, might as well do it. So yeah, let's get that cover in place, and then we'll go through the clutch adjustment. And looks pretty simple. It's like literally 3 steps according to the manual. One really important note before you put the side cover on, ask me how I know. Make sure that you grab the kickstart shaft and turn it all the way clockwise, right? You need this to be kind of dead end stop, okay? And then if you look on the end of this piece, if I get focused, there's a little dot right there. And on your kickstart shaft, there's also a little dot. You're gonna wanna align those. Make sure those are aligned. Make sure this is all the way to the right. I actually just turned it. I wish I wouldn't have, because I would have got it on camera. But turn this all the way forward till it stops, and then make sure those dots are aligned. All right, I'm gonna grab my cover, and I'm gonna be careful for the whip factor here on this cable so it doesn't come up and nick anything. But we should be able to. Oh man, am I gonna have to remove the freaking brake? Yep, you sure do. You got to remove that brake lever, otherwise that cover ain't going on. All right, so now that's just one bolt that comes right off of there, so that's easy peasy. Now we can grab the cover, and we got a couple contact points. Your Kickstarter gear that gets installed right there, and then this push rod right here for the clutch actually gets installed into here. So it's gonna be kind of straight on. You do have to get rid of that cover. And we're gonna make sure that everything mates up nice. Hopefully, and then it should, there we go, slide right on. Should not be very difficult to deal with at all. So there's our cover. If I move you back here, again, I always suggest that you grab a little piece of cardboard, draw out your different bolts, because these are of different sizes and lengths. And having these all on cardboard really makes it easy to just kind of apply a little bit your anti-seize. You can just go ahead and hit the treads. All right, once those are in place, go ahead, grab your JIS screwdriver. JIS, these look like Phillips, but they are not. Your JIS is gonna not strip out the heads on these. We're just gonna go just a little snug. Now we can snug them up with the torque. Again, we're gonna work around in places. Actually, let me get this last little plate in. Gotta get this in. There's this oddball kind of cover that goes on the back. Before I cinch this down, I wanna make sure that I get this in place. Give you a little better look at that little cover. This little top little chain cover right there. Want to make sure that we get that into place. I'm going to grab some anti-seize and get these 2 bolts installed. And there we go, one again, all there. You can go ahead and do that and grab my torque and just gently kind of go around this thing. Just like that. That's all you're going to need on this. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And again, remember to work around the clock, you know, or not around the clock. You want to kind of stagger this stuff as you go around. You know, before we hop over to the clutch cable, let's go ahead and finally install our side cover on this thing. There's no gasket. It just goes right there just like that. Try and line up one of your bolts. Once you get one, you should have them all. That's right there, I think. But yeah, this will complete this side, man. I've been waiting to kind of close this up for quite a while here. You know, before I get to cable install, it kind of dawned on me that I might as well go ahead and get the Kickstarter put in. I actually had to go back and reference some photos on this. That nice fresh rubber on that. Goes straight up and down. If you've done it correctly, that should be your orientation on that ping mark and that round dot. Here's kind of the configuration of this rear brake pedal right here. All connects through here with your cable. It'll slide on just like that. So a locking pin that goes in back behind there. And then it's literally this one long bolt goes all the way through it, holds your brake pedal. And then you can kind of see on this one, there's a little worn part here. You can see it goes right straight up and down. Basically the whole unit goes straight in just like that. Getting there. Just a matter of tightening up a couple bolts. We're moving on. All right, that's all in place. Oh, I put that on backwards. Look at that, Honda's upside down. Is it right side up over here? Yeah, it's right side up over there. Okay, good, I'm gonna leave it. All right, routing the cable. Pretty short little clutch cable, doesn't have far to go. All right, so here's kind of how it routed the easiest. It kind of felt like it wanted to go this way. Up, underneath the tank, and then up over the tank mount, and then underneath, straight up, across your cluster. I went behind all the wiring. This is your clutch cable right here, and that's gonna get us right to our lever. Just gotta get my adjuster on there, and then we can get this hooked up. Let's go ahead and grab our adjuster and swing this thing all the way on. And we're gonna want to align our slot. There's a slot in the bolt and there's a slot in this. So we just want to get all 3 of these in a line, just like that. And we should be able to grab this, just like that. And that's gonna be locked in there. Go as far as I can. And then honestly, the easiest way that I've seen to do this is just to pull this 10 millimeter here, and then we'll lever it in. And there I go, taking stuff apart again. Seems to never end. I'm always taking stuff off so I can put more stuff on. All right, with that bolt out, all we have to do is grab our handle, slide that in there. Now we got a little bit of a lever on this. We can slide that right into position. Let me get you up just a little bit just to kind of show you how I did that. Didn't take a ton of pressure, but now I'm just gonna go ahead and align this. Get it lined up. Cable's hooked up. Again, remember, these are a special bolt. They've got a special collar on them. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in. I dropped my nut on the floor, so I gotta go and grab that, but I'll be back. Now we can put it all back together again. And there you go, that's what it's gonna look like. We gotta do clutch adjustment, but we got nice, smooth action on this. It's obviously too loose right now because it's not returning fully, but we can go through the book, see if we can get this bad boy set. So if memory serves me correctly, I do recall doing clutch adjustments on other bikes. That's kind of a good idea to get about half of your adjustment available to you, either one side or the other, so that you can actually fine tune things as you go. So you can kind of look down in here and see how deep that thread is right there. Get her about halfway, so you've got some room to play. And we can go ahead and do the same thing on the other side. I'm just gonna look down here again. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Go ahead, grab my locker, put that in place. And that's a really good starting point, I would say. Then we'll move on down here. And we'll kind of do the same thing. Just make sure that we've got room for adjustment. That's really the big thing. You know, and after I got done doing that, it's almost returning, almost fully. Got kind of that free play, that 3/4 inch kind of free play. I can feel it kind of doing its thing here. Let's go to the book. What's it say? Test the clutch free play as shown. 3/4 inch free play. Let's go back up here. Clutch may be adjusted at the hand control at the right hand crankcase cover. You know that. Generally, proper free play may be obtained using the adjusters at either end. If the clutch slips or grabs, an adjustment of the cable adjusting screw may be needed. This is that adjusting screw, got a little touch up to do there. And here is that locking nut. So what are they saying? Loosen the locking bolt as shown clockwise until loosen the locking bolt as shown and turn the large adjusting screw clockwise until very little resistance is felt. Back it out to the point where resistance is first felt and tighten the locking bolt. Check clutch operation by kicking the engine over with the Kickstarter. It should not engage with the hand control pulled in, but the engine should turn over with the controls in its normal position. Okay, so here's an adjusting nut. I'm gonna go ahead and loosen this. Okay, I'm gonna grab my flat head. I definitely heard things happening there. Let's see. All right, you can feel this tension in it. Not sure if I'm going, like that's not right. And it feels like right there. It's just a little snugginess that happens there. I'm gonna go ahead and just tighten that up. I'm gonna go up here and feel this. That actually feels like, look, so I've got free play here, about 3/4 of an inch, and there I can feel that engage. That's actually a pretty good feeling clutch right there. It might be a little strong. It takes a little bit of effort to get that to go. So, here we go. I think this is pretty damn close right off the bat here. Whoops, I need to tighten this bad boy. Of course, that's gonna be a 12. Man, my tools are such a mess. My tools are just such a mess. Super frustrating today. It's really hot too, so my patience is waning quite a bit. Oh, this is an 11 actually. It's not a 10, it's not a 12, it's gotta be an 11. And it sure is. There's a lock, just like that. And you know what? This feels like a clutch to me. Got a little bit of play. it is right there. All right, let's test it. All right, according to the book, we use the kickstart right here. Reach over here. I got the clutch pulled. I'm gonna push forward. I have no engagement. No engagement at all on the motor. So that's good. Now, if I let up on it, do I have engagement? Oh, yeah. It's hard to do, man. That's hard to do with just hand force. But that worked. This clutch actually feels pretty good. That feels like a really good clutch. Got free play, 3/4 of an inch, and down. I think we did it. We won't know until we really get it running. But hopefully these step-by-step instructions got you going on that. Because again, it's like, loosen the locking bolt, that's the one on the side. Check the clutch operation by kicking the engine over with the Kickstarter. It should not engage with the hand control pulled in, but the engine should turn over with the control in its normal position. We just did that, and yeah, I'm sure there'll be fine tuning, but all in all, I think it's there. I'm happy with this routing too. Of course, let me know, I'm sure you will, in the comments if it routes a little different, but this felt like the most direct route is going over this little gas, the gas tank mount. And coming up through here, boom, boom, right into there. That feels really good. All right, a little bit of wrenching done today. That's great. All right, everybody, time will tell if that was accurate, but according to the manual, everything's working great. That right side cover is on. Kickstarter is in position. We're good to go there. Good to go on the rear brake. We're getting really close on the Super Hawk. Be sure to subscribe to the channel to watch the progress. We're getting to that fine tuning. I mean, that's pretty much all that's left here. Carburetors, getting those dialed in, getting the idle figured out, and maybe some minor kind of clutch adjustments on this. Whew, there we go. All right, if you enjoyed the video, again, don't forget to subscribe. Also, find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group, full of a bunch of awesome wrenchers. We're helping each other every single day. That's a pretty bike. And don't forget, if you want a free sticker, it's been a little while since I mailed those out, but I got a batch getting ready to go right now. Hit up keeponwrenching.com for that free sticker. All right, been waiting on this right cover for quite a while. And we got clutch, baby. Vroom, vroom. We're getting close. All right, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey, everybody, at BV Matson here. Quick Super Hawk update. Made a lot of really solid progress. I had a little wiring to deal with. Cleaned up all my wiring here. This was kind of fading in and out, so just had to clean up all those connections. Check that one off the list. And I finally did get to this little speedo gear here. We are good, locked in, ready to go. Woo, all good. Let me tell you, this weekend I had high hopes of, really tuning this and getting this thing rocking and rolling. So I was like, oh, well, shoot, if I'm gonna get this thing rocking and rolling, I gotta get my tire beads in. So tire beads, if you're not familiar, instead of putting weights on the wheel, you can actually put these little glass beads inside on the inner tube, and they'll self-balance the tire. So it comes with a little bottle and a little tube, and you'll need to take the core, that stem, out of the out of your tire. So I started with the rear, and you know what? I could not get the beads to go in there at all, or a little bit, just a little bit. And the hole on this one was just so small that literally I had to trickle in the beads one at a time. If they bound up in there at all, if 2 or 3 got connected, it bounded up and I wasn't able to deal with it. Man, I struggled and struggled. No joke, guys. It took me 4.5, 5 hours to put 2 ounces of beads in the rear wheel. All right, rear wheel needs 2 ounces of beads. Those are now in there. But what I ended up having to do is I was fighting myself with I got the kit from Common Motor, is that I was using the little tube onto here, and because everything was so restricted and so tight that most of my beads just kept going back into the bottle. So what I had to do was fill my tube one time, and then what I would do is I would cap the end with like a little binder clip, and then I would work these beads back in. I ended up fighting myself so much with beads going back into the bottle, and I think I was making progress, and then I'd look and the bottle was still half full and I wasn't making any progress. So little tip, if you're struggling, if your valve stem is super narrow and you can't get those beads in there, you're gonna have to just put in the time and fill the tube, cap it off on the end, and then work these beads back and forth. As it gets kind of full, you know, you can rotate the tire and get it where you need to be. Now, front wheel, done in 10 minutes. Front wheel, this stem had a bigger hole in the middle, and I was able to just trickle those beads in. It took me about 10 minutes. 1.5 ounces in the front wheel. So 2 ounces in the rear, 1.5 ounces in the front. This one took me 10 minutes. This one took me 4.5, 5 hours, man. Oh, and so much frustration. Okay, that's a major checklist item, though. I think we're in really good shape. Haven't fired it up today, so let's go cold. Let's turn the gas on. Let's turn the key on. Let's see if it'll start. Look at that. We got our full choke right now. I think this fires right up. We're the final tune, man. Next weekend, or maybe even throughout the week, we'll start tuning this thing because there's nothing else to do. I got the front brake or the front speedo figured out. Front brake is working great. Tire beads are in. Everything's there. I guess the only other thing I had is that I noticed that my slides on both my carbs, they were kind of sticking on this left side. So I pulled that carb off. I cleaned it out a little bit. Everything seems to be working just fine now on that. So may have a little bit of an air leak right here. I'm gonna have to address some of that. I'm sure that's just a fitment issue. But other than that, I think we're there, guys. Final tunes. Fingers crossed we don't run into any more gremlins. This rear wheel. Thank God I'm not charging by the hour on this stuff because that would have been a hellacious bill. How about this? Let's get that seat put back on this thing. And there she be. We are so close, man. If I wouldn't have got so hung up on this wheel, this thing might have made it around the neighborhood. I'm so thrilled with the Super Hawk. Had to give you a little bit of an update. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. If you enjoy the videos, if you enjoy the updates, be sure to subscribe. Also, don't forget to head on over to keeponwrenching.com. Get yourself a free sticker. And find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching Community Group. The 1965 CB77. Tires, wheels, balanced. Everything's good. Everything is golden. I'm going to go chill. This was the most frustrating thing ever. Oh my God. Thank God this front tire went well because I might have just rolled this thing out to the curb. We'll see you in the next video. Or live stream. They're coming back. Stick with me. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. We're wrenching in the Keep On Wrenching garage. And here's the 1965 CB77. I've been really battling a few things. Cable, throttle cable, and stuck slides on this thing. Was having a huge problem with the little slides inside of here getting stuck. And I think I figured that out. And also, guys, throttle cable routing is absolutely key I haven't shown you guys this yet, but here's the 1965 Super Hawk that I just picked up this week. Let's take a look at the proper way, or at least how it's actually working for me at this point for routing the throttle cable on a CB77 Super Hawk. We'll dive into the details on this beauty, 14,000 miles on it. But, you know, I was scratching my head on this one. God, couldn't get the throttle cables to return. I had a really sloppy, wouldn't snap kind of a throttle, driving me insane. And then it dawned on me, hey, Brian, you just picked up a Super Hawk. Why don't you go and look at how things were routed? And here you go, guys. I think a lot of you are going to find this useful. Coming out of the side. Didn't think it went this way, but it actually comes back through onto the top of the triple tree, the mount, and comes out the left side. Comes out the left side underneath the tank mount, and then your junction for the two different cables lays right on top of your coils, and then each one of your leads are going to go out on either side. I can't find this other one here right now, but it splits into two. And the key, the absolute key on this cable is that this connection needs to be coming in almost vertically with the carbs. Let me show you on the other bike. If your cables aren't dropping straight down into that carburetor, it's not gonna work. This is like a plunger system in here, and it's gotta have zero resistance. So again, we're gonna come up. Each cable is gonna split and go into the top of each one of those carbs. Your junction box is gonna come and lay right on top of these carburetors. It's gonna go up around the front, and then it's gonna come poking right through here. I need to secure this. This should be pointing a little bit forward, just a little bit forward on this. Hard to show what that would look like, but it needs to go forward just a little bit. But man, the main goal that you're looking for here is dropping straight in on that. And now I got a really nice, both sides. I still got to sync this up, but I got a nice snappy throttle, and that is something I have been lacking for a long time. Now, another really, really important detail, if you're struggling with stuck slides, check this out. All right, pretty interesting little thing here. I've been battling this for a while, and I checked out, read some chapters in David Silver's book, and you can see here my slide sticks. These should drop right in. So you want to be careful, don't over torque your carburetors, because it is, watch that slide right now. I'm gonna loosen this up. See my slide starting to go down? Loosen it up a little bit more, that slide comes in. It's like actually contorting this carb body. And now, as I fiddle around with that, now I got a nice poppy slide. It's not there yet, but I'm gonna go really nice and easy. It actually contorts the body of the carb if you torque it too much as you're going in there. So if you're having a problem with stuck slides, pay attention to that. So those were the two nuances that have been really, really holding me up on this bike. I think it's the combination of the sticking slide, the incorrect throttle cable position, which was actually, now that I look at it, and look, I've looked at this a million times, guys, the slides were actually partially up the way I had been routing it. So this routing of this cable is absolutely key. We're gonna wanna sync these, and how you sync them is you wanna make sure that each one of the slides are moving at the same time when you apply pressure on this. And we're basically just gonna adjust these top caps, and just really, it's just kind of a back and forth thing. You can use your finger on one while you watch one, or the manual actually suggests using a mirror, but you need those completely synced. Another thing that you want to pay attention to is on the choke. So the choke, if I can show you, it's actually easier on this side. Oops. Choke comes down, closes the whole cover, restricts the engine of air. Make sure that you're adjusting this little bar across here so that you're getting full choke closure on both sides, all right? So you gotta balance the choke, and you need to balance the cables opening those slides. But again, big epiphany moment, and thanks to David Silver Spares for a few sentences in his massive book about how you can contort the carburetor and that'll hang up your slide. So the only thing I'm worried about now is that I don't have enough torque on these bolts, and then I'm gonna have a massive air leak. But one thing at a time. This is what I've been dreaming of, is a nice slammy, nice pops, just pops right back in place on that throttle. Guys, I bet you all who have been working on these Super Hawks have had a similar problem. So I hope this helps you out. Throttle cable routing, and be careful, don't go He-Man on those nuts. All right, everybody, we'll see you in the next video or live stream. Don't forget to head on over to keeponwrenching.com. Grab yourself a free sticker. Also, go find the Facebook group, the Keep On Wrenching Community Group. And lastly, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We're over 11,000 subscribers on the Keep On Wrenching channel, and that's all thanks to all of you. We're getting real close, man. This was huge. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Air filters on. All right. I think we fine-tuned this thing. Let's go. All right. Huge. A good sign that your throttle cable routing is correct is when you turn the wheel. You see no difference in idle speed or throttle. I feel really good about this. We're on to final tune of the 1965 CB77. Giddy up. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Farm fresh. There it is, 1965 CB77 Super Hawk. And I tell ya, there ain't no holes in this muffler all the way underneath. That's a huge win. And get this. This one is gonna be a lot easier than the first one, because this one's turning over. Turning over, absolutely beautiful. Gauge in good shape. 14,028 miles on this one. It's got kind of that big hanger bars on it, which I'm not super crazy about. But take a look. Rims are in good shape. This one was originally black. I have not touched this at all. I literally just rolled it into the garage. So that is what we picked up on this. But having the engine free, major win on this one. Also came with a big box of parts. Let's dive into those. This one did come with a set of tires. They don't look dry rotted. I think he said they were about 10 years old though, so we'll check the codes on them, but maybe they're good. We'll have to see. Nice original. I love that tread on that. Good original one. So set of tires. We'll see if those are usable or not. But then we also got, you probably noticed, carbs were gone. Carburetors are here. And he said he was having pinholes in the float bowls, so have to address some of that. So either way, got another set of carbs to work with, but good to see both of them are here. Got some extra parts for all of that. Haven't even dug into these. I don't know what's in there, so let's dig in. All right, got a spring for kickstand. What else? Ooh, we got a side stand on this one. I wonder if the bracket is in here. If the bracket for the side stand is in here, that is a huge, huge win. Looks like we've got some new air filters down here. We got a wasp's nest hanging out there. Man, it'd be sweet if the bracket was in there. No, I don't see a bracket in here, just a bunch of pack, but new set of air filters. These look new, unused. Let's open them up, make sure. They're a little dirty. Everything's covered in cobwebs. Now, some of the other details in the box. Got pretty much everything we need. There's the chrome cover for the tank. Look at that, just like that. Bam, we've got that, and the badge is on it. Somebody is smart and actually put that 10mm bolt back in the tank, so that's good. So we got the left side, and we've got the right side. And these actually don't look too bad. These are gonna clean up really, really good. And check this out, we also do have both of the rubber knee pads available for this one. There's an inner tube for the tires. Old, crusty tubes, gonna have to get new intake tubes for sure on this one. Yeah, these are garbage. But we also do have both of the side covers here as well. Got one mirror, wrong mirror for this style bike, should be a square one. And there's that spring, got an extra tail light and a petcock. So here's the petcock apparently for this one right there, perfect. So those are the extra parts that I got on it, some other little details. That rear lens is in place and in really good shape. It is missing the little mud flap on the back, so I'll be ordering another one of those. Seat has seen better days, but we've recovered seats and we know how that all goes. Other than that, the pan is gonna clean up just fine on this. There we go. Everything's looking like it is there. Tank's in good shape. Only downside on the tank is that it does have a liner. Somebody lined it. You can get down here. This all looks really, really familiar at this point. This one helped me solve that throttle cable issue on the 65 over there. And mostly I'm just happy that this one is actually free. Headlight bucket in place. This chrome is actually in better shape than the other bike, for sure. Other one's all gouged up. But yeah, it is all there. Everything looks really, really, really familiar on this bike. So this one will make its way, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this one. What should I do? Yeah, like part of me wants to just drain the oil on it, get a battery on it, and get a set of carbs on it. Because you can see, luckily, the guy I picked this up from stuffed all this stuff with paper towels. So I was able to pull that all out. Nothing got inside of there once those carbs are off. I was a little nervous when I was looking at the pictures of the listing on Marketplace. And I was like, oh God, carbs are off. Gonna need our engine rebuild, but this one looks really good. So this one's actually a pretty good candidate to maybe just try and fire it up and see if we can get her to do something. Fresh battery, quick wash on the tank. I've got a reset set of carbs, or a rebuilt set of carbs already on this bad boy. So yeah, kind of think it'd be a fun little project just to see if we can get it running. But there's the gist. There it is right there. 1965 CB77 Super Hawk. So here's this one, and here's the one we're just finishing up now. So a little bit of inspiration, all right? We want to take this and turn it into something like that. I haven't decided on a color or anything yet, but ooh, if I can get that, that'll be freaking sweet. All right, everybody, welcome the new Super Hawk to the Keep On Wrenching Garage. And yeah, if you enjoy the videos, don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. And don't forget to find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching community group on Facebook. All right, this one's heading into the queue. Let's see what happens. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Get excited for the final tune. everybody, at BV Matson here. A little bit of a rainy day here in Michigan, so decided to dive into some electronics. The owner of the Super Hawk wanted signals. Let there be signals. I think they come out kind of subtly cool. Look at this. Nice little bracket made to go right onto the little headlight bucket mount right there. And by golly, the darn things even work. How about that? He wanted a removable set of signals that he could pop on and off at will. I messed around a ton trying to get that to be feasible. I ended up just hardwiring everything. Nice, easy little bracket right here onto the license plate frame. And bada bing, bada boom. Ended up running wires kind of off of each of these into there. Notice I do have posi locks here, just in case he does want to take them off. It'd be easy just to disconnect the lights at each post. So he could run right through, pull the posies and pull those bulbs off. Really, really easy. Super Hawk is freaking ready to go. Planning delivery probably Labor Day weekend. This thing is running sweet. So happy to have figured out the signals. Got a cool little set off of eBay that I feel like it's about as close to period as I'm gonna get. I like how they kind of blend in as well, like into the chrome elements. So we have chrome, chrome, polish, chrome, 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 chrome accent, and then off the back here with those. So I'm actually really pleased with how those look, and really they're pretty minimalistic. I could have put some really small LEDs on there, but all the LEDs I kept finding were, I don't know, they look too modern. They just look too modern, and they popped out, so I grabbed these. I think it's kind of a cool look. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Here's what I bought. So yeah, happy eBay, $119. A little spendy, guys, I get that. But I really like the styling of this, and I like how it all came in one little kit. See that chrome ball? It actually works really well with the Super Hawk. I grabbed this set, another set actually, for the Dream. So what you see is really what you get. Packaged up, you get 4 of the lights, all right? So you get these, and these do need to be grounded, but I did find that those brackets that I built naturally grounded, because I was going right in to everything, or into that headlight bucket. You also do get that left-right switch, okay? So you got your switch. The colors are not Honda match colors. The green is actually right, the yellow is left, and the red is your power. All right, and yeah, so you get the 4 lights out of the deal. You also get a little flasher, and you get a bracket. Okay, so this is that license plate bracket that you can put on that. It does not come with brackets for the front signals, okay? Let me see if I can grab the rest of these little lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. You get 4 of those, a flasher, a switch, and you're pretty much in business. You're gonna have to get creative though with how you mount those front signals. Not a bad set, a little pricey maybe. I bet you could just buy, you know, 4 small LEDs, a flasher, a little switch, and come up with some brackets for probably half that cost. But again, I do just kind of like the styling on these, and that's why I ended up going with them. So I dig them. I dig them. I like the way it kind of works with the chrome on the bike, and it'll work. And plus, they're easy to remove. So if you don't want them, you can pull them off and go back to old school hand signals. All right. That's what you get in the box for $119. So getting them off is going to be really easy. You can see the bracket just bolts right directly to the license plate bracket. So pull those 2 things off. You can get it. You can pull the 2 posi locks. You're good to go. Front ones had to get a little creative because, again, it didn't come with mounts. So all I did is I manufactured a little slip-on bracket just like that. I can slide that right into there, tighten those up, and they're good to go. Don't overthink it when you're trying to wire this stuff together, all right? It's all just gotta work together. So as I mentioned before, the green on this particular setup is blue. So your green switch is gonna merge with your blue off of this and blue off of this. You gotta run big lines off of these lights in order to meet up at the green, all right? It's a pain. And then our yellow comes off of each light, okay? Here's our rear. We're gonna run lines and we're gonna merge that into the yellow. The tricky one, honestly, is the red, okay? The red is gonna go into your flasher, okay? It's gonna go onto one of the flashers. God, get out of here. I'm trying to make a video here. Red's gonna go to the flasher, just like that. And then the other one is gonna go to the positive side of the battery. So basically, your flasher is just an interrupter in your power. Now, keep in mind, you're gonna need to ground or find good ground off the housings of each one of these lights, but wiring is pretty straightforward. Yellow to yellow to yellow, blue to green. Let's pretend it's blue, right? On a Honda, it'd be kind of a light blue and an orange, all right? So it'd be orange on the left, you'd have blue originally, light blue on the right, and then ground is green. So I had to kind of fish around a little bit and try and figure out what's going on. But again, the tricky part is just making sure your flasher works, and then having that flasher go through, or the red power coming through your flasher. The other terminal of your flasher is going to go to hot power. I went straight to the battery with it, but you could easily, probably just find a hot black on your Honda and you'd be good to go. So don't overthink it, man. I puzzled and puzzled and puzzled. Electrical's not my thing, but when you break it all down, it's really not that difficult. This is the tricky one. I did end up running wires through the fender, up under the tank, so it took a little disassembly to get it to go, but then up over here, and I did go into that bucket. So it's all hardwired into the bucket. Again, if they want to come off, all you got to do is loosen this. It'll lift right off, and then you can disconnect the posi on that, and it should be good to go. So signals on the 65 Super Hawk. Pretty cool, man. This bike is ready to go, man. This thing is so sweet. One of the best builds yet. I think this might be the best build. All right, guys, what do you think? They're not original, but they're functional, and based on driving habits of everybody in the world, I do think having signals is not a bad idea at this point. I wonder how many people even know what hand signals are at this point. There's that 125 hanging out back there. That one's getting close. Oh gosh, there's the 70. There's the 71. Oh, I got too many bikes. Too many bikes. All right, if you enjoyed the video, please don't forget to subscribe. Also, go find us on Facebook, the Keep On Wrenching Community Group. And also, if you want a free sticker, head on over to keeponwrenching.com. Super Hawk's got some signals. Super Hawk's got some signals. And I think they look pretty cool. All right, everybody. We will see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Benson here. I think we got ourselves a Super Hawk. 1965 CB77. I'm calling this one done. Woo. Take a look at where it all started. Well, back in September of 2021, a little U-Haul trailer and a guy named Vince dropped off the 65 CB77. This was an 11-month process to bring this thing back. She was dirty, but it was mostly complete. There were some missing parts, but it needed a lot of TLC. Gauges were faded, and really, it was just dirty, dirty, dirty. So we had to bring it back one piece at a time. We took this thing apart, and we brought and put everything on the shelf. We brought it into the Keep On Wrenching shop and got to work. The motor was a challenge, man. That thing was locked up. And after we got the head off, you can see what a mess those cylinders were in. That was a whole process to deal with. Got the pistons finally free. And yeah, it was kind of back to cleaning and really trying to fix that motor. Everything was sandblasted down. All the old paint was gone, and we went through and we brought it back to its original color, that fantastic blue. You can find all the details in the videos. It was really fun to watch this one come together. All the polishing, one piece at a time, you know, getting back to the cloud silver, you know, details on these bikes, getting that burgundy off of there, stripping everything down, and going to town with that cloud silver. That cloud silver just looks so awesome on these old Super Hawks. Slowly but surely, we got towards reassembly stage, and it was kind of hard to contain my excitement. I had to put a Keep On Wrenching sticker underneath the side cover on the tank, just as a little memento for somebody, hopefully 50 years from now, who's going to probably have to restore this thing again. It really came to life in the shop, on the bench, putting things back together. All the little details really started to emerge. The wheels were a challenge. They took a long bath in Evapo-Rust, and then painstakingly, it was polish time. And the end result was incredible. Not much has been missed on this restoration. Just got back from a little about 10-mile run. Got her a little dirty. We got some dirt on it. We even probably got some gravel up in the fenders. Take a look at this beauty. Those lights actually work. It's pretty cool. But just look at the detail on this. This one came out spectacular. There's that switch. I mean, it's just shiny, shiny, nice all the way down through the tank, all the way down to that reupholstered seat, and all the way back down to the back with the little mud flap, exhaust, new rubbers everywhere, new everything. Everything has been gone through on this bugger. And it's been running really, really, really great. So let's take a little ride on the Super Hawk. This was kind of its first official long run after several test runs. So I'll just get out of the way and we'll enjoy the sounds of riding. The sun was absolutely horrible this night. I was driving the wrong direction, so let's take a left, get out of the sun, and enjoy the ride. I don't know what it is, but I love riding on gravel roads. No one's around, and you can just kind of take your time. Here we go. Let's get on some pavement. It sure feels good to have this thing back on the road. The one thing I really noticed on this is that you need to like really work first and second, get to where you want to be on second, and then go into third. Because third, it's a pretty low gear, and it's only got 4. So get on it on first and second. It's a good time. there you could really hear in that shift into third how low of a gear that is. So, man, just go nuts on first and second. It's a zippy little bike. All right, back to some gravel. An absolute joy to ride. Handles nice, good riding position. Seat's not even that bad. It's actually pretty comfortable. But man, I was just cruising around on the backcountry roads, and yeah, I had a pretty big smile on my face at this point. And there you can just see I'm checking, just making sure I've got signal on that. So I just leaned forward a little bit, checking that out. Now we're going back into town for some leisurely driving around the village. Yeah, this was so much fun. Just to have this thing back out. Again, this bike was last registered in 1981. So it's been a hot minute since this one saw some miles. And just like that, it was time to head on home. Quick right turn into the driveway and back into the Keep On Wrenching garage.
Look at that bike. Look at that bike. That is something special. It was not easy. This was about an 11-month restoration, and we came in at just under $3,000. $3,000 in parts to resurrect, quite literally, the 1965 CB77. So here you can see all the parts that I put into it and the costs. It came in right under $3,000. If there was a question, I changed it. I replaced it. That's how it was. $2,914.63. Well, I can't leave you without hearing it run, right? So let's go. Key on, gas on. Let's hit the button. And with that, it was officially photo shoot time. Get some beauty shots of the CB77 Super Hawk before it goes to its forever home back in Minnesota. I'll be making a trip to deliver this beauty to the rightful owner. Tell you what, this has been a transformation. It was a learning process. Man, I learned a lot on this build. And I tell you what, the Super Hawks, the 305s, they're going to have a real special place in my heart for a long time. So you'll see another one. We've got another one to work through on the channel. But for now, let's just enjoy this one.
Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey everybody, at BV Matson here. Here's a extended cut on the kind of first long voyage with the Super Hawk. I'm going to stay out of the way on this video. I might chirp in now and then, but for the most part, let's just enjoy the ride. You can't see it here, but I could see up ahead. You had a little smoky hanging out on the left side there. So I was just kind of playing it cool for a little while. This is kind of like my rip lane, where when I'm running my bikes, I like to come off of this and just yibber. But kind of had to play it kind of cool in this spot. The sun is brutal in this, but yeah, you'll see it here, right over here on the left. Just playing it cool. at this point, I'm feeling pretty good. During my other restorations, if I had a charging problem or an engine problem, it probably would have shown itself by now. But I'm cruising, everything's smooth, and man, what a pleasure this bike is to ride. It's always just a little bit of like butt pucker, a little bit, that first ride, that first long ride, to make sure that that battery is charging, to make sure there's not some weird sound. You're literally like feeling the bike. It's really hard to explain, but after a full restoration like this, it's I mean, trusting your work, right? And making sure. But you can only really verify that after riding the bike. You check all the boxes in the shop, but getting it on the road is a whole different experience. All right, so cruising along, and then here's kind of my next opportunity to like really get on it, test it out. So yeah, just enjoy hitting some curves and keeping the RPMs up. Good times. One thing I do have to give to Southeast Michigan and the area that I live is that the roads are awesome for motorcycle rides. Right now, I'm cruising into Hell, Michigan. That's right, Hell, Michigan. If you want to go to Hell, come to Michigan. Here it is, just cruising right through a couple bars, little restaurant, some attractions, some cool stuff. So, well, you blink and you miss it. But that was Hell, Michigan. All right, let's keep riding. There you could really hear how low that third gear is. 1 and 2 on the Super Hawk is kind of where you get after it. 3 and 4 is really cruising gears. Like kind of find your flow and kind of roll with it. This thing likes to cruise. The other cool thing about this bike is that this is the bike that Robert Persig rode in The Zen and Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Really great book. Pick it up. Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. He was riding a Super Hawk on that journey. He went from Minnesota to California on this thing. And, judging by like third and fourth gear, makes total sense. It's a cruiser. It's like a ripper in 1 and 2. And then it's a cruiser in 3 and 4. I love these Super Hawks. I'm sorry. I have to chime in here, but how cool is looking at your own shadow as you're riding? Super cool. Oh my God. It like almost feels like you have a passenger on the bike with that shadow. But anyway, I'm going into the darkness here again. So yeah, let's keep riding. Just thought that was really cool. caught a head turner there. I love it. I love it when you're riding and people like stop whatever they're doing in their yard and they turn and they look, because you can tell that they're like, is that what I really just saw? Did I just see a 1965 Super Hawk go by? I had one of those as a kid. The nostalgia factor on these bikes is just incredible. One of the reasons why I keep on wrenching. All right, time to head home. It's been a fun ride. Keep the rubber down, everybody. All right, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to subscribe. If you want a free sticker, head to keeponwrenching.com. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you in the next video or live stream. Hey, everybody, at BV Matson here. It is moving day. I've got it all loaded up. Right there, Super Hawk on the trailer, and we are headed out. I'll give you some updates along the way, show you the quick setup here, and then I gotta start clocking some miles. So here's a quick look at the setup. I initially was gonna get an enclosed U-Haul trailer, but oh my God, fiascos started and that didn't happen. So I dragged out the folding trailer and hooked things up, all right? This little folding trailer won my heart on this trip. This thing is invincible, as they say. One thing, make sure you're using fresh straps. Old ratchet straps, they will break. I experienced that when I brought the CL350 up north. And I've also gotten kind of paranoid, and I always double strap whenever I can, just in case there's a failure. So yeah, it was strapped down tight, and we were good to go. This was going to be a long day. I'm going from Southeast Michigan in Pinckney, home of Keep On Wrenching, heading north, crossing the Mackinac Bridge, 689 miles, 11 hours, 12 minutes to Duluth. All right, everybody, we're cruising. Taking the northern route, sitting at the rest stop. And hope I didn't make you too sick. Everything's going really well so far. Let's take a look. Nice and sturdy. Nice and sturdy, doing good, feeling good about it. Hitting the rest stops. All right, onward. We got a long day with the Super Hawk on the trailer. I did have to stop twice to tighten things down. The bike is gonna settle over time, right? So as you're rolling, it's going to settle. You're going to have to go ratchet strap, tighten things up, and get things set. Once it was set, I didn't have a problem at all, and it was rock solid. All right, guys, cruising. We're taking the northern route around the big lake. So instead of battling through Chicago traffic for Labor Day weekend, I decided to take it north. And so that's going to take me across the Mackinac Bridge, all the way west through the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, all the way across Wisconsin, and then shooting all the way down to the Minneapolis area. This is a long trip. This is going to be a long trip. Today, I'm just going as far as I possibly can, and then I'll stop and knock out the rest of it tomorrow. I would love to make it to Duluth, but that would put me behind the wheel about 12 hours today, and that's a slog. So everything's really good. The trailer's riding really, really nice. The bike got a little bit of a shower, but nothing crazy. Yeah, so far so good. Colors are starting to change as I get a little bit into northern Michigan, surprisingly. Seeing a little bit of fall popping in. It's September 3rd, 2022. I think it's the 3rd. It doesn't matter. I'm driving. I'm delivering the Super Hawk. So, yeah, along the way I'll give you some sights and sounds, but this is going to be a drive. And a drive it was, but it also took me through some really beautiful country. I'm so glad that I skipped the Chicago route and went north, because I got to take the Super Hawk across the Mackinac Bridge, which is pretty cool. If you've never done that, you got to do it. But then I also was able to really experience Lake Michigan for a little while. Look how cool that is, right? And it was just super chill. I wasn't being pushed. I could go 60, 65. I rolled right by Lake Superior as I headed west towards Duluth. That was really the goal. It was about 12 and a half hours, I think, by the time I actually got there. So it was late, and the benefit or the gift of that was that I was able to really take in one of the most amazing sunsets I have ever seen in my life. Every curve that I took on that was just majestic. That's really the only word I can use on that, is that it was just majestic. It was beautiful. It was such an amazing drive. Now, in the back of my mind this whole time was, watch out for those little blue lights, those two little blue lights, because this is deer country. It's getting dark, and that is when you gotta really watch for those deer. So it was a little white knuckle, a little bit. Got this really amazing motorcycle behind me in my Renegade in an open trailer with a beautiful sunset. And I'm literally praying to God that I do not hit a deer, because it happens. This was a long day. That was a long stretch. Total, it was 12 and a half hours to do that 689. But once I did it, I had a nice cozy spot for the Super Hawk for the night at my cousin Dan's place. And he also helped me kind of settle down or stop the rattle on my trailer a little bit. A little stop to Menards to grab a couple pins, and everything was awesome. It was great to see Dan, and enjoyed a great cup of Duluth coffee. It was awesome. Head on over to Beaners if you're ever in Duluth. Good people, good music, all kinds of good things. But look at this rig, man. There's the Renegade, the trailer, and the Super Hawk. One of my favorite pictures from the trip. And back at it the next day on the road by 11 a.m., going Duluth to the Minneapolis area. About 2.5 hours. All right, day 2 of the journey to deliver the Super Hawk has begun. Right now, I'm in Sandstone, Minnesota, about an hour and a half away from the bike's final destination. I should say that sounds scary, but yeah, there she is. Trailer is super tight. Everything's going really well, and it is, as you can see, an absolutely beautiful day. I'm feeling really, really good. Little Renegade's rocking, trailer's rocking. And there's the Super Hawk. We're gonna keep on going, man. This has been one hell of a road trip so far. So good stuff. Onward and upward. Sometimes all you got to do is just keep driving. Focus. Find the right podcast. Find the right playlist. Just keep driving. All right, we're clocking miles. We've got 60 miles to go before we deliver the Super Hawk. You can see her kind of hanging out back there. It's pulling nice and straight, nice and smooth. That trailer is really, really, really freaking loud. It just rattles the whole way. I got to do a video on that trailer. It's pretty unique. Once I deliver the bike, I'll actually be able to fold that trailer up and put it in the back of my Renegade. So it'll just make the drive back home that much easier. So, man, I couldn't ask for a better day. Right now it is 71 degrees, sunny. Man, yeah, I'm Minnesotan. I'm from Minnesota originally. It just feels good to be back in Minnesota. I don't know, there's just a vibe in Minnesota that I really, really, really like. I'm getting excited. I need to get to where I'm going, and then I'm probably gonna take it off the trailer, do a quick cleanup on it, and then probably ride it over to their house and drop it off and say, see ya. I'm a little gassed today, but I'm feeling okay, all right? We'll just keep it going, man. Thanks so much for watching the video. Again, subscribe if you haven't already. And, yeah, I'm just going to keep clocking miles, as they say.
A lot of parts, but a real special motorcycle just showed up in the Keep On Wrenching garage.